on the menu. Coffee served blacker than a night raid. Knives out, silverware sharper than a switchblade. Cops on the block sniffing scents like a bloodhound. Sharp lines drawn where dreams get gunned down. Orders come quick, whispers in the steam rising. Crooked deals brew, truth drowning, no compromise. In this cafe and quaint, it's a scene out of nightmares. Mugs clink with the sounds laced with despair. True crime cafe where secrets spill like cream. Every sip a confession, every cup a scream. Tables hold stories soaked in guilt and grime. Dago serves the brew, murders keep the time. Menacing the code, specials written in blood. Today's dish, betrayal, served with a grudge. Dago in the back, flipping pancakes with a saw. Bullet holes in the walls, paint a mural that's dark. Customers in shadows, faces blurred like a dream. Conversations and whispers, plotting schemes unseen. This ain't your local diner, this is hell's canteen, where your last meal's a latte and regrets the cream. True crime cafe where secrets spill like cream. Every sip a confession, every cup a scream. Tables hold stories soaked in guilt and grime. Dago serves the brew, murders keep the time. Blood on the menu, coffee served blacker than a night raid. Knives out, silverware sharper than a switchblade. Cops on the block sniffing scents like a bloodhound. Sharp lines drawn where dreams get gunned down. Orders come quick, whispers in the steam rising. Crooked deals brew, truth drowning, no compromise. In this cafe and quaint, it's a scene out of nightmares. Mugs clink with the sounds laced with despair. True crime cafe where secrets spill like cream. Every sip a confession, every cup a scream. Tables hold stories soaked in guilt and grime. Dago serves the brew, murders keep the time. Menacing the code, specials written in blood. Today's dish, betrayal, served with a grudge. Dago in the back, flipping pancakes with a saw. Bullet holes in the walls, paint a mural that's dark. Customers in shadows, faces blurred like a dream. Conversations and whispers, plotting schemes unseen. This ain't your local diner, this is hell's canteen, where your last meal's a latte and regrets the cream. True crime cafe where secrets spill like cream. Every sip a confession, every cup a scream. Tables hold stories soaked in guilt and grime. Dago serves the brew, murders keep the time.
Sink, coffee cold, mind can't think. Neon buzz, time don't blink. Where'd they go? Who's the link? True crime cafe, where the whispers play. Secrets hide, bodies sway. True crime cafe, in the night we stay. Truth decay, truth decay. Eyes like stone, words like daggers, chill to the bone. Echoes of screams on a borrowed phone. A city of shadows, you're never alone. And the sirens wail, another ghost for the tale. True crime cafe, where the whispers play. Secrets hide, bodies sway. True crime cafe, in the night we stay. Truth decay, truth decay. Ashtrays full, sins don't wash. Tables stained, lives embossed. Fingers point but the lines aren't crossed. Justice sleeps at a heavy cost. decay. Dago in the corner, eyes like stone, words like daggers, chill to the bone. Echoes of screams on a borrowed phone. A city of shadows, you're never alone. In the city of shadows, you're never alone. And the sirens wail, another ghost for the tale. Words like daggers chill to the bone. Echoes of screams on a borrowed phone. A city of shadows, you're never alone. And the sirens wail, another ghost for the tale. Tables stained, lives embossed, fingers point, but the lines are crossed. Justice sleeps at a heavy cost. Ashtrays full, sins don't wash. Tables stained, lives embossed, fingers point, but the lines are crossed. Justice sleeps at a heavy cost. Drip, drip, sink, coffee cold, mind can't think, neon buzz, time don't blink, where'd they go, who's the link? True crime cafe, where the whispers play, secrets hide, bodies sway. True crime cafe, in the night we stay, truce decay, truce decay. Eyes like stone, words like daggers, chill to the bone. Echoes of screams on a borrowed phone. A city of shadows, you're never alone. And the sirens wail, another ghost for the tale. True crime cafe, where the whispers play, secrets hide, bodies sway. True crime cafe, in the night we stay. Truce decay, truce decay. Ashtrays full, sins don't wash. Tables stained, lives embossed, fingers point, but the lines are crossed. Justice sleeps at a heavy cost. Dago in the corner, where the whispers play, secrets hide, bodies sway. True crime cafe, in the night we stay. Truce decay, truce decay. True crime cafe, where the whispers play, secrets hide, bodies sway. True crime cafe, in the night we stay. Truce decay, truce decay, truce decay. Dago in the corner, eyes like stone, words like daggers, chill to the bone. Echoes of screams on a borrowed phone. A city of shadows, you're never alone. In the city of shadows, you're never alone. And the sirens wail, another ghost for the tale. Words like daggers chill to the bone. Echoes of screams on a borrowed phone. A city of shadows, you're never alone.
Trigger warning. This video.
And the sirens wail, another ghost for the tale. Tables stained, lives embossed, fingers point, but the lines are crossed. Justice sleeps at a heavy cost. Ashtrays full, sins don't wash. Tables stained, lives embossed, fingers point, but the lines are crossed. Justice sleeps at a heavy cost.
All right. What's happening, everybody? Welcome back to the cafe. We are open for business. Great to see you all here today. Thank you for joining us, guys. I'm in a mood. I'm just forewarning everybody. I'm in a mood. Kind of a fed up. What the hell is going on in life mood, but mostly with this damn case. But I'm in a mood. So I'm just giving you all forewarning. Be prepared. We're going to be discussing, and reviewing, of course, and reacting. I'm trying something new. Dago is going to react to stupidity and ignorance today, if possible. And we may have a special guest today. Can't say for sure, but it's possible. So please come on in, grab a seat, grab your coffee, tea, whatever it may be. Come on in, sit down, have a conversation with me, if you will. I do appreciate each and every one of you so very much. I hope you all know that. And grateful to see you all today. I hope everybody's having an amazing day. And I hope you are all happy, healthy, and amazing, beautiful people that you are. It is great to have you here. You know what comes next, so just hang on to your chair. This one could be fun today for sure. Let's get this party started. What's up? Welcome back, all you amazing and beautiful people. It's great to see you all again today. Today is Monday, and what a day it is to be in the mood that I'm in. I'm telling you now, we've all been deep involved in this massively insane Idaho case and all the corrupted bullshit and everything that's going on with this case. And not that that's not bad enough. Not that that's not bad enough. But there are some highly stupid, and I'm saying stupid because at this point it's just pure stupidity. And there's some quite ignorant people out there that have just been repeatedly making, and these are supposed mostly reporters, folks, that are supposed to know better, but making the most ignorant statements and stupid reflections of things that they see and feel. I'm beyond sick of it. You know, I watched Harsh this morning and I said, you know, he tried. He did. I give him credit. The brother tried and he couldn't get through it either. It's hard. It's hard to watch these fools do these shows and say the things they're saying. Okay. You can have an opinion about something, but when you put an opinion out you're making the world believe that it's a factually based statement that you're saying, it's just stupid. And it shows miseducation in some ways to me. Like, how uneducated is somebody to say certain things? How dumb do they have to be? And it's like, what in the hell? And I don't care if people get mad at me for this or not. I'm tired of seeing it. I'm tired of hearing it. And I know I have a choice whether to watch it or not. Okay. I know I have that choice, but at some point you're just curious. It's like, okay, let's see what we can see here. And you go to watch and you're like, what? Go. And this is where my whole shut up thing came into play a while back, right? They just don't do it. They don't do it. That's the thing. And if the difference is, if you don't know for a fact, okay, and you're making a statement, then it's just stupidity. Now, there's a difference. My my thumbnail. If you read my thumbnail, okay, I hope it showed up the right way. Ignorance is when you don't know something. There's a good ignorance and there's a bad ignorance, in my opinion. Ignorance is if you don't have education on a subject or a typical thing that you're looking at, and you learn, then you're not ignorant to it anymore. Then there's just ignorance. There's blatant ignorance of people that choose to be. But stupidity, like it says, I love that plaque. I'm gonna make that into a t-shirt too, by the way, folks, and I'm gonna wear it. Ignorance is not knowing. Stupidity is refusal to believe what has already been taught to you, in a sense, okay? If it's showing you the answer to the question, it's showing you the truth about something, and you refuse to believe it, that's just blatant stupidity. I'm sorry. And I truly believe that. Absolute. I will make that into a t-shirt, and I will wear it every damn day if I have to, until these people realize how stupid they're being. And it's not just the reporters. There's other people out there that do this. Now, anybody in this community, before I say or do anything, I'm just going to let you know I love and adore every single one of you. You know that, okay? And I respect all your opinions because you do it respectfully. There's no ignorance to it. These people that do this, they do this purposely, okay? It's a feeling, an opinion, or whatever. When you don't know something and you're voicing this opinion and stating it as a fact, you need to correct yourself. That's all I'm saying. So we're going to be getting into that today. So you get to watch me react. This is a new thing I'm going to be trying, is doing reactions to other things. I haven't really done reactions, but it's kind of comical when I react. You can ask my moderators, because I don't hold back. I just voice what I feel. And I say what I think, because why not? Why? I've never been a fake person, folks, and my moderators will tell you this as well. I'm about as real as they come. I don't pretend I'm somebody different when I'm on YouTube than I do. I hold back sometimes, yeah, out of respect for, some of the ladies that come in here and so on. Just by the way I was raised, I try to hold back certain things that I spew. But when I'm not in here, you can ask my mods. It's all out, folks. I don't hold back. I don't believe in not being who you are and not releasing your true thoughts and feelings on something. So, but typically I do hold back in here sometimes with the language and stuff because of respect. I was raised away, when there's older ladies around, or ladies in general around, you just don't throw those words around. It's just how I was raised. I can't control it. But out here, a lot of you guys handle that very well. I've been told that many times. So it's enough, you guys. It's enough. And when I go into that mode, sometimes I have a tendency to start flinging F words here and there. At this point, you're going to have to just take it or leave it. You know what I mean? Just know that I love you, every one of you guys. I appreciate each and every one of you so very much. So if anybody wants to leave, I understand, and I would understand completely. It's okay. And most of the people that are in this community, they can handle me pretty well. I know that. SRB just said that. So there's that. We'll see what we get into. And we may have a mystery guest joining us today, hopefully, which should be very interesting because I adore this person too. I have a very high respect for this person. And they're one of the hardest working people on YouTube. I've learned a lot from watching this person, and nothing but love and respect for this person. So we shall see. We shall see. If everything goes well, hopefully it works out. Let me see something here. Oh, sorry about that. So come on in, guys. Grab a seat. Get comfortable. We got 60 peeps in the house. 34 likes. We can do a little bit better than that. Please and thank you. I'm not going to tell anybody who it is. You can ask all you want. You'll have to be surprised. It's a mystery guest. You never know. Who we got with us right now? And you're not going to yank it out of me either. Sorry. Let me see. Joanne's in the house. Welcome back, Joanne. Miss Tandy. Good to see you on your lunch break. I'm glad you got to join us for this one on your lunch break. Miss SRBBB. Hope you're feeling better today, dear. I'm glad you're here. I need ya. Truth Seeker, great to see you. Tick Old Biddy's in the house. Miss Katie, good to see you today. The Canadian Cat Lady, always happy to have you here. Thank you for joining us. Truth Seeker, again, I just said it, so good to see you. I wasn't saying old. I knew I shouldn't have said it the way I said it because it would be taken that way. But you know I love you, so it doesn't matter. Let's see. Echo 444. Good to see you. Thank you. Willful ignorance, which I just call stupidity. So, Miss Trish Crow, I'm so sorry to see that you're dealing with that. I hope you're feeling better, dear. Tiger Fife, welcome back. Great to see you. Great to see you in the house. Hemisphere, my brother, welcome back to you. Let me see. Truth and Justice, Miss Anna D. Great to see you again, dear. Thank you for joining us. Lisa Winchester, always a pleasure. Miss Rowe, happy to see you, Rowe. Eddie's in the house today. Good to see you, brother. I'm glad you popped back in. I'm sure you'll enjoy this. The megastar Meg P. Welcome back, Meg. Great to see you, dear. Come on in, grab a seat, get comfortable. Let me see. Show Mayhem and Miracles. Eminem's in the house. Good to see you. Let me see. Vintage Violet, welcome back to you. Oh, hell no. We couldn't handle that one, Eddie, because they'd take me right off. If he came on my panel, they would take me down immediately. No way, buddy. Done one, welcome back to you. Great to see you today. Circus Music, welcome back. I'm not going to answer you, Miss Joanne. You'll just have to see because we don't know. I don't know if it'll happen for sure. But if it does, if that person has the availability, then they'll be here. And it'll be a surprise or it won't. Let me turn this stuff down. SRB, check the Discord real quick if you don't mind, hon. Please and thank you. Miss Krista, Reality. Good to see you today. Marty, welcome back, dear. Good to see you as well. Come on in. Pappy Man, what's up, brother? Good to see you today. Appreciate you guys all joining us. Get comfortable. This might be a fun one. I'm just fed up. That's all. Nope. Not going to tell you. You have to figure it out. Nope. I'm not telling you guys. You'll have to figure it out. I know it's going to drive you guys nuts. Doc Terry, what's happening? Raquel, well, hello. Come on in and grab a seat. And like I said, you guys, I know everybody has a choice to watch who they want, okay? Matt Amlo, what's going on? And with that being said, sometimes you just can't help yourself. The curiosity kills you. You got to see. And then you see, and you're like, why did I do that? What idiots. You know what I'm saying? Just telling you. So that's why I'm having this. Come on, Feminem. What's going on, girl? Good to see you today. Oh, I got to turn this down in the background. By the way, it's great to see you guys. Missed you all. Sorry about last night, folks. I got my grandbaby came by and I wish I could have showed him to you guys. He's a super chunk. He's adorable. Phenomenon. Mom. I always say your name wrong. Welcome back. Good to see you, dear. Thank you. It's great to see all these meatballs in the house today. Jumping in the sauce with us. Appreciate you so very much. What is up, and Willard? Good to see you, brother. But yeah, he's a super chunk, guys. He's gotten big. He's like a little baby football player. He's awesome. But we had a blast. And I jumped into Discord discussing a couple things with some of them, and then went back to them, hanging out with them, and then it was just too late for me to be live. So that's why I didn't do it. For anybody asking, I saw Kent Corbett in here. Ask that question. So there's your answer, buddy. Brian Braga Rambles. Good to see you, buddy. Thank you for joining us today. Looks like we got 67 peeps, 47 likes. We can do better than that, y'all. Come on now. Come on now. Oh, I got a headache today, too. I woke up with a headache. I slept I guess my head was cocked a certain way with my pildo. Yes, my pildo. Everyone make sure you got a good pildo, because if you don't have a good pildo, it will mess with your neck. I already got neck problems to begin with, so I was cocked a certain way. I woke up this morning and it was killing me. Hemisphere, good to see you. I couldn't help myself. Oh shit, Kent, I'm jealous. I love New England style clam chowder. Love it. Getting old blows, hell yeah. It is, dude. I woke up and I was like, back of my head hurt. I'm like, what the hell's going on? So I ate my ibuprofen, and getting old sucks, man. It does. Aging is not fun. My mental, is good. I'm still 25, but my body, I'll be 51 in November, and my body feels like it's 82. Just saying. So yeah, like I said, guys, I was watching some stuff this morning. I watched our buddy Harsh over there. God bless you, bro. I don't know how he tried to do what I'm going to try to do here too. And you can only handle so much of it. It's so revolting in some aspects. So I'm going to apologize up front for what I'm going to be reviewing. It's not really a review, reacting to. I'm going to say I'm going to apologize up front. Just bear with me, guys, because I think you'll get a kick out of it, because I just can't hold it back. And we got to have some release within this case, you guys, okay? We really do. And with all the bullshit we've been through with this case, what the hell? We can take a break from the seriousness side of it now, because I'm going to let it all out when I do this, okay? I'm just telling you. Bear with it. And if somebody doesn't want to see or hear it, I'm just giving you a heads up now. It is revolting as hell. So I'm going to let it all, because it shouldn't be allowed. There's my biggest issue. I agree with freedom of speech and all that kind of shit, but if she's, well, I gave you part of who it's probably going to be there, going to do what they do almost every other day. Why is that okay to do that to one person, but somebody else can't do that to that person? You see what I'm saying? What's happening to Callie? Good to see you, sis. So I'm just going to do it. Just going to do it. I'm tired of it being gotten away with, and nobody says a word. Nobody does anything about it. It's just allowed. And there's been some very, very nasty things said from this person. So it's pretty shitty. That's all I'm saying. So I'm just done. Like I said, I feel for Harsh. I mean, you could tell he was done. I think a lot of us are done. Period. And I'm just fed. And once I do this today, I don't think you guys will ever have to worry about dealing with this person on this channel anymore. But I'm fed up. That's all I'm saying. Jazoo, welcome. Enough is enough, you guys. Time to take a stand and say, you know what? If you're allowed to do that, well, we're allowed to do this. And maybe I'll do it on a regular basis to the point where people see. Just saying. Just saying, because I am burnt out. And it's that person's not the only person that does this, but that's the one that gets on my nerves the most with this shit. And it's so bad. So bad. And you know what? That keyboard warrior shit, I would say this to their face. Truly, if I had the ability, I would do it. I'd rather do it to their face than this. But this is my option, so this is what I got to do. And you know what, Harsh? He didn't really lose his mind, but you could tell he tried to stay through the whole thing. And I'm probably going to skip through what I do because I can't deal with it for that long. But just saying, he didn't lose his mind. He held it together. God bless him. Did a great job, as he always does. I think he always does a great job. I think there's a lot of us that are just so done with it now at this point. Joanna Bell, welcome. Good to see you. And it's not just that person. There's multiple people out here that do this. Multiple reporters, and there's other creators. And I'm not going to attack creators. I don't do that. But this person, I'm going to rip it. Just telling you I'm going to, because I'm sick of it. No reason to get mad. Nobody get mad. Please don't. If you're gonna get mad at somebody, get mad at me. Don't get all upset and worked up. I'm just telling you, it's not worth that. If anything, maybe you guys will get a laugh out of it. True Crime X, what's going on? Good to see you. Megastar. I said hello to you already. I'll say it again because you're so awesome. Eddie, good to see you, buddy. Mary Holt, welcome to you. Miss Arena. I know I'm probably saying hi to you guys twice. I'm just making sure I'm covering everybody that pops in. Willie's in the house. Zig Callie. Good trouble. Hello. Good to see you. Jazoo, Kent Corbett. All right, come on in. Everybody grab a seat, get comfortable. Let me check something real quick here. Okie dokie. I'll give it just a few minutes to make sure we got everybody in here that wants to be. Micro Blue, welcome. That way we ain't got to go backwards. Meanie, welcome back. Good to see you today. Phenomenon. Love it. Moonlit Baby, wonderful to see you. Fizzy's fizzing around in here. Great to see you, Fizzy. Miss Jessica Volk, B-Man, welcome back to you. JS218, thank you for joining us. Sorry about that. Doc, great to see you. Come on in, everybody. Grab a seat. SRB, 27 months. I think it's a bit longer than that, but that is amazing. Happy Dago anniversary to you, my dear. We appreciate you so very much. This place wouldn't run without you. Thank you for being part of this community, this family, and this amazing team that I have here. And God bless, dear. We appreciate you so much. I know it's longer than 27 months. It's got to be at least a little bit more than that. This thing's always wrong. That's what I thought. It's closer to 3 years, I think. Yes, she is. She is a rock star. They all are. All of my mods are amazing. Every one of them. Every one of them. Doing trivia without telling you the question. I don't know, Brian. You'll get it. Just a few more. A little bit longer here, guys, and we'll get moving. Looks like I got 96 people in the house with 61 likes. What are you guys doing? Come on now. Hit that button. Let's get this in that algorithm. Please and thank you. Too fast for please. Great to see you today as well. Thank you for joining us. Yes, we love SRB. She does amazing things. Keeps things grounded. And I hope you're feeling better today, dear. Oh, I'm sorry, Meanie. I hope your head feels better. I got the headache thing going on too, but it's all good. Great to see you, Too Fast. Appreciate you being here. Come on in. I wish Cassie was in here. She'd love this too, I think. Miss Cass must be busy today. Mama Bear must be working. Otherwise, she'd be here too, I think. Let's see here. All right. We get to talk to her here and there, but I know she stepped back because of Idaho and stuff like that, and I get it. I absolutely get it. Sometimes you just got to be done with something, you know? Just saying. Peaky, good to see you. But I believe Alicia's doing okay. Let me see here. I'm sorry. It does suck. My mom has those too. Cat K, good to see you. Man, wonderful to have you in the house. That's because it's an amazing community of people, B man. There's multiple channels that we all kind of share the same communities because they are such beautiful people and amazing people. That's why. Becky, wit. I want to scratch a record. Sorry, I told you guys I'm in a mood today, so just please excuse everything. Becky, good to see you. Great to have you here. I appreciate you very much. Let's see here. And yeah, truly amazing. Becky. Beck. Okay, I gotta stop anytime. Just tell me to shut up. No, don't do that because Tandy will say it every 5 minutes. Docket Decoder. What's up, brother? I know, bro. I'm sorry. Just I'll make it worth it. And by the way, that's another thing I wanted to review with you guys today as well. Stick around. It's great to have you here, Docket. Docket made an amazing video. If you haven't seen it yet, we're going to review that today. It gives out an amazing message. It goes all in line with everything that I'm in the mood with today. So, guys, please make sure you jump over to Docket, hit that notification bell, subscribe if you have not, and like it all because the man does some great work. Please and thank you, Tandy. That was one of the best videos I've seen, and it puts a message out there that the whole realm of YouTube needs to read. Well, see and then absorb. Just saying. Stuart Jones, good to see you. I think Sarge is taking a break from this as well until we see what may happen with the appeal process, if anything at all. Sarge is more of a legal guy. He doesn't really get into all the other mix, and just doesn't deal with that stuff. He deals with the legal side and the constitutional side of things, and that's it. So he's taking a break from this too until something, if anything, ever happens. So he'll be back around. Don't worry. Becky. It's gonna be on my head all day. Oh, I'm sure he's got his thoughts about the Charlie Kirk situation and other horrible situation going on in our world. Let's see. I'm gonna make sure I didn't miss nobody. It's hard. It is great to see Eddie back. Yes, Eddie takes breaks and everybody goes into panic mode. Where'd he go? Where's he at? Because the last time he did, he was gone for a while, and everybody was going insane because he wasn't around. So looks like we got 91 peeps, 71 likes. Come on, guys, please hit that like button. Let's get this in that algorithm. Share it out. Let everybody know we're doing in here today. Just tell them Dago's in a mood. Maybe that'll make him come. I don't know. We shall see. How do I always end up in top chat on my own channel? That's weird. Think of a chicken when you say Becky. Becky? Like a peck. Yes. It's affected a lot of people in a very negative way, B man. It's just not good. It's not good at all. Not good at all. We got to get our country back together, folks, and get our people back together. Back to supporting and loving each other. Scott, what is up, Scotty? Good to see you, brother. Mr. Scott Metalhead in the house today. Where's Gen 7? We haven't seen Jen in a couple days. I hope she's all right. Again, share it out. Hit the like button, please, on the way through the door. Phone's on 3%. JS, come on. Got to charge that thing up. That's not good. All right, guys. Let me see. Excuse me. All right, what am I doing here? Double check something. Okay. I don't know. Let's see what we got going on today. Oh, wait a minute. Hold on. I hear somebody knocking at the door. Yo! What's up?
What's up?
How you doing, girlfriend?
I'm chilling. What is this mess? Oh, I like your little background here.
Oh yeah, I switch everything out here and there and make it a little different. There's your mystery guest, everybody.
Oh shit, what are we talking about here today?
Well, one thing
I saw the one comment I liked it. You're like, I'm ripping Ashley Banfield a new asshole.
I'm done. So there's your answer. Who it's gonna be. So you guys are gonna have to deal with her. I'm sorry, but it ain't gonna be long because I'm so sick of this shit, girl. Like everybody has the right to their opinions. Okay, I get it. I absolutely get it. First off, welcome. Thank you for joining us today.
Yeah.
Everybody has a right to their opinions, but this human being is putting things out like it's a factual statement. Like he was this and he was that and he's doing this and he's doing that and it's enough already. Okay, the man's in prison. You can think what you want to think of him. That's everybody's right, but Jesus Christ, you're putting this shit out here like it's factual information and he's doing, and it's just more and more and more and more and more propaganda. You got what you wanted. Let it be. It's insane.
Let it be.
So I'm going to react.
Oh, we're talking about Ashley Banfield talking about Brian Kohlberger?
Yes. I figured you'd enjoy it. I love when you laugh too. It's hilarious because you usually get a kick out of some of these things. So you'll get a kick out of it.
I can't wait to see. I mean, has she been talking lately? I know everybody's enamored with everything that's going on over the past, it's been 4 or 5 days now.
Yes.
It's today, Tuesday, Monday.
Monday, yeah. Yeah, it's just enough. Like they're putting photographs out, they're putting things out off of his phone that he was watching and doing this. And she's always got to have some kind of a psycho reaction. He's so sick and he did this and look at this creepy this and creepy that and creep because he posed in the mirror and looked at his ass in a pair of jeans. The dude's proud of the way he looks. He used to be a fat guy. You know what I mean? Get over yourself, Skeletor. That's what I'm saying. Like,
or he might not be okay with how he looks. You know what I mean?
Do that too. Yeah, body dysmorphia. Truly.
You know, nobody knows. I just don't think that those are like the arguments for it. For like everything that has happened. I think if you were to go through my phone, like right now, I told somebody here, let's play a game. Pick a number 1 through 67,452. Whatever number you pick, I will show you what that camera roll has. You know what I mean? It's just, if somebody was to see what I had in my phone, I mean, wow, it'd be horrifying. It'd be like legit horrifying. I was looking at it the other day. Let me see how many photos I have in here.
I
have 83,058. I have 83,000 photos in my phone.
Wow. What kind of a phone do you have, first of all, to hold all that?
It's an iPhone. Like, look at this. Like, just, 83. But what's great about it is if I pick like the year to go to, and I can go, I have stuff all the way back to 2004.
Yeah. My wife has that too. Tons. She has an iPhone too.
I think I only have 26 photos though from 2004. I'm trying to see. When's this from? December 2015. I mean, I'm just saying, like, I have, yeah. So here it goes.
What's up?
November 26, 2020, 2004. There's a couple. I actually think there's no way that it would be 2004. That has to be the wrong date. I know that's the wrong date. It's got to be 2014. I don't know why it's saying 2004.
Gotcha.
I wasn't even doing this in 2004. What I saw on there, I was like, "That's crazy."
That is wild.
Yeah, so it pretty much goes back to, now that I look at this, it goes back to December of 2015. So, but it's all in like iCloud. You know, I have so many pictures of my son.
Mm-hmm.
Like, shouldn't you as a parent? Like, oh my God, like every month and just like,
Yeah.
now I can just look at that and be like, oh man, I don't have a cat. I've never had a cat. I'm actually allergic to cats. So there's no cats in my phone.
That's it. That's a good thing.
But as far as like selfies, we always take pictures of our hair when we get our hair cut.
Of course.
Don't we to see if like the girl or guy did
Gotta-
a good or bad
Yep.
job.
Gotta make sure it's good.
Yeah. Also, I think the buzzers are out, and I question if he cut his own hair the one time. If he did something, you know, you could see like the buzzers were laying out.
Yeah.
Let me go back to something that's just, you know, and then what if I would have saved something of somebody sending me something that's not like that's
Right.
like
Right.
I could just probably go through this and think to myself,
Between what's in our phones and our Google searches,
oh yeah, my Google searches, yeah.
forget it. Just saying, like they're talking about this, like his Google searches and his this and his that, and that proves he's a criminal. Then we're all criminals then, because come through my shit. Just telling you.
Well, and also think about it. If I'm out to dinner with somebody or with like a group of couples and something comes up that they want to talk about, and then we start Googling something because I'm like, no way, really? And then I'm like, and then so you Google something because of the conversation that you were having with, with somebody.
Yeah.
You know, if I was to Google a gun.
Right.
I just, that doesn't mean oh my God, I'm looking to buy a gun so I can go kill somebody.
No.
It's probably because I don't believe what someone just told me. And I'm like, all right, I'll bet you a shot or I'll bet you a beer. And then we would look it up and I'd be like, okay, either I won or I lost.
When I first started here in true crime, well, it wasn't right away, but shortly after, I did a series I called the Midnight Series, and I did nothing but the true crime, true stories that they made movies out of. Okay. So I was looking up Ed Gein and just every serial killer you could imagine that they made a movie out of, and this and that, and all these crazy people. So my Google search, I even told my wife, I was like, well, if they ever show up here, knock on the door, just tell them where it is and let them have it, because, you know, what I do is what I do. So there's so much of that in here. I said, that's how you find out these things. That's what we do. So, and
I think for me is it's what's missing in the photos. Like, why aren't there, you know, where's the pictures of him taking of like young college co-ed, you know, and then just blur out those people's faces. Just to kind of, because like your pictures nowadays, when you take a picture, it will locate you. It has latitude and longitude on it.
Right.
And so where are those type of pictures where if he's like, oh, there's someone that's hot, let me,
or any of the victims, where's any of their pictures at in his phone? Like, I mean, I don't know, you know?
Yeah, like where's any screenshots of watching porn and you like an action shot and you take a screenshot of it? Let's just be honest.
Thank you.
Or you screen record something, or I don't know. Geez. I'm just curious, was he taking pictures of his junk? Did they say that? I don't know.
Well, if nobody has ever pointed that out or tried to show, you know, you can't show it, but they've never said that, but everything else is so disgusting though. He did things that any normal single guy, I think, in the world would do, as far as his internet searches, looking up, you know, hot women, whatever. He's definitely not an incel. The guy does not have a fear of women. He doesn't hate women. All of the things that they've said, it's all bullshit. Okay.
Well, I don't think it doesn't support what they're saying. Like, that's not proof of it.
Right.
You know, I would think that it would be weird if he wasn't looking stuff up in his major that he had.
There it is. Yeah.
It's almost like if that wouldn't be there, I think that would be weird. Let's go back to this whole, I thought Brian Colbert was an incel. And last time I checked, he's going off to these different areas. He went to a baseball game.
Mm-hmm.
Was he trying to portray that he wasn't? And so therefore he had on his phone all of the stuff to make it seem like he wasn't that. He's going hiking. He's trying to, ask people like, hey, do you want to go or whatever?
Yeah, right.
Let me know if you guys are going hiking. They have groups and shit for that. One of my friends during COVID tried to like get me to do that. And I'm like, no, I'll just join the sex club instead.
Right. There you go.
He's like, yeah, we go. I just couldn't believe how far they drove to go hiking. And for me, I was like, I'm not going to go drive an hour and a half to go hike, then I don't know, an hour, and then have to drive back an hour and a half. I mean, do the math on that. That's 4 hours, right?
Mm-hmm.
Like, that's a long time.
Right.
And then, and I'm just like, I'll work out, and I can get my workout done in 30 or 45 minutes, and I don't have to spend 4 hours.
There you go. Absolutely.
But I think the difference, though, is that I'm not enamored with hiking. Like, it's not like, I'd rather go play golf. If I'm going to go spend 4 hours, I'm going to go play golf.
There you go. Yes. That makes me too. 100%. I'm too old to go hiking.
I'd drive an hour and 30 minutes to go hike and then drive back an hour. I mean, but in Idaho, when I was there, everybody's just so used to like driving, and it's no big deal to drive an hour and a half.
Right.
It's like,
yeah,
hey, get used to it.
100%. 100%.
And I like bitch if I have to drive like more than 30 or 45 minutes.
I don't like driving to the store. Okay. Down the corner. I hate driving. I've been doing it for 30 some odd years and driving all my kids all over the place. I'm over it. Somebody else do it. My kids are all adults now. They can drive themselves. My youngest one, he's 19. I said, it's time for you to get your shit too. Drive yourselves. You can drive me places now. I'm tired of it. Just saying.
Right. What about his other phone? He had a phone before he got the new phone in June of 2022.
Yes.
So
yeah,
did he have an iCloud account? Because where's that stuff from before June?
I'm sure that they would have to have looked into it. I would imagine that's part of the Well, lack thereof investigation. Yes, but yeah. I would think. I mean, there's too much, and that's what I'm glad you joined me, because we haven't really got to like talk about your take, my take, whatever on this whole thing. So we can do that first, break all that down, and everybody wants to hear this between the two of us because we've never done this. Hey Donna, good to see you. So, like I said, obviously most everybody in here knows that at this point I have gone so far away from the guilt side with him now at this point because of everything I've seen. So anyway, and like I said, I respect anybody else's feelings and thoughts. If you think, not saying you, but anybody thinks that the man's 99.99% guilty, I respect it. I do. I just can't see it. I've been waiting to see something. That's why I wanted this trial so bad, to see something to show me how you think he did this. I've never seen it. And the more we see, the less I believe it. Just saying.
I think that the investigation was shit.
Yeah.
They weren't honest about it. And
no,
if you had a trial, it would have been revealed, or the lies continue. I think that Cyree was going to show that Nick Balance knew that the phone did not shut off when they tried to say that it was, and it was really important for them to say that because they were putting the phone in the car, that white car that they saw on the camera, together, and that's what was really important about that. Because then the question comes out is, if you would have still thought that you would have got the probable cause, then why lie?
Sure. Yeah. Exactly.
And you lie because you don't think that you would get it. Because the answer is that the phone and the car aren't truly together. And
makes sense.
And then all you have to do is think about it is like, okay, go find the other car. There's got to be another white car then. Go to this timestamp or and what that tells me is that they would have had to have looked at that and saw that they couldn't have a connection like that.
Mm-hmm.
So then they just made a personal decision to say, okay, fuck our oath, and we're going to say that the phone shut off at 2:47 instead of saying the phone shut off at 2:53,
right?
And not clock the handoffs.
There you go. Yes, ma'am. Makes sense. Like I said, I thought it was interesting how through the whole thing, Thompson says, well, he turned his phone off. His exact words. He turned his phone off at this time. He turned his phone off. He turned his phone off. Once this happens, that statement is rephrased immediately, just like everything else that they rephrased and restated and backpedaled from. In my opinion, this is again my opinion, but then he says things like, "Well, his phone was off." He doesn't say he turned his phone off anymore. All of those things that they bothered me with this, the way this was all done. And I know that words are words. Little things don't mean a lot, but some senses, in my opinion, they do. You know what I mean?
Absolutely. Well, especially now, I mean, they're saying that he did, with the Barnhart saying that he did physically shut off his phone. But backing up even more is when the crime was committed on 11/13/2022.
Right.
Why are you collecting phones and extracting phones and then not doing anything with them? Why weren't the Barnharts brought in to look at the roommates' phones, the friends' phones, to do anything with any of those extractions? The victims' phones. Why wasn't they weren't even being looked at until after at least the 28th because of the reports that we have. And there's no reports saying that people were sitting down doing anything like that.
Right.
So the question that I have is that the Celebrites are so important, yet you wanted nothing to do with looking at the roommates, the victims, the friends, all the ones that you're gathering and getting.
Right.
Why wasn't that important then? You didn't have anybody in custody.
Mm-hmm.
And you don't have, you have no idea what's going to come back on any type of DNA, in the blood or anything like that. So what you do have is you have some surveillance and you have the phones, which is huge in this day and age. Our cell phones are like normally with us, and we're not trying to deceive anybody about where we're supposed to be and things like that.
Right.
But yet they had no ambition to go ahead and look at anything. Or did they? And they just kept that all under wraps because they know that if they talk about something and write in a report, there's no going back on that down the road if it doesn't align with,
right.
So
yeah, we saw a lot of that in a lot of these
reports
documents where they waited months or whatever to put some of these reports out, and then they were taken in November and January, December, and you see the report wasn't even filled out until July or something like that. So no, I get that's
I think that you shouldn't. I think that if you're not memorializing your report within, literally there needs to be a rule. I was actually talking to Mark B about this. I would love your opinion and for the chat's opinion.
Sure.
Is tip lines. Okay. I think tip lines, if we go ahead and make them that the FBI is running a tip line, all right. The FBI, this isn't the FBI's case though, right?
Right.
It's the state's case. They didn't give it over to the FBI. And if the FBI is just helping, but one day when you're going to go to attempt to try to get those tips, it's going to be a son of a bitch, right?
Yeah, absolutely.
So how I think it should be is I think that tip lines, whether they are locally ran, state ran, federally ran, it should be a running real time. It should be anonymous to the person. Like we should be able to see the tips as they flow in. I
agree. Okay? Yes.
And just the thing that's anonymous is your name would not be attached to the tip, if you're tip number 1 or whatever. The reason being is that's transparency to say, how do we ever know if a tip gets turned over or not to the defense, or if it's ever, looked at to
right.
The police. So if you have an actual real time tip line, right, for the case, and it's visible to be seen, then people are going to do a lot of different things. People are not going to waste time because your tip gets to be seen, right?
Sure.
And
really,
and then the community can also help off of that. Like people could say, oh, well, maybe then people wouldn't give a tip if they think that what they write in there could potentially reveal who they are. Well, then go see the police and sit down with the police.
Yes.
If you want to have that privacy and intimate, the whole purpose of it is that the police need to record these things, and a defendant should be able to get the tips. And I'm sorry, but if you are going to be an asshat and try to obstruct an investigation, you should be in trouble for that.
Sure. Yeah, 100%.
And so there's a way to do both. You can still be anonymous, just your tip goes up there, but there's a running tally, and then it's on a server that when there is a defendant who's arrested, that lawyer gets to then see that server to have everything right there.
Absolutely.
But anybody that has a problem with what I just said too, I want to hear your issue with it. I want to hear how that could potentially, oh God, no, why wouldn't you want that?
No, because it doesn't make any sense to not want something like that. That's, that's an amazing idea, to be honest with you. They're seeing everything in real time and all that. I mean, it should be 100%. I don't know why nobody has done that, to be honest with you. So just saying. And that was one of the big problems. Like when I was going through the Moscow documents or reports, that was one of the biggest things I noticed. And I was pointing out to them when I was reading them, because I read everything as exhausting as it was, word for word, by day. I wanted everything out, every word out, so that nothing was misconstrued, misunderstood, so that we know, you know what I mean? So there were so many reports that were in there that were done by the detectives where a piece of evidence was tagged, bagged, and thrown to the side. Tagged, bagged, thrown to the side. Tagged, bagged, thrown in a drawer. Tagged, bagged, thrown over here to go back to later. Well, how do we know? How do we know that they went back to that stuff? Okay, because if you, and I know you know this because I've watched you say this, and I've said it myself, there's no follow-up with any of this shit. There was almost no follow-up with most of these interviews. A lot of the, and I know some of these interviews were just worthless. We had, the guy that my husband got drunk and fell off the back porch, so I think he did this. That's that kind of shit. So I'm just saying those, yes, I get it, but the ones that have anything that has an important tail to it, okay, should be boom, 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 again and again and again until you get something from that.
Well, some of it I think has to do with in procedure. So if you're trying to preserve something, you're in the evidence gathering stage. So
sure.
There's always going to be like that initial, like, hey, we got to try to get to everything as quickly as we can to preserve it, or we're going to lose it. So
absolutely,
but what should be happening though off of that evidence gathering stage? That's just what that is that's a preliminary, we're trying to get everything before we could potentially lose it, for like example, like ring cameras and things like that, and people's devices. And
agreed. And I think you're absolutely right with all that. That is you have to do that. Jump on it all while you can get it. My issue is, did you go back to those things? Did you really go back and look at that? Because that's what I don't trust. You know what I'm saying? That's the only thing I don't trust. I understand completely. You're absolutely right. That part I agree. But there was so much of it that I'm just curious. Some of it we don't see. I think we did.
Well, it's like for this, for example, for me, you interview, let's say, one of the girls that said that they went to the hotel and heard Dylan and Bethany, that they talked to them and they didn't understand why they were talking about being like out of it or so groggy and blah, blah, because they weren't drinking or whatever. Well, for me, did you get her cell phone? Like, did you ask to say like, hey, would you be willing to like, give us your cell phone so that we can we just want to be able to corroborate everything that you're saying eventually down the road.
Of course.
Somebody can say yes and someone can say no. It's, it's up to them. But there was that's why none of these reports that I've seen so far is combative to the terms of, how do I want to say this? Okay, the girls got home. We went to sleep and nothing happened until 4. Everything was fine until 4. Okay. Well, in some of the versions, it's you didn't go to sleep right away, and then you went upstairs and had your conversation. And then how come Dylan isn't talking about the dog being supposedly missing, but Maddie only asks Bethany that? You don't think that she's going to ask Dylan, hey, can you help me find the dog? I mean, what? Dylan doesn't say anything about that.
Right.
Who really went upstairs. And then when you're finding out this information, such as, hey, Dylan's saving numbers in her phone at 3:51.
Yep.
Dylan's on, on social media. And so you want to sell this, that she was sleeping from 2 to 4. Like, get the fuck out of here. But if the defense
Absolutely
actually doesn't come in and he doesn't have a defense and somebody's actually going to fight and go and pull that stuff, now, how can you ever argue and say, when we sold it to the grand jury that she was sleeping from 2 to 4, you knew that she wasn't. But let me tell you what they're doing. They don't want to know that. They don't want to have a paper trail of truly what they know as police officers. And that's fucked up to me.
It is. I agree with you.
That
Absolutely.
tells me that you have knowledge of other shit, because if you're following, digging into those roommates, that would be everything about victimology too. Why were they still alive? Because you'd want to figure that out. Did they know the killer? Did the killer know them? Maybe they didn't know because they had masks on, whatever, but there was a reason that they weren't attacked. Okay. That would be, that's how you could identify potentially who the killer would be. But it's
or looking into a statement one of the survivors makes that says, well, maybe they wanted to protect me. Why in the hell would you say that? That's something that should be deeply looked into, in my opinion.
Well, you know what? We don't have that audio yet. And so did she truly see it like that?
Right. That's what I'm waiting to see. I can't wait to get that one. I hope we do, but you're right.
Oh, we're getting it. It's done. They're just have to process it.
Good. Cause that one's
my quote.
That one's going to be big to me. I was going to ask you too, since we're going down these paths, like what is your thoughts of Bethany's audio visual interview as compared to the statement made at the scene? What do you think on that one?
With Bethany?
Yeah. The only one we've gotten so far, the actual interview.
Okay. So there's not enough talk about the dog for me.
Right.
The dog has to be pretty big talk, but the reason that you wouldn't talk about the dog is if you didn't know the dog was barking because you potentially weren't there.
That's okay.
Everything else could be, you could learn about from watching video if you think about it.
Yeah.
For me, it's the dog. For me, it's Murphy, because when the dog is coming out of the house, I would be expecting the girls to be wanting to embrace Murphy. It's be like you develop a love for the dog that you've been living with. I mean, come on. But it also should trigger a memory in your brain where you would say, oh my God, and Murphy, oh my gosh, Murphy was barking all crazy and I didn't even realize why, that would kick in. And
run over and oh my God, poor Murphy, and hugging him. And yes, I expected that too, but they didn't even acknowledge him.
Yeah. So there was.
And there was a statement, there was a question that Blaker asked her that really blew my mind when she says she had Dylan come down to her room, and he says, the first thing he says, did she say anything to you? Mm-hmm. No. Well, one of the biggest issues I have with this, Lana, is why didn't Dylan say to her, hey, Xana's passed out on the floor in her bedroom? That should have been a major thing, in my opinion. That was never spoken about. It wasn't even talked about in that interview. But why didn't
Bethany's being careful of what she's saying in that interview?
Okay. I got you.
She's being very careful of what she's saying.
It seems that way too. Yeah.
Yeah. I think that if you really look at it all, Dylan isn't doing anything until Bethany calls her. And then that's what puts everything in motion.
Yes.
So for me, that's a huge, big problem, because if it's, then you got to talk about, I just can't believe that Bethany wouldn't have said, well, we were texting during it. If you could, here, let me see my phone and I'll show you the text messages that were going on, because you'd want to be, okay, so that was happening in real time. And then you'd want to ask Dylan, okay, when you're sending these text messages, did you had just seen, because remember, she's over there telling, I was yelling their names. He would have had to have heard me.
Yes.
Okay. She's texting, she's yelling. So she's saying all of that happened before she saw the masked man. We'll go look at the timestamps.
Right.
That 420 car, you guys, is long gone before she's writing what she's writing in those text messages.
Agreed.
And so that's where I'm having an issue, and everyone's going to say that's your runaway car with the perpetrator. No, it's not. Not if you put everything in order, that it's out of place.
Yep.
It's out of order.
Absolutely not correct.
And so either the timestamp on the video from 1112 is not accurate, okay, or that person isn't the killer leaving in that car, because that person would have left before Dylan would have seen them. You understand?
Yep.
And that to me is that's your big problem. That's like that's why I used Mark's video today, because I'm going to be debating everybody that wants to talk about that, but you can't have it both ways.
Right.
You just can't. And when you're talking about a timeline, there's an order here. And so what's your order? And if you're saying that the killer is driving away in the 420 and 40 some second, if the killer's leaving in that car, well, then you have a huge, big problem with all the text messages.
Sure.
Because of the statements of Dylan saying, when I'm texting and when I'm yelling out, the killer would have heard all that. And when you look at the timestamps of that, she's seeing the person in the mask after 420.
Right.
So
that doesn't match up.
And so what I think here is, it's interesting when the dog starts going crazy. It's like the dog just got brought back. Okay. It's like the dog got brought there somehow, maybe on foot walking, but the dog's if you're coming up from the whites or whatever, you're not going to be on camera.
Right. No, agreed.
It's an interesting pass off there and if for a dog then to go into a house, go upstairs and now know why it's barking and going crazy. It's because it gets upstairs, sees what it sees, and then comes back down to bark to be getting the attention of people to come help.
Sure.
Because of what the dog just saw.
And see, I wondered if he was, when I was listening to that, I was trying to focus on him and hearing him. It sounded like in some sense he was going away, coming back, going away, coming back. So I thought, and this is just a theory of mine, that somebody had taken and put him out on that upper balcony and shut the door. And we know that Maddie and Kaylee's situation happened in Maddie's room. That's the far window on that balcony. And I had to wonder, did he possibly, if he was out there, see through the window what could have been going on? And that's some of those barks, you hear him going nuts. And then he fades again. Then he comes back. Like he's barking like, hey, let me in. And then he's barking like somebody's there. And then he's barking like, hey, let me in. Then he's going crazy. So I had to wonder if that was a possibility. There's no way he was on ground level.
I find it hard to believe that the dog wouldn't be barking between 4:07 and 4:17.
Right. Okay.
That tells me that there's an issue.
Yes.
Because the dog should be barking between 4:07 and 4:17.
Yes.
Why wouldn't the dog be barking?
Exactly. He should have absolutely been. So,
I mean, what?
Yeah.
And also the dog is not behind a closed door of Kaylee's room or something.
No, you can hear him very clearly. He had to be outside, and I don't believe he was on ground. Yeah, I don't think
it makes perfect sense, because if they're going after Jack Showalter, they know Jack Showalter on day one basically drives a black BMW. Okay.
Yeah.
And so if you're still going to go after Jack Showalter, knowing that he has a black BMW and it's not a white vehicle, clearly you're shifting things. And originally it was always said that the people that were actually in that white car, they had critical information.
Yes.
Okay. That's how it was. And it wasn't that they were the killer. Okay. It was that they had, and it could potentially be more than one person. Now think about this. Why do you think they said that it was more than one person? Because when you break it on down, and what we did, why Mark's video was so important and saying that car never parked back and behind. Okay. And when the police knew that originally, that's why they know that somebody is waiting in that car and somebody is getting into that car, because it takes off and it does not park back. Okay. So wherever that car comes and leaves at 420, like a bat out of hell. Okay. Yeah. The reason they're saying the person or persons in that car and they have critical information is, if you think about it, they were still 100%. They were monitoring, what's his name? Jack Showalter. On December 3rd, they were following him. They had police surveillance. December 6th, they interviewed him again on December 6th.
Yep.
Then they release the video, or I shouldn't say the video, the whatever. Hey, December 7th, hey, help us find this,
Right.
this car that's a stock image. But that's why Ann Taylor is like, that this car you guys knew had nothing to do with this. Not on the terms that you're talking about, that it's the killer's car.
Absolutely.
If that's the case, why would you be having a hard-on for Jack Showalter, who you knew drove a black BMW?
Right. Yeah, because it's definitely not a white car. Right. Absolutely.
Exactly. And if you think about it, it's almost like if they were to ask somebody to come and pick them up at noon, right? Hey, come get me, Jen McClure, right?
Right.
You don't think that type of phone call is going to happen in the middle of the night?
Absolutely. Yeah. Should have.
Who's more scared? Are you scared at noon when it's all nice and bright out? Or are you scared at like 3 and 4 o'clock in the morning?
In the morning, right.
Okay.
Agreed.
And so I think when the police put it out and they wanted, it was like a let's see if this shakes, let's see if we rattle people. Let's see if this rattles.
Let's take the tree and see what drops out. Yeah, I got you.
Like, oh my God, they know. Hey, they know. Because how can you really sell a story to the grand jury that Dylan's sleeping from 2 to 4? Meanwhile, all it would take for you to do is to look at her Cellbrite extraction before the grand, at some point before the grand jury, right? Which the grand jury didn't happen in, November, December. The grand jury happened in, April, May. And that means when you're going to ask questions, you cannot ask questions as a prosecutor that you can't set it up so someone's going to lie to you.
Right, right.
And you can't do that. You cannot solicit false information. Okay. And allowing people to think that Dylan just slept from 2 to 4, that's a lie.
Right. Absolute lie. 100%.
And
neither one of them slept all night. We know that, but yeah.
And the question should be is why? Like,
yep. Absolutely.
And how about this? The girls could have been in shock. The girls can be like totally like, maybe there's a really good reason for something. And why aren't you trying, if they're being cooperative and hey, they're willing to talk to you and be interviewed and do all these things, right? Why aren't you looking and saying, hey, so does anybody else have a passcode to your phone? Can they get into your phone? So it has like, you weren't up Googling something at this time. You weren't on this. You weren't on that. Can you think back? Oh, because it was always, let me tell you what happened at 4.
Pretty much. Yeah, exactly.
Let me tell you what happened at 4. How do you know why? Why aren't they saying, let me tell you what happened at 4:23? Oh my God, we were texting during it. We didn't realize what happened. Holy shit. You need to get over here. Now we realize it. And oh my God.
Bingo.
Well, let me tell you what happened at 4. And think about it. It's really, really important though. Let me tell you what happened at 4. For Brian Kohlberger and that, or who's ever in that vehicle, can't possibly be inside the house if it's only one person driving in that car each and every time, because the car leaves and then it comes back after 4.
Right. Good point. Good point.
You can't sit here and play with my intelligence to the point of this. I am sorry, but every single person that I know and love and who love dogs and have dogs, there is no way that the dog doesn't bark during the actual, like, the threat of something.
Right. 100%.
There's just no fucking way.
Well,
I'm sorry, but how are you going to sell that to me?
You can't. The reaction, that's one of the dumbest things that they've tried to put across all of us is a dog that belongs to somebody that is in pain, that's screaming, that's thrashing around, fighting, that's making all that dog's gonna go nuts. Period. I don't give a shit if it's a puppy or a 50-year-old dog. They're gonna flip out and bark. Right.
Yeah. And I don't want to hear this. Oh my God, the house, people were coming, going all the time. That's even more of a reason of the whole barking at 417 or barking at 419. You guys, if people just come and go, even in masks and stuff like that, during COVID, people wear masks, whatever. The best part of that argument for me is then the dog wouldn't have barked at all at that time. That's why I think the dog is being introduced and seeing something for the first time when it goes berserk.
Yep.
Okay. Which means where was the dog before the berserk barking? Not in that house.
If somebody had him and then brought him back, right?
Yeah, not in that house, not able to see any of that shit. It'd be when the dog was able to then go and physically go by the, Xana's room, go by Maddie's room. Okay,
right.
Those doors, I mean, what? Maddie's room wasn't closed. That door wasn't closed when they went up there.
No, they were all, what we know, they were all open. We'll say that, but
I'm going to give you a little bombshell. Ready for this?
Yes, ma'am. Throw them at me.
All right. This is the first time I'm reporting this too. Ready? So in ISP's report number 80, it's about the deletion of the pictures from the CSI guy. Okay.
Gotcha.
That's like 101. When you take a picture and it's a bad picture, you have to just leave it alone. Okay.
Yeah.
You never want to delete something because you
just take another one. Right.
Yeah. You just, hey, that would clearly, you could see it's just blurry. You know what I mean?
Absolutely.
So, but the key about this deletion report is he says 4,639 to 4,641. So there's 39, 40, 41, 3 pictures that were deleted. Okay. And he said that he didn't realize that it would put a gap. And I'm just like, dude, did you just start? But guess what time? So the important part about this is he mentions how in his report, he says at 5:40 we began. Okay. But guess what? Before you go inside the house, you take pictures because you work your way outside in. Okay. So I want to know, because I think it's interesting that he makes the mark of 5:40 to write up saying when he's going to start or whatever.
Yeah, right.
Do you understand that if they're taking the pictures outside, okay, and all around and however many they're getting to, there's a potential to know what time are these deleted pictures, because Payne just went through at 5:07 to 5:37.
Right.
Just throwing that out there. I'm just saying when Payne and the team went through is literally
the same time.
Just when he's saying that he's starting like, hey, at 5:40 we were blah blah blah. And I'm just like, is this the first time you've ever done this? You would know never to delete. Okay.
No, that's interesting.
So I want to know what timestamps the 4639 and between the 4639 and the 4641. So I just put in a FOIA for that.
Good.
And I asked for I said, I want the photo log that they had. The guy said he made a photo log. So, and I said, and if it's going to be super expensive, then I just want to block down I just need those like 10 pictures, 5 before, 5 after, so I can get a time frame of when this would have happened.
Like every one of, no, that makes that I can't wait. I can't wait to hear that.
Because shit like that, I'm sorry, that's not a mistake, in my opinion. You should get fired for that.
Yes, and in it, absolutely. In an investigation like this, that you should have been terminated immediately, right?
Because, wait, let me get this straight. You're taking pictures and then you're going and you're looking at it, right? That means you would have went through and looked at 4,639, and you took 4,639 pictures, and none of them were blurry, none of them were shitty.
Conveniently,
because after you take the picture, you look and make sure, okay, it's clear. Think about that, and then here it's back-to-back ones.
Mm-hmm.
Now that's fucking crazy. You didn't make a mistake for 4,639.
That's
4,638, and then you make 3 back-to-back mistakes. Suck my tits.
Yeah, that's bullshit. That is absolute bullshit.
Of wherever you're taking, and I have a problem with that, and I want to see, and I want the timestamp.
I wonder where they were in the house when those pictures were taken. And just
we're gonna find out.
Just saying. I mean, maybe it's the one thing out of 7,000 plus pictures we've not seen yet. Just saying.
9,000 pictures.
9,000. Yeah. Okay. I'm sorry. 9,000.
About that though, like you have no issues with any of the ones you took for 4,638.
That's insane.
And then you have 3 mistakes back to back to back, but you didn't have any mistakes for 4,639. Get
No
the
way.
fuck out of here. You don't
No
see how
way. No way. Nope.
and
That's
that's how I would sell it to the jury is I would say, so I want to make sure we have this straight. Mr. So-and-so, you took 4,638 pictures without making any mistakes that you felt that were a mistake. Until then, all of a sudden, you take
boom, boom,
3
boom. Right.
pictures in a row. And I want to ask each and every time after you take a picture, you're going back and looking at it? Or did you go back, okay, after the fact and delete them? Like, does it tell you the time that the picture was originally taken to when it was deleted? Like, how can we really bust this down to see
Now,
15 minutes go by? Can we figure that out? Do we have that data?
I think another thing with that too is, are the pictures taken in succession of where they are within the house? Like every one of them, like say for instance, they're in the kitchen, boom, 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 boom. Then they move to the living room, boom, 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 boom.
Yeah, you're supposed to go in an order. You're supposed to go clockwise or counterclockwise, but you're supposed to keep your same whatever way you go.
Okay.
If it's like your way of going clockwise, and you would always go that way. And you're moving in like a, it's like in threes. So standing far back like this, then I'll move a little bit closer, and then I'm right on top of it. And then I move over a little bit, and then so you're creating that angle of like a circular.
Which we saw within some of those pictures, right? Okay, so then at that point, that's good to know.
You should have those 3 different. You should have to show the depth perception of it, and that's why you have the close up.
Absolutely.
And then the first time you do all of this, you're not supposed to lay down. First of all, you're not going to move anything, and
Right.
you don't even lay down scales or anything like that. And then the second time you do it, when you go, so after you do all of that, then you're going to go around the house a second time, and then that's when you're going to be laying down like your evidence blocker marker with, then if you're having a scale next to it.
Sure.
And so that would be like the second time around. And then there'd be a time where if you needed to move something. So let's say that you're going to be, for example, in the Delphi case, they were going to be removing that bullet
right
from the ground.
Yeah.
Okay. There should have been pictures of that. It shouldn't have been. The only thing that we see is from this far angle. Oh, you see that little shiny thing right there? And then what? Like, that's what we got.
That's
and then that's insanity that you're not going to be up close right on it and then taking it out, and to literally have people testifying on the stand and saying, well, hindsight's 2020. So let me ask you this now, looking back at this and seeing that you guys have no pictures of extracting this bullet out of the ground, half of it. And so that we can actually see if it's the same one that's actually in evidence, there's no way to do that. So would you say that if you were to go back and do this all over again, would you change anything? And to literally hear people say no, because you're not supposed to, and I'm just like,
what?
Fire your ass.
Yeah.
How would you sit there and literally say that? Why wouldn't you just say, yeah, honestly, I wish that I would have, because yes, I wish I would have. Like, doesn't that come across way more credible than to say no?
100%. Yes. That's there's part of your issues with the Delphi case, folks, right there. We all know that already, but yeah, that's insanity. I'm sorry. So what I'm looking then is, if you said you got what 5 to 10 you're going to be looking at before those pictures that went missing.
Yeah.
And then after.
Mm-hmm.
So then it should show us as they're moving through the house, wherever this is, possibly what room.
These shouldn't be out of the. Well, these are the things I'm looking for. Is clearly they're in it's like 3 in a row, which tells me I believe it's a far away, a middle, and a close up of something.
Of course.
Okay, it's in like a 3, and so that is what made my head go, okay, that's in like a 3. And it's like, think about this. What if I took an angle? What if I already took a picture of an area? Okay, and that area shows that there's nothing there.
Mm-hmm.
I have to delete those, because now when I'm going back my second go round, okay, all of a sudden there's this item there.
Mm-hmm.
But if you go back and you look at my previous pictures, it's not there. And then you get what I'm saying?
Yeah, absolutely.
So yeah, so if you're doing it in order of like in the 3s, further away, medium range, and up close, but then you're also doing it in the 3s of I'm taking the pictures with nothing there. Okay. Doing my all the house. Then the second time I come around is when I'm laying down like an evidence marker, like I said.
Yeah.
And then the third time is if you're removing stuff to get a picture of something that would be, let's say, if there's a victim and you're going to start to like lift up a hand, something to do. If you're going to ever go and touch and move something, you're supposed to document it like that.
Yeah. Like if you have to move a blanket to get a better.
Yeah. Even like one of the bodies. I mean, you're supposed to get a picture for lividity. There's reasons that you do it.
Yes. Absolute.
And I just find it so incredibly ironic that it wouldn't be just one picture, but it would be in that book of threes. And I'm like, I want to fucking see that now. And
all three of them are missing conveniently. That that's why I said I'd be curious to see what came before and what comes after.
And when the report was written, and what tips me off of as well is when this report was written, because you would have known about the issue, right? When you're writing up your report and doing everything. And if somebody's supposed to be examining the crime scene and they're going through this and it's just like, wait, wow, I'm documenting this and I'm missing 3 numbers here. They were deleted. He writes up the report after Brian Culver has been arrested.
Of course. Yeah.
And on, it was something like, I don't know, January 10th.
Mm-hmm.
And that's right when Ann Taylor is like asking and submitting for her discovery.
That's real interesting.
Yeah, so you can find that though, guys, on Idaho State Police Report 80.
Yeah, I got it written down, and we're gonna probably re-review that and point that out. Look at that. 100%, because I made mention of it when I noticed it. I'm like, you don't delete pictures. What are you doing? But I didn't focus in on it. Yeah, absolutely.
Like that's like to make that mistake. It's like a 9th grader taking a new course in high school, and you don't know like, hey, guess what we do here at the high school is blah blah blah. You know what I mean? This is something that you know so much better than you do not delete it just because it didn't come out good. And
then try to play it off like you made a mistake, and that's all I see. That you did that. Yeah, 100%. It's bullshit.
It's 100% bullshit.
So, and like I said, I'm real curious now what room it was taken in, what pictures were taken in that area beforehand and after, and that'll show us what room it was taken in, and then conveniently, you know what I mean?
Mm-hmm. And what's the most important part to go and get of it is I want the photo log, because the photo log that he said he did, it's going to have each picture that you take has a number next to it. So for instance, it'd be like 0001, and then 0002. And for this, I'd want just when they're logging it, they're normally saying what the picture's about in some type of like a brief description.
Yeah.
And so I wrote in mine, I said, I want the Excel spreadsheet now, bitch.
Right. There you go. 100%. There you go.
Signed Ashley Banfield.
All of it.
Signed Ashley Banfield.
Yeah. Skeletor herself. Every bit of it. God bless America. I can't stand her.
You know, wouldn't you like, I'm the type of person that's like, okay, if I want to shut you up about something, right? Like you're just so ridiculous that here, I'm going to go get something that's going to shut you up.
Right.
Okay?
Right.
Why don't people go and do that? So if you want to hear ridiculous people shut up, right? With whatever they're spewing about,
shut them up.
There's something that would be able to be shown to say, see, that's not right. Here it is. Boom.
See, and I've done that. Like she was still one of the ones, and I think she still is. You're absolutely right. That starts talking about, yes, I call her all sorts of things, Trashley Banfield, all sorts of stuff, but I can't stand her.
She's way better on her own. I will tell you this.
Yeah,
her podcast that is whatever it's called. It's not with the News Nation, whatever.
Yeah, I know what you mean. Yeah,
she's dropping F-bombs, and see, like I can get behind people. Like she can have her opinion. Okay, she can think that he's creepy, and she can think to me, dude, awesome, good. But guess what? You're not selling me on. If I'm watching you you aren't selling me on anything other than to buy into your opinion that, yeah, wow, that's so weird and creepy, but you're not showing me in anything that you did how this relates to guilt.
Right. That's
this relates to labels. And that's my issue. And that's why I honestly am covering the Charlie Kirk, because I don't there's no such thing as sides, man. Are you kidding me? This is about right and wrong for me. But everybody wants to label everybody.
Yep. And that's
Dude,
bullshit.
You're a killer. If you're a killer, you're a killer. If you're a fucking sweetheart, you're a sweetheart. Okay.
Bingo. I don't care which part of the world, part of the whatever you're on, you're right. You killed a human being.
What kind of killer are you? Like,
it's ridiculous. It's ridiculous.
You know, and
anybody that's out there, I've said this yesterday when I went on about that scenario, like anybody out there that is cheering this on, you got to stop. This is insane. It's a human being. Okay? It is a human being. Megastar.
Hi, Eddie. I came over here to the chat. I didn't because I have to. Sorry,
I
didn't mean to cut you
you're
off.
Good. They're all talking to you. You're good to go, hon. You're good
sorry,
to go.
I didn't see that beforehand. Woo!
Take your time.
Let me grab a shot. I got a cheers. Is it? Woo!
Yeah, that's the thing is there is no sides with that scenario, that story. You guys, that what happened there? It's you took a human being's life. You're a killer. End of story. There's no two ways about it. Like I said yesterday, the day before, there's no other way to look at that. Welcome, Transformer. Good to see you. Appreciate you very much. Truly glad to see Miss Lana and Dago's live stream collaboration, brainstorming among content creators and platform watchers could be helpful. I've been saying that forever, folks. Cheers. That we have to work together and work with each other rather than, oh shit.
It's a sake.
Sake? Yeah. That shit ain't no joke. I used to drink the hell out of that stuff when I had the chance. Hey, Molly.
Every time I hear the name Molly, I love it, by the way. Because I'm always looking around like, where's Molly?
There's Molly, right? That's my videographer. She's awesome. She does all sorts of great shit. You got to check out her stuff. But absolutely, Transformer, you're welcome.
So like about like the Idaho 4 case, for some of the stuff for me, it's you're never gonna it's about the evidence. Mm-hmm. It's about understanding how law enforcement went from A to B to C to D to E, right? And the minute that I say that, okay, hey, if you're taking your own advice and this is how you truly did it, then why were you so, jerking it to what's his name? Jack Showalter.
Yeah, right.
Okay. If you truly believe that car was the car and the killer was driving that car, you know that he has a black BMW.
Sure.
Because Absolutely. This is why. Because they thought that he did it with somebody else.
And there's no relate. Yeah, absolutely.
There's multiple killers. And that's what you'd want to get out of if this would have ever went to trial. I wanted to see the strategy with stuff because this is a case that I think it would have taken. It just would have been interesting how the prosecution was going to present this, especially after I saw the witness list. You guys, there was people on there, so many people on there. The names, these aren't the characters that we've heard about. These aren't. Bill Thompson was going to try to take and weed out all of the foundational stuff.
Mm-hmm.
And literally try to start this trial like at the arrest of Brian Kohlberger.
Yep.
And that is like, I think that's what Ann Taylor, I think personally was struggling with. If we're objecting to something and he's just overruling it, he's not sustaining our objections.
Yep.
We don't have a chance here in terms of like, if they're just going to be able to sell this narrative and however they want to sell it.
Sure.
And where they're not laying the foundation, which is where is this shit coming from? Like,
yeah, right. No, right. Which is something that
like, he
I
was
don't know
saying how he was going to bring back Payne a bunch of times to the stand. It's going to be similar like the way that Delphi was, but it was going to be on a whole another level in terms of the length of it.
Yeah.
Like
definitely.
they're just or the cross examinations. Now, how I see Bill Thompson, he was going to try to keep these cross examinations to be so scope narrow. Like, if I don't ask you a bunch of questions, they're going to have to stay within that scope with the cross.
Right.
And I think that was, if I was Anne, I would have been objecting and asking for sidebars left and right, because, or you have to object right off the rip of questions to say that this lacks foundation, because you can't just go to these experts, or you can't just go to who's been labeled, an expert.
Right.
If you're not going to talk about the gathering of the evidence to even get to the point of why did you focus on the cars that would be in the Ridge Road area, or, what about there's cars that were on Victoria Street and Blake and blah, blah, blah. Like,
Yeah, no, I know what you're saying.
laying all of this down.
Right.
Because their investigation is literally not indicative of the arrest. All the paperwork for the 314 reports,
Yes.
That doesn't become, you go and you're just gathering all this stuff. And that's what I'm trying to say is, yep, you'd be up there and testifying that, yep, you were gathering all the stuff. When did you actually go through it?
Thank you.
And the answer is going to be, we didn't, because we had an arrest already.
That's it right there.
Is that good enough?
They didn't bother to look at any of it because it was done. We have them. We don't need to look at this. That's a problem. That's a huge problem.
That's how they were going to get around it, to try to say that, yeah, we were gathering all of it to preserve it all. And then the FBI came in with, or whoever they're going to say came in with the lead, the tip. And it's going to be like, yeah, but you got 7,000 tips. You got 10,000 tips. Why was this any more important than the other ones? That you would go and do X, Y, and Z? Because the tip isn't, that's why it was going to be really important to find out what did they agree on, that they were stipulating ahead of time, that this is how they got to Brian Kober, and they're going to be in some form of like a tip.
Yes.
And so you're going to get the question of is, okay, well, you have a bunch of tips, right?
Right.
And how are you determining that, hey, this one that we got here, this one we need to go all out with. We need to go travel to PA, and we need to pull trash, and
Yes.
When you weren't even when the DNA that you did have and that you did want to get, and that you were asking people for swabs, you didn't do anything with them. When you were interviewing people,
right,
that you just sat them there, and then they're gonna have to say, well, we didn't have anything to compare it to, and they're not gonna be able to say that because, well, you did put something in CODIS, right? When did you put something in CODIS? And I think Anne was really determined to say, if you guys think that you're going to introduce evidence through the lab people, you have another thing coming. That's not happening.
Right.
And that's what Ann Taylor's argument was, is that you're not going to use these 12. I've never seen so many people on a witness list that work in a lab. Dude, there was 46 reports. Okay. And 12 people, 10 people. Dude, in the Delphi case,
it's a lot.
One lab person.
Yeah, that's a lot of people.
In Reed's case, 3. Because there was a girl that put the headlight back together.
Yeah.
There was, there's like 3. So how are you going to sit here and that's what they were planning on doing, is they were, I think, going to use the Idaho State Police lab technicians and saying what they were given in evidence and how they were testing this. And it's like,
right.
And there's, and I think that's Ann Taylor is like, you guys are skipping all the stages of gathering it, getting it all.
Yeah, the gathering stage. Yeah. Right.
She doesn't have to be objecting and saying this lacks foundation, because you have to put up people. There's no facts and evidence. You're going to have to put people on the stand to lay your case out. And if you don't think that you're going to start from the beginning, that's how you would have to approach it.
Sure.
Because I've thought about it for hours. I'm like, how does Bill Thompson get around that? And I'll tell you what helps. When you have a judge that says, overruled or sustained, depending on what the question is and who's answering it and who's objecting. But if Hippler's just going to ride the dick of the prosecution,
that's all I did.
Then, but I still think that you still have to do it, because that's how you get That's how you get an appeal. That's how you win an appeal.
Yeah,
You
yeah,
have to show the abuse of discretion. You have to show that stuff should have been suppressed. You have to show that they lied in pretrial hearings, and then here they're saying the opposite stuff than at trial. I mean, they have to stick to what they've ever said under oath. And I think Mathis has, she was firecracker, and everybody wants to talk about Anne and say Anne got soft or whatever. Listen, Anne was going to have to question Bethany and Dylan. Somebody's going to have to question Bethany and Dylan to the point that you cannot come across as going at them.
right.
You will lose that jury like that.
Immediately, yes. That you have to be able to do it in a way that is tender, but at the same time.
And Ann Taylor knew that everybody was watching those proceedings, so they would be paying attention to her demeanor.
That's right.
And so you cannot have Ann Taylor being like a, who can I? She would need to come across like how she was. Okay, she cannot go in there and I think the way that she was going to go in there was to say that the police put words into their mouths. And then the reports prove that. The reports, when Dylan's saying what she's saying, that's not being written down correctly. I kept on repeating myself and saying that I didn't see anything. I was drunk, Yep.
Absolutely.
So I think that people are mistaking Ann Taylor's presence and how she was presenting herself in those pretrial hearings. They're mistaking, they're misplacing.
I've been arguing that for a long time because there's so many people that have gone on the attack with her and the whole defense team, and I'm like, you don't know unless you, and I have never done it either, but you don't understand what she has to deal with, what she has to go through, how she has to deal with a situation.
It's all strategy.
It is, absolutely.
It's all strategy. Especially even Becca Barlow's trust me, she's going to be going to hard, okay?
Oh my God, yeah. That's why I would love to see.
If she's going to be a bulldog and you have Mathis doing that, who's going to be this friendly, look at Georgia Kappelman's mannerisms. She's going to have to do something like that.
Agreed. Bonnie, I'm so sorry, hon.
Here.
Bonnie, we all love you here, hon. And oh Lord, I hate to hear that. We'll have to talk soon, dear.
Who is it?
Bonnie Bailey. She's struggling.
Oh, yes.
Really bad.
The other thing to look at is the state caught on to that really quick when they saw how Thompson presented himself.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, it was so bad, right? Like he's so quick to fly off the handle.
Oh my God. Every time. Yeah. Yeah.
Okay. Dude. And then Ashley Jennings, if it was just those two prosecuting this case, think about it from the standpoint of the jury. That's who they see, right?
Right.
Yeah. Dude, optics matter.
Absolutely.
Every time you listen to these people talk on the jury, that's what they talk about. Oh, the defense wasn't prepared, or what they're wearing and blah blah blah. And it's just like, okay, if I'm saying what I'm saying about the Ann Taylor side, then the same holds true over there. You can't have Bill Thompson, Santa Claus, and you can't have Ashley Jennings, who's just her just.
Yeah, I know what you're gonna say. I get it. She just
doesn't think anything. She'll downplay something that's just right in front of your face, like obvious.
Yes.
And she'll try to gaslight you, right?
Yep.
So the moment that they get a whiff of Ashley's gaslight, okay, I call her Ashley's gas.
Yes.
That stinks, right? Dude, I just saw what I saw, and Ashley's over here. Cars just can't turn around. Well, yeah, where is it doing that on camera, Ashley?
That's what she does.
Cars can't turn around, and you have a camera right there. So where is it?
Thank you.
Like, what do you mean? Did the camera break after that time?
Yeah, She's a joke.
That's why enter in Bill or enter in Mr. Nye in his presence. Go and watch that interview again. Mr. Cool, calm, collected. He runs the criminal side of the AG's office. And then they get to bring, I mean, Ann Taylor was up against, it was literally Goliath versus David in terms of
right.
the defense and the state teams. I'm not talking about Brian Colbert in any sense. I'm talking about Ann Taylor was up against everything, every resource, I mean, she even made a comment. She's like, well, how many people are trying this case over there? You know, we have myself, Mathis, and Becca Barlow. Jay is running the public defender's office.
Right.
That have how many cases?
Right, exactly.
And so here, Anne's saying this. She's saying it because it's like, dude, they have every resource, and we have, and Hitler's over there like, yeah, you have your 3 attorneys and you have 2 investigators, 5 fucking people. They have 50.
Right.
They have 50. She was taking on, yes, an army, and knew that she was taking on an army.
Of course.
A long time ago, she mentioned it. She put it in motion. And now what pissed me off is when they go ahead and they file these last 2 responses, and that they both file under seal. And Hitler's over here letting them file under seal for stuff that's supposed to be unsealed. It's like the biggest oxymoron I think I've ever.
Yeah, just said it. He just stated that we're going to be unsealing everything. We don't want anything kept secret. No more secrets. No to this. And then you file. Yeah, 100%. Made 0 sense. It made 0 sense. But it does, though, when you look at who he ended up being in this case. Now, we were talking about that yesterday. That's another question I have for you. Like, just a generalized question, too.
Okay.
We watched the last hearing. Well, I think it wasn't the last. It was the May 2nd of 24 hearing with Triple J, I call him. Okay. And it was almost like an enlightenment to see, like, he saw what was going down per se in some aspects, and like kind of said, you know, I feel your pain, blah, 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 to Ann. And then we saw the first hearing that happened in Ada County with Hitler, or Ebenezer, I call him Scrooge, or I mean not Scrooge, but what the hell was I calling him yesterday, you guys? Because he reminds me of the guy from the oh my god, I hate when I do this, when I go blank. Anyway, the first hearing there, and the whole, I don't want you to don't how did he say this? Let's not start this off with Ichabod. That's I call him Ichabod Crane. That's who he reminds me of. Let's not start this off with a lie.
When he says like, let's not say that I'm happy to be here.
Yeah, that right then and there. And I was like, Jesus Christ, can you imagine how Koberger felt hearing that right out of the gate? Like, oh, okay, that's interesting. So this guy's here for me, I can tell. But anyway, from that point, like the first hearing, I thought, well, maybe we got a chance with this guy to get a fair trial. He seems like he's going to go down the middle. The very next hearing, I think he started showing his true colors immediately. And the guy, in my opinion, this is just my opinion, that's why I was asking you what you thought of him, was completely biased from the beginning. Already had his mind set on what he was going to do, what he felt in this, I should say at least. And at that point, that's where I felt like she just felt like she was lost. So that's my thought on him. I don't think he was going to give anything a chance ever.
Okay, so I need to see the briefs. We all need to see the briefs, because the briefs are what you use, and then you write what you write up, you know, your motion, whatever it is, that we never got to see either side, right?
Right.
And then they're going in there to have that hearing, which is off of their motion that they filed, or the brief that they filed for whatever, whatever the case would be in that. So we never got to see those. Okay.
Right.
And how I looked at it is, Hitler was making arguments for the state, and they never made those arguments. So
exactly.
He's speaking, but hold on. But if they're in the motion, okay, then that's what we need to see, that they're in the motion, and for whatever reason, which is because it was a public hearing, we didn't want to talk about too many things, right?
Mm-hmm.
And so it's like we need to see those motions that were filed because all we get to see is Hitler's order. And for me, how can you or anybody, right? Me, you, anybody, I mean, anybody's going to talk about this. If we don't know what that side put in and this side put in, how do we know if Hitler is right, wrong, and different with what? Like we don't have. Can you imagine that though? Like,
that makes sense. That makes sense.
But what it looks like though, if you watch the hearings, is that you're like, dude, Ashley Jennings didn't even say anything like that. Bill didn't say anything like that. Nye didn't say anything like that. And then you see the witnesses get on the stand and they're over here saying, I don't know and I don't recall. And I saw Brian's timing advance records. Okay. And I didn't do this. And the other guy's saying, I didn't do this, but he's saying, testify that he did.
Mm-hmm.
It gives you enough to say, should a Franks have been heard? Yes.
Yes, absolutely. Okay. Absolutely.
Because of that testimony alone, because of her talking about 2 towers and 3 towers, he asked the great question, which was, well, is that something that you gave Miss Taylor after the fact, you know? And she's like, yeah. And she's like, I was hoping that wasn't the case, you know? And so it's like, if you follow in line, this is how I looked at it. The state, after they won a hearing, what they would consider like a win, the next hearing, everything went out the window of whatever they said and that their witnesses said. There was no accountability for the fact that they completely changed whatever they said beforehand. It's something now opposite. And it's like, okay, well, one of these is a lie.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean?
Absolutely. Absolutely.
It's like you think that the judge just already ruled and he bought your bullshit about the Ridge Road camera and that you didn't use it, right? You're letting Judge Hitler believe that you didn't make the identification of the white Honda Elantra off of the Ridge Road camera when you did, and you made it off the 401. Okay. And that to me is you are when Hitler is speaking the way that he is. And he's like, well, no, in part it's off of the WSU note of whatever WSU wrote in.
Mm-hmm.
WSU had nothing to do with this. In fact, it was Pullman.
Thank you.
Pullman.
Yep.
And so he's writing this up. And now we come to find out, right? Fuck everything like that. It's all Othram. Like we've said from the beginning.
Right.
Othram was both the FBI and the Idaho State Police's lab.
Right. That's right.
Labs. And I called that shit. I said, this didn't.
Yes, you did. Yes, you did.
And I said that the state bluffed and acting like they were going to call Middleman to the stand during that one hearing. So that's why Ann Taylor rested. Because then I'll wait to question. I'm going to ask Othram all these questions. Well, after Ann Taylor rested, because she got what she needed out of it to get her Franks.
Yeah.
Which one would think that because of Payne saying, you know, so you didn't have Brian Culber's name before any of this, right? Nope. Okay. So if you didn't have his name in any of this, right? And you didn't get it until you got the information from the FBI, right?
Yeah.
You need that for your probable cause.
Right. Right.
Because that's what led to everything, right?
Absolutely.
And so she's thinking that she has this. So she's resting, asking her people, like, I'm not going to call anybody else, thinking that the state's going to put on. This was the day that she asked Gamut to come to the stand and Nolan or Rollins or whatever. And then the state had a witness, and that was David Middleman.
Mm-hmm.
Guess what happens? The state doesn't ask. The state says, we don't have any witnesses today, and they don't do anything. And right there, that's the ultimate. That's when Ann Taylor would have known, and I would have even spoke out. Your Honor, I thought that they were going to be calling Middleman to the stand. That's why I didn't call him.
Right.
And I call him to the stand.
So what do you think happened with her at that point? Do you think she just like panicked and was like, what the hell? Or locked up? Or, well, I mean, I'm surprised because she's such a good attorney.
These are all questions. I have like a golden list. If I could ever ask.
Oh, of course.
I have the opportunity. This is one of those questions. Just like, why did you agree to have the preliminary hearing 6 months later? It only gives time for the state do what they did.
Build their
Basically.
own case. Yes, the curse. Yeah.
You don't ever do that, and so I'm curious of that.
I've never understood that one.
What I think happened is that she's looking at it like, wow, they're not. If we put in our brief in with all these suppression stuff, and they put in theirs, and we could never imagine in 1,000,000 years that Hitler's going to come back and say that an email that shows that they're talking and that, hey, I found the one on Ridge Road and I found the one on Paradise, and those are attached in the attachment. Okay. That he's going to come back and say, well, how do you know they were attached? All you're doing is showing me the email without the attachment.
Right.
Well, you told me that I couldn't give you 1,900 pages. I had to limit it down now to 1,000.
Right.
Okay? And then he goes ahead and says, well, you took things out to make something not complete. And it's like, are we really doing this right now?
Yeah, you can't win for losing, right?
Are you kidding me? And then to say that, dude, that's exactly what happened. They identified the car from Ridge Road, not from 1112. 1112 was deemed as that camera cannot give you shit to identify a vehicle. Okay.
Yes.
And I think that I would have been calling maybe more people. I know that she was playing the long game because she's also trying to not show her hand.
Yeah, that's what I
trying to wait for trial and stuff. And at the end of the day, I mean, how could you ever imagine that the prosecution is just not going to correct the record and act like you made an identification that you didn't in the way that you did it? Like, why the fuck would anybody think that they're going to?
That's what I see. That's what I thought happened with this whole thing is they played her, like you said, she played the long game. Trial was going to be where everything opened the door for everything. And they didn't let that happen.
I really think that you're not going to be able to have your witnesses at a motion in limine when you're filing something like you did.
Right.
And people are talking the opposite ways after a hearing would be over and they would so-called win. Then it would come out that, oh yeah, now we're just saying whatever, you know.
Yes.
And it's like, how is this going to flow at trial when we're able to use all of this? And now you miraculously know something. I mean, you have Mowry and Payne both testifying that neither one of them were in charge of the surveillance cameras, right? And now we see what we see. Dude, not only were you in charge of them, Mowry, you had the 1112 and the Linda Lane camera footage. You had the back access to it as like an owner to see that stuff immediately. Yeah. And you lied about it in your reports to then fill it out on the 19th and act like, because you realized that one of your guys put it in his report that he gave you the passcode and that you had that access to that. I mean, it was sick. It was sick to watch it then. Now you watch it now after all the discovery that you have. And Ann Taylor's over here sitting, wow, they're just digging themselves these holes.
Yep.
Okay.
Yep.
And then I get this question all the time. Well, then why didn't you go to trial? Why didn't you go to trial? Dude, if you guys think that she didn't go to trial because if Brian Colbert is saying he wants to take a plea deal and he doesn't want to go to trial because they're going to attack his family and put it on his family, and I don't want that, you know, I'm not putting her mother through that. If you don't think that that's where everything started going haywire, that's what I think happened. And I think that Ann Taylor was going to be pulling like a Jose Baez to say, listen, you cannot think about your family right now and what they're going to try to portray or anything like that. Okay. If you're over here telling me that you're innocent, right? We're going to represent you to our best ability. And then if things go south with you get found guilty, we have all these mitigating circumstances. You don't want us to talk about those. And that's where everything came out of this mitigation stuff that had to do with the sentencing phase.
Yeah. Rocking a hard place.
Nobody was on even Ann said that. She's like, well, Brian stopped participating in his defense like how it was before. Well, because towards the end of it, you're dealing with all the sentencing mitigating stuff. And that's when everything's being poked and plunged. And in February of 2025, for the first time, he's being told, hey, you're OCD, hey, you're ADHD, and hey, you have autism.
And one of the facts that was put out was that they were going to attack his family for not having him tested when he was
your
a child.
parents didn't get you tested, and then were you touched by an uncle, and you know what I mean, like stuff like that. And here's a guy that everyone's trying to say that he thinks he's Mr. Perfect. That's embarrassing for me. I'm not going to be told that I have autism. Sure. I'm not going to be hearing that I have this and I'm AD. No way.
That makes sense. And I've never approached it from that angle. And that's a really good point, you guys. I know I've never approached it that way, but you know, I appreciate you saying that because I've never thought of it. You know, there's so many people that, especially when you're an adult and you're diagnosed with it, it's different than when you're a child because you've accomplished all these things. You've overcome all these things. You're in college, you know, you're smart. We all know that. And you're going for a doctorate, so on and so forth. And they come forth and say, well, you're autistic. That's going to affect your psychosis in a way that you don't understand, you guys. It's really going to bring you down. No, that didn't. I can see that now. And I wasn't even thinking about that. I'm grateful for you
only talking to mother and father.
Yeah. And then they're going to bang the parent. Well, why didn't your parents have you test when you're younger?
Yeah, then this type of stuff comes up, which is, you know, you had that whole drive back. You know, his dad's going to be asked a bunch of questions about that. And then Ann's over here like, they haven't even interviewed them. They haven't even subpoenaed them, nothing.
Right.
And well, Ann knows that they're playing the long game too with that, you know?
Yep. And he loved his parents, folks. He does. So to be able to have... To avoid his parents going through that is a big deal. And I did say that part before. So
then is also, I think then questions are going to come up about, okay, we asked the community to help us with a white Honda Elantra. Did you see this white Honda Elantra? Your son went to school there. He drove a white Honda Elantra, you know.
Yeah. Putting him on the spot. So on and
so
forth.
You know, did you have any conversations about that? Right. You know, so you like, but you'd have to think about it in the beginning that all of this was, you know, going to be part of it, right? But if they don't know anything, I mean, Ann Kinsella can say, you know, did you guys not talk about any of that? You sent him an article about it, you know? So you sent him this day, you really talked about it. And I don't know. I just think that what people think would be the reason not to go forward, it's like, do you know that Ann Taylor put in on 6/25/2022 or 2025, which is just right before, Ann Taylor didn't know anything about Molly McMichael and put in, hey, can I get the, you know, the body cam and any reports that you have? She does that on 6/25.
Right.
Okay. This deal and everything is going through just days after where they're accepting it and whatnot. And so I don't know if Ann Taylor... I believe Ann Taylor used some leverage with some stuff as well. But Hippler said you guys have one opportunity to do like he used the civil term too. It was to like basically settle. Okay.
Yeah.
Otherwise I'm going to close it out. And Bill Thompson says that Ann Taylor came to them, right? And Bill Thompson get away with saying that because if Ann Taylor came to him saying, listen, X, Y, and Z, you know, all these things, or it's going to expose X, Y, and Z if you don't, type of thing.
Right. Well, Hippler threw that out there in the one hearing, if you remember. I need your guys' last best offer by end of the month, beginning of July, so on and so forth.
Yeah.
So
they never had any offers before that, though.
Right. That's it.
Crazy is that wasn't going to happen. And I think it's interesting. I would think the Molly thing totally helps the defense, like you wouldn't believe.
I agree with you. Yes.
Like even to the point of possibly getting a continuation.
It should have. Yeah, agreed.
Okay. I think it ridiculously helps them.
A lot of stuff that was put out from the prosecution trying to degrade him and to try to run the narrative that they would have helped him, in my opinion. But go ahead. I didn't mean to interrupt you.
You cannot sit here and say that Pullman Police Department didn't tell Moscow Police Department that, oh my God, hey, guess what? Molly, who we all thinks is a confidential informant in some type of capacity, right?
Mm-hmm.
She was just in there and just saying all types of crazy stuff that she saw Brian Kober. She's gonna be testifying, yada yada yada. I just think that you guys should know about it.
Yeah. Trying to get out of a DUI, right?
I mean, if you guys all work together, but again, they for some reason had to keep this persona that Moscow and Pullman didn't work on this case at all together, and that's just very bizarre.
It is very,
they
very,
had to
very
keep
strange.
that, like, dude, that's just wild to me. That part's wild because you would expect, like you said, we're working together with all these agencies. Why aren't you putting down Pullman that wrote down and saw Brian Kober's car on 11/25? It's they needed just everything to do with Pullman was they didn't talk about it.
Right. Absolutely. Many like many other things. Yes. I think that what you said makes perfect sense. I think there's that, and the fact that right before all that, like you said, hey, Beach Babe, they denied the continuance. They denied the alternate perpetrators. I mean, I felt like she was deflated to some extent too. I mean, she had buried her mother not too long before that. I think the hearing before that one. So she was that takes a lot out of people, whether you're a great attorney or not. So you got all these things happening.
Who died?
Anne's mom.
I didn't know that.
And yeah, she had buried her like 3 days before she showed up for the one hearing. And you could tell like there was a difference, like a different vibe from her in some sense. And then all that stuff happened like one after another. And then like you were saying, that stuff was coming down the pike as well about, the psychological background and all that other shit. And there were threats that were being made supposedly about, I mean, it was a lot to happen at one time. And I kind of felt like Hitler kind of like deflated her to some extent. He wasn't giving any kind of judicial assistance per se. I know that sounds dumb to say it like that, but you know what I'm trying to say.
I mean, Hitler basically told the government, just don't deny that. Just deny that you got the timing advance records, and it's going to go away. By his answer with that, by saying, okay, we're going to let you voir dire Nick Balance, but there's going to be, if he says that it didn't happen, it's over. And it's like, you think that I'm just going to ask him a question like, hey, did you obtain the timing advance records? That's not how that's going to go.
No, not at all. Not at all.
But he says it, and if he denies it, then it's over. It's done with. I'm not going to be letting you grill him on that.
Right.
Okay. And how are you putting that out there to basically tip off, hey, Balance, just say you didn't get him because you're not going to be questioned on and if you're lying or not. And so it's like almost like you better call Boyd Jackson to the stand first and ask him questions like, did you give this to Nick Balance? That's how you'd have to come out.
Thank you. Thank you.
And then have him.
If they would have been able to see, I think you're on point, because I think if they would have done some of those things, and this would have been so different. Lana, I swear to God, it would have been so different. We know that she wanted to, the whole Nick Balance thing. She was going to do this the way he was going to allow it. Okay. But if all of that would have went into play the way that you just kind of described, I think this would have changed everything, in my opinion, at least to some extreme. And it could have caused a different outcome.
I think that they were trying to, what the plan would be is like, and so this is something that you would want to do. This is great strategy, which is if we can rope in all these people and have them saying all these different things beforehand, right? So we're eliminating them as possibly doing X, Y, and Z, right?
Yes.
They can't change their testimony come the trial. They can't, like, all of that stuff that you ever said under oath can be used against you to impeach you.
Mm-hmm.
And so I think Anne was shocked at the answer she was getting, right?
Yep.
And then she's being advised on, hey, well, look at how we're going to be able to use this and, blah, blah, blah. And I think what really set this whole thing into a complete spiral is when Ashley Jennings had the audacity to absolutely ask for, after she said, oh, well, that's going to be for, cross-examination down the road. The next time that she filed something, it was, after she was spinning around and cars can just turn around. her next filing was, we want to put a motion limine that nobody's going to be talking about these timing advance records. They just do not exist. Yada, yada, yada. Okay. She's a fucking liar.
Of course, 100% liar.
Okay.
And that would have been, God damn,
and that's what set everything into a big spiral. Is
right.
asking immediately, why are you so scared about the timing advance record to be even asked? And it's because she says, well, it's going to confuse the jury because it's going to make it seem like that we had something that we didn't have.
No, it's going to prove that you lied and that you did have the shit. Period. Period.
Like, read
That's
your motion.
what it was going to be.
Read your motion, though, Ashley. You wrote that you made it seem like you went and got all the files, all the information through the Global Legal Demand Center. Bitch, you didn't.
Right.
You were the one writing the fucking search warrants, and you fucking knew that.
Exactly. She was so, you could tell when they were talking about it, every time that would come up, how nervous she would get. She's looking at her computer. She's doing it. The faces she was making. I'm like, oh my God, you guys, look at her now. Look, she did not want that. That couldn't come out. Period. It couldn't come out. Because they would have ground her up, folks. That was the end.
Hitler nailed it. Hitler knew. I told you guys, people are gonna lose their jobs, or like you're gonna lose your job over that.
Yep.
And that's exactly what Hitler said. But how he said it is how damn dare an expert write that in an affidavit and the implications and then calls him a conspiracy theorist or whatever. And it's like, wait a second. With what he's saying and how he's saying it, why wouldn't you give somebody the opportunity to be heard on that?
Thank you. They should have, and she tried. She tried. Your Honor, he's here. He's ready to speak. He's ready to do this, and they shut that down. Shut that down so fast it wouldn't even. You couldn't even blink. And I can't wait. God, I hope that it happens soon to hear from him. I think everybody on YouTube is looking forward to the interview on your show, because
as long as he is like.
I know he's trying to make sure that his stuff is unsealed and all that. He doesn't want to take.
It's more than that. It's more than that. There's that investigation going on.
Right. That's what I mean. So
it's real. Okay.
That was my next question to you. What are your thoughts? I mean, you truly believe it's real. So
there's an investigation going into the league.
That right. Do you think that they're doing
Ryan
something?
Kohlberger's phone, his Cellbrite was put out. That's why it blew my mind that the Barnharts are talking, because they're in possession of, the Cellbrite, which has, it's like a huge, God, for his phone, I have no idea how many pages his would be. It probably wouldn't be that much because it's not that much time. But like Jennifer Drake's, for example, hers was 25,000 pages. Sheldon's is 12,900. And within those, what you do is when you click on it, it has like it's like an Excel spreadsheet almost kind of, but it's in the form of like a PDF. But you have these little links that you can click. When you can see the little picture, it then blows it up to its, bigger form. Okay. It's a digital, And so what it shows me is that whoever had the Cellbrite, when you click on it, and you can download that picture as a bigger picture, and then you can send it to somebody digitally, and you would send it through a Dropbox. You're not going to just send an email and say, oh my God, here, look at this. This would have been sent through Dropboxes. This would have been potentially put onto USBs. Okay. This was done in a way to make money, but also in a way to fuck with the outcome, because I think the FBI, in a fucked up way, man, they didn't want this to go to trial. If you think that the FBI wanted this to go to trial, you're crazy.
No, not at all. We know that. That's fact. Okay. There were too many things that were going to be.
And Steve Gonsalves is right when he says, listen, Bill Thompson chose to save people's jobs, and that's why a plea deal happened.
Yep.
Okay.
Agreed.
I don't care if Brian Kohlberger wants a plea deal. You don't have to give him one.
That's right. That's right.
And why wouldn't you want your legacy to go down on, I'm taking down this piece of shit, and look at what the fuck we did, and look at how we did this, and we're so amazing.
Yeah, okay? Especially the last case before you retired. That's what you should have done. 100%.
And we're making a statement, the fuck you do this in Idaho type of shit. No, you just made a statement that you deal.
Plea deal, Bill.
But you're dealing, okay? You're dealing because y'all cheated your fucking asses off, and you fucking violated our rights.
That's exactly it right there. 100%. Okay. And the world was going to know who you really are.
Sin. He may be guilty of sin. Okay.
Right.
But you violated our rights before ever even knowing who the fucker was.
Bingo. Bingo.
And I have a huge problem with that.
I agree with you. Thank you so much, SRB. Thank you. I appreciate it. Appreciate
SRB.
you very much.
Yay.
That's
And
our girl.
one doesn't equal the other. That's why I always say, I was like, he could be the guiltiest motherfucker. And he said he did it, man. Believe him.
That's right. Well, and that's the thing is that even if he did it, okay, you're right. If say he was, that don't give anybody the right to take the Constitution and wipe their ass with it, because that's exactly what they did.
And he knows his
100%.
what everything that he studies. He knows his rights. He knows what's going on. But he should
obviously
know. He knows how hard it is. Everybody thinks he's gonna like appeal and stuff like that. You guys, it is so hard to come out of post conviction and get new trials, and that shit takes so fucking long. Okay.
So what do you think, Lana? I mean, there were the 2 documents that just came out. I just went over them. She's never put forth
documents that came out. I didn't even get to see
that. They were a couple days ago, but it's just basically the defense. I thought you looked at them, but maybe not. It's the HCC. It's the defense wanting to steal everything in the new.
Yeah. Well, I think they just filed their own. My understanding is that they just filed their answers under seal.
Basically, yeah. And like, there's no motion for her to withdraw or anything like that. She's still here. She's still there with him, so on and so forth. And do you think there's anything still going on behind the scenes with the defense and him?
I think that since it's come out that there's 100%, it's guaranteed there's other people's DNA at that crime scene, and it's mixed. One of the samples is mixed with the 2 of the victims' blood that's on that sheath. Okay.
Yes.
I don't care what anybody says. If you act like you do not want to know, or if there's a way to figure out whose DNA would be mixed in with the 2 victims' blood on that sheath.
Yep.
Guess who does that type of stuff? The Innocence Project does work with when there's DNA. Okay.
Oh, yeah.
There's also a lot of stuff that wasn't tested, there. But at the end of the day, his DNA was there, in my opinion, in some capacity. Now, did it come from the sheath? I don't even know that. You want to know why? Because you want me to put my stock and believe in this investigation and this work. Well, I've seen the reports. I don't believe in the integrity of this. Okay. Do I believe that they had his DNA and it was uploaded at the time that it was, and it was sent, to author and everything like that? Yeah, but we don't know what it came from, because
I do not believe it came from the sheath at all.
The sheath's fucking traveling points to me have issues, because no item that's in this case, except for the sheath, was transported like almost 3/4 of the way and given to another person who then got it from that person and then transported it the rest of the way. What the fuck?
The chain of custody. Yeah, the chain of custody is fucked up. It is bad.
Why is that piece? Is that happening?
That's what I'm saying. And you sent a Q-tip in a plastic bag off to have this. But fuck you. That's bullshit. I'm sorry. That was always bullshit. Always.
Wouldn't you not want that though? Like how that would look. It's like, hey, we're taking this, and they got 2 no-name people. They got some Wilford dude and some Tupperware guy. Okay?
Yes.
Hey, you guys get somehow tossed in to say, hey, you're gonna travel this, and then pass this off, and it's just like, why wouldn't the one guy just take it all the way?
Thank you. What a joke. And then they look at everybody like, why are you questioning all this? We know what we're doing. The fuck you do? Oh my God. It's so stupid that they think we're that stupid to not look at these things and question it at all. That's what kills me. The chain of custody is a joke. I'm sorry. It always has been. And I don't trust. I said it I've been saying it multiple times.
If you're going to lie in a probable cause affidavit, right? That's where it all, it goes just to this. If you're writing up this probable cause affidavit, right? And you're putting, like, you know that it's not accurate. You know that not only is it not accurate, it's actually wrong.
It's completely wrong. Yes.
Now, you didn't get to Brian Colbert. You let the world think. Okay. The world thought this, that IgG was not ever used, right? But more importantly, that his name was given by WSU from going up by seeing his car typing it all in and querying it, and then how they made it all flow from that.
Sure.
And that a white car was seen on the Pullman campus, okay, and that the phone was moving in tandem with that white car right up until the point that he shut his phone off.
Yeah,
okay?
right.
So these things, and we're believing that one of the roommates was asleep and she awoke to this happening, versus Dylan's exact words was that she was not asleep and that she was actually because Kaylee was going to bed, she thought it was time for her to go to bed, right?
Right, yeah.
So she says, and then as I was, going to bed, trying to fall asleep, I hear what I heard. And they would have known if you downloaded the phone and you looked at it, right? Which you did with theirs. You would have known that she was up. And then the question is were they even taking steps? What does their metadata look like with the step taking? Because that'd be interesting.
Yeah, 100%.
You know all of this stuff, but you have no idea who's gonna ever represent him, or are we trying to railroad him so much that he's just gonna take a plea and this is just gonna go away?
That's what it sounds like to me.
That's what they did, and that's where the FBI came in, and that's what they've been doing in cases. They've been using CAST and making CAST tell people that X, Y, and Z, they were lying about what CAST is saying. And this is the case that was supposed to expose all of that, because this isn't the first time that they've done it. And that's what I believe Cyray was all about. And I don't even believe that Cyray, in terms of people think that Cyray is going to be like Brian's savior in terms of this alibi or whatever. It matters on what time the crime happened. Just because the police say that the crime happened between this time and this time, that doesn't mean that it actually happened then.
That's
so
it.
If Cyray's putting that phone, who they say is with Brian, in a different area at a certain time that the defense is going to say that's when the crime happened, then I guess it would be an alibi then, wouldn't it? That way.
In that aspect, yes.
And they said that they were going to develop this through cross-examination, if you remember. And the Barnhards are out there pushing in this narrative that's not true, which is Antonov never said that he was taking pictures that night.
Right.
And they wrote in a report, I hate to break it to you guys, but you can't take pictures when your phone is turned off. Well, she never said that he took pictures that night. It was talked about earlier in November. You can see his routines of going and where he's going, and he has pictures in early November of being out there and in the middle of the night or whatever.
Right.
Drives, he would do the hikes, he would, whatever it is.
And
that was just to show a pattern, a historical pattern. Every time that I go and do something, I'm sorry, but I don't document it with taking pictures. Right?
Agreed.
But with all of this said, is that would you, as a juror, I personally believe that if this went to trial, Brian Kober, I think, had a decent chance of not being found guilty, because if you take the same logic that people took with the Karen Reed case, then they were going to have the same questions when it came to this case.
Oh, yeah.
It doesn't mean that he's innocent.
Right.
And that's the only thing that for me, it's it's not beyond a reasonable doubt for me. And it would be because of, if you would need to do all of this. Yeah, but Lana, the DNA, they did all of this, they validated his rights, but guess what? He's the guy. And I'm just like, well, yeah, now how about all the fruits? And nothing turned up to there's nothing. He doesn't have any digitals, everything that they were expecting to get hits on, right?
We got nothing, right?
Powerful hits on.
Nothing.
It's not there, right? And
that's why it's so hard for me to look at it from the angle.
And then it's like, well, now can you argue and say that? I would be arguing saying that I don't believe that it's touch DNA. Remember everyone saying, "Oh, it was touch DNA." I don't believe that it was touch DNA.
Well, now you got
I think it's a larger amount, and I think that with that larger amount, you can start questioning things, and that's all. That's what it's about. It's about.
Well,
does any of this make sense? Does any of it make sense? To
no,
get a jury to say guilty over a reasonable doubt?
Where do they get that from? There's the big question. If it is a large, because Othram, Othram is now they're skewing that. Oh, we had so much more than what you think, and we had such a big amount of
we could have read
DNA.
it 7 times, they said. And I'm over here thinking, if you could have performed this 6 or 7 times, then I think the question would be to bear is why was there so much like then I think that what you'd be answering is that the transfer in terms of like who did he potentially shake their hands with?
Bingo.
Like who did he potentially there's just
how'd they get it?
How much stock are you going to put into that? They have to say that's why the car's so important. The state, the burden is on the state to actually explain why the sheath's there, not the defense.
Right.
They have the burden to say how the sheath got there, that it's his. Okay. That's their burden. That's the state's burden. And that's how you'd want to approach it to say, versus could there be some other explanation for this since everything else is striking out?
Right. Yeah. Absolutely. Like I said, I told them one time before, I said, I don't believe this came from the sheath. I said, they could have swabbed or done anything. They could have swabbed his asshole for all we know. I don't think it came from the sheath. I just don't. I don't think it came from a sheath at all.
I think that's a big question for me. How about this? Why wouldn't you take apart the bathroom and his apartment? Okay. Why wouldn't you take apart and try to get into the drain, try to get into the pipe?
Oh, the drain pipe. Yeah. Stewart, 100%. Why didn't they do that? Right.
That's what they did in the Momtama case that was in Virginia. Okay. Yep.
Mom to Copperbot. Yes.
Yeah. I'm like, well, let me tell you why you wouldn't want to do it. You wouldn't want to do that because if there's nothing there, that's going to be so bad when you have to show that to the jury that, yep, you even went as far as this, didn't you?
And nothing was there. Bingo.
So you want to be careful. Trust me, the state knows. They know that.
Yep.
I'm just surprised that Ann Taylor didn't ask for it to be done. Because then this is why, though, it's not Ann Taylor's job to prove his innocence. They have to prove he is guilty because the Constitution tells us you are innocent until proven guilty. That's the problem with America right now.
That's right.
That you're going in there with the jurors thinking that, dude, this person is innocent until proven guilty. Just because of what the state says, this is why I believe in you have to put on, the defense attorneys have to start changing their approach. Okay. And I think the way that I would do it, if I was to ever say I'd go back to school and do whatever, is I'd be making that known in my opening statement that it is their job to prove. But guess what? I believe it's also my job as a defense attorney to help show you that they haven't.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm going to do that through putting on a case afterwards. So you have that opportunity to go second, right? And why? And I think it's laziness, in my opinion, is when somebody calls somebody to the stand, the state, and if Judge Hipper wants to try to clip you in the scope, you have the right to call them when it's your turn as your own witness, right?
Yeah.
Yes, you can't ask leading questions, but if you have certain things down that you can really pinpoint here, you'd want to do that. And I just think that, I don't know if it's laziness, I don't know if it's money, but I basically want to re-show you the case in a different lens.
Right. Excuse me.
And so these judges that think that, hey, well, we're only going to have this trial for 4 weeks. Okay.
Right.
It's like,
not this one.
Well, how are you picking this time?
Right.
Where are you coming up with the time that you're putting? This case, Ann Taylor came right out the gate and said that her case is going to take a month or a month and a half. I mean, you heard her say that out the gate. She was planning on putting on a case.
Yes.
Okay.
Yep.
I think that she was going to be doing extensive cross-examination of witnesses.
She was traveling to Pennsylvania and different places and doing this and doing that. She was going to put on a case. They weren't going to do that. I don't think they ever planned to do that. I think the whole plan, just like everything else he's ever done, was to get to a certain point, throw the deal out there, corner them like they did, make them feel like they have no options, and then here's the deal and see what happens. See if he grabs the hook. they got away with it. That's how I see it, and it's disgusting. I mean, it's insane.
Well, I think that they got away with the exposure of civil lawsuits coming about, people losing their jobs, and
Yeah.
it's like, hey, we have the right guy, but are we going to do it if we just do a plea deal here? We can all keep our jobs, and he goes away for life, or we go forward with this, and there's a potential that we lose the case and we lose our jobs. What are you going to do?
I get it.
This is a no-brainer for Bill Thompson. Why do you think he took the deal in an hour?
Yeah. It literally an hour. It was done. It was over with, folks. In a quadruple homicide, in a case like this, in an hour, didn't even give a shit what the families thought. That was all about themselves, 100%.
And
very sad, very sad. And that's, like I said, the Gonsalves, I'm sure you've heard me.
pissed.
I had issues with different things, with things that have happened, but I felt horrible for them through that whole thing, and support 100% the fact that they were robbed of what they were promised, and lied to, and used as a tool. I feel that they were used as a tool.
They used Kaylee's name for how many years to literally fundraise and make a ton of money in donations. Okay.
Yes.
And I'm actually trying to get some FOIA stuff on that. This is ridiculous. I've
never seen anything like this before. I don't think we'll ever. I hope we never see anything like this again. But this is.
They divided those families, and you divide to conquer, and they never, said those families deserve to all be on the same page. Those families deserve to all be victims that they were. Okay.
Yes.
And those families deserved for the truth, for their children died. Yeah. They were murdered. Okay.
Yeah, 100%. And
how do you lie to parents when their kids were murdered on your campus?
How do you deny, Lana? How do you deny the knowledge of what happened to your own children and tell them? Did you hear what
happened while they were sleeping?
Yeah, that's a lie. It's a lie. And they know it's not.
They were unrecognizable. That's disgusting. That is. And I hope Steve sues the fuck out of them. And I hope he takes it all the way. I hope he takes it all the way. I hope he doesn't settle because that's how more stuff will come out, is if it goes all the way to an actual trial. But they're gonna throw money and say, hey, we'll sell this all up for X amount of mil.
I hope they own it. I hope they change the name of Monster.
I hope that he says my daughter's worth more than that, and we'll get it. We believe in we'll believe in the jury.
Oh yeah. Yeah, absolutely. This has been the most disgusting. I don't even know how to explain how I feel about it. To see somebody go through this. Like I said, I had issues with some of the things Steve did. Okay, don't get me wrong. It wasn't the way to do it. But at the same time, he knew he was being lied to. He knew he wasn't.
Yeah, he's fighting for his daughter. Like, you told me that my daughter was killed in her sleep. Dude, right. She was stabbed how many times? But not only that, she was continually punched in the face to the point that it was unrecognizable. And you tried to keep that all hush-hush so that those other families would say, we don't want the death penalty and we want this plea deal. So as long as we had some people saying that, okay, then it's justification for Bill Thompson to do what he did.
Right.
And the only way that he got that justification is by lying.
And he knew that. You know this too. The second interview they ever did, sitting in front of the police station, Steve knew.
How can you trust somebody like that?
You knew right then that they were never going to tell him, and they're still not going to tell him. They're making them FOIA. Are you kidding me?
You're making them do FOIA requests. How are you making me do FOIA requests?
Nope.
As a parent,
he should own that.
You have the material, and you already leaked it to Dateline. You sons of bitches. Are you out of your fucking minds?
Yep. Absolutely. And then how embarrassing.
Dateline, but now you
won't tell the family.
Fuck you. Are you out of your mind?
How embarrassing could that be to them to see it on TV and not have, when you ask the question, you're told, no, I can't tell you. And then Hitler turns around and tells them in court, what do you think? It's going to bring her back?
Yeah.
I couldn't believe that.
Colors.
Do what?
He had to put on an act, a huge, sympathy and empathetic act. I felt like extra time.
Let me wipe my nose.
Out on that. Steve called him out on that.
Yeah, I know.
It's like you're crying. What during the how are you even actually accepting the sentencing plea?
No idea.
You know,
That's all you can put it.
Brian Culber has maintained his innocence. His lawyers maintained his innocence as well. Like he we're fighting for an innocent man here, right?
That never changed until the
And
very
then,
end. That's right.
to see all of that. And just as much as I am testing to see what the prosecution has done in this case, you better believe I'm testing Ann Taylor and her team just as much because of the stuff that they were getting paid from our tax dollars. Okay.
Absolutely.
So you don't get to go around and say, hey, the people are innocent if they're not, right?
That's right.
Just you can stay on a case and make $600,000, $700,000, $800,000 over the course of 2 or 3 years.
Right.
You don't do that either. And then just bow out. Literally all the work was done to go to the trial. They already had the exhibits marked. They were for this not to go to trial. It's all the hard work was done.
Bingo.
And so it's like now the fruits of all your hard work, and you want to say like, yeah, we're gonna show it at trial, you bastards. Now both teams are just like, and I say teams lightly when I'm saying both sides, both state and prosecution or defense, they're both okay with a plea. And it's not even that they're. I believe that the defense is at a disadvantage because I believe if it's a death penalty case, Ann Taylor is one of her main jobs is to save his life.
That's it. Yeah, that is the main job.
To find out if she is bound by something because you are death penalty qualified and certified. If something like that arises and somebody is going to take death off the table to do X, Y, and Z, what is Ann Taylor bound by?
Yeah, I mean,
you know what I'm saying? Like if that was never talked about,
I wonder that myself. Is that like you have to do that?
She has to take that to him,
right?
And if he says the words, "What do you recommend?" Think about this. If he would have said, "Well, what do you think?" If he says that to her, is Ann Taylor then bound to say something by law because of? Well, Brian, if you
what
ask,
her job is, yeah,
I have to tell you to take this because it's saving your life.
Exactly. And I've wondered that myself. That's a great question, actually. And I'd like to know if there's a way to find an answer to that because
I'm trying.
Being a public defender, like I said, she did her job as a public defender. She saved his life in that aspect, but that's a great way to look at it too. Is that what she had to do, you guys? Truly, is that what she is bound by law to do because of the situation? And meaning like maybe she had no choice but to say, okay.
Like once he asked the words, "What's your advice? What do you recommend?"
Bingo, which I'm guaranteeing he did. Yes.
I think that I'm almost positive that would change the game for how Ann Taylor has to then
approach it. Yeah.
What she has to say.
That makes perfect sense.
I have to advise you to take the deal. But so I'm curious of that. Again, remember I told you I have like these golden questions. That's one of them.
That's a big one. That's a huge one.
And like I said, I play it fair. Like if you do something, I don't care who you are, I'm gonna call it as I call it. Like it's not, it's
no, you got to check both sides. Period.
Yeah, you have to. This is taxpayers' dollars on both sides, so you know how much money is involved, and if I'm being a true advocate for somebody and I believe in their innocence, how am I letting them take a plea deal for something that they didn't do, and explain to them like, listen, you're not going to be able to appeal this the way that you think that you can.
Right.
It's going to be very difficult. Like, I have to say here that I got all the discovery and that I've gone through it. When a couple weeks before that, she's saying that she needs an extension. How can two be true?
That's right. Exactly.
And Taylor not being truthful with that when she's saying that and then you have to ask the question, did something happen within the last 2 weeks? And the only thing that comes to mind is the Molly McMichael situation.
That's the only thing. Yeah.
Yeah. And dealing with this, the mitigating, everything to do with the sentencing. If it was to come to him being found guilty, and is that something that Brian Culber was not being cooperative with? Like, and he's like, well, if you think that this is how you're going to go about it, then I want to plead guilty because none of this is going to come out. Because I don't want any of this to come out, because I'd rather have none of this come out, right? And I'll take a plea deal because this is how his brain works. And he's like, I'd rather be known for this X, Y, and Z, and I'm not going to let myself be known for.
And with it, yes, and that's
A, B, and C.
That's interesting because the intelligence level that this kid has, folks, think about that. He was dead set on becoming, this cloud forensics, criminal psychologist, whatever the hell he was doing.
Yeah.
That tells you something that he wants to be known as, and people talking about his arrogance and his cockiness and his this and that. I think some of that had been extravagated, but I'm saying I believe that he looked at himself in a way now that was important to him, and I get that. So for that stuff to come out, well, he's autistic and he's this and he's that. People look down. He knows people look down. You saw what was in his apartment. He had already looked into all this shit himself and was writing papers on it. So he knows how these things go. That blew my mind, by the way. That was definitely interesting. And I have a child that's ASD, so I know how the whole pride thing works. Okay, you might not think it's a big deal, but it's real. There's enough to contend with, let alone having that be on the plate too. So in turn, that's a great thing that I had never really put into perspective that way. So I appreciate that again.
What do you see? Okay, so juries. All right, juries.
I wondered if that was part of this too.
Well, my question would just be this is, do you think that would Brian Colbert or anybody in this situation be able to get a fair trial in terms of, are you really going to consider the fact that, hey, he's not guilty, right? He's innocent until proven guilty, right?
Mm-hmm.
And when people say that they can do that, yeah, I can do that. You want to know what one of the best questions was asked, or I'd say it wasn't a question, it was more like a statement. One of the jurors raised their hands in the Adelson case, and said, well, we also have to consider common sense here, and it'd be my common sense also kicks in, and they clearly were arrested for a reason.
Mm-hmm.
And so, and when you're hearing that, like, they weren't just arrested for nothing.
Right. Of course.
And so it's just like, okay, so right there, my question back to that is, so then therefore you're putting a lot of stock into police, right? I'd want that person off the jury immediately, right? Because the question would be, yes, they were arrested for a reason. Obviously, there's probable cause. But what you need to explain is probable cause is totally different than beyond a reasonable doubt.
Mm-hmm.
Like that, the fucking probable cause, Jesus, you could make probable cause literally in this day and age right now, circumstantially, like you wouldn't believe.
I'm
probable
sure.
Cause is nothing. Okay?
Right.
And so you would need to explain that. And if I would need to make sure that you understood that you were arrested off of probable cause, you weren't arrested because of the burden of beyond a reasonable doubt.
Right.
Okay. And so that tells me that girl does not weigh it the same. For her to say what she said already psychologically, she has no idea the weighing of the weight of the evidence. Okay. And that's what a jury is supposed to do. A judge decides if it's admissible or not, right? And then every piece that's considered admissible, and we would all get in the back in that room, we would then are supposed to weigh the evidence. And so I want to know if jurors are truly weighing evidence or if they're just doing a totality of evidence, because it's different for me. Okay.
Makes sense.
Because how are you weighing each piece? And then how are you going to say, if I don't, hey, this right here doesn't sit right with me, so anything that this officer has to say or this witness has to say, I'm giving it no weight. So whatever is tied to this piece, out for me. Okay. Right. Think about that. So I want to know if jurors, because I always try to think to myself, how would I be able to have a jury? Like, what do I need them to do back there? And I just need them to all say that this is not beyond a reasonable doubt. Okay. And I need them to break that down by piece, and it's all about how they're going to weigh the evidence.
Yep, absolutely.
Instead of, I cannot have them go back there and say that, yeah, he probably did it. Yep. When you take the totality of all of this, right?
Mm-hmm.
No, I need to show that when you remove a couple things, there is no such thing as totality, because without a couple of these things, it's the links that connect it all. So you want to take the links away, that then you cannot make that there's no weight there.
Right.
And
Right.
so
Absolutely.
I would argue the weight of pieces that come in, and because that's what the jury gets to do, is
Mhm.
that's what they're supposed to do. And I'm just always, nobody asked that. Nobody ever asked jurors that question, like,
A good
how do
question.
you weight,
Right.
you know? And so for me, for this case, what do you think would be the most valuable piece of evidence for the state against Brian Kohlberger? What's the most valuable piece?
It would have to be, well, there'd have to be proof thereof, of course, but the DNA on the sheath would have to be it's truly the only thing that they would have, but they have to prove that too. So,
Okay, so
that's my opinion, of course, on that, but, I don't see anything else.
well, okay, perfect, right? So how would I attack that? Let me tell you how I would attack it. I would attack it like this. The state clearly doesn't think it's that important,
Mm-hmm.
because if it was that important, there's other pieces of evidence that's single source male DNA at that scene.
Right. Right.
That they have no issues with it not being known who it belongs to. And it's blood. Okay.
Right. Right.
There's blood outside on a glove right by.
Mm-hmm.
They act like it didn't exist. There's blood on the banister, right? And then there's a mixture in the two blood with Maddie and Kaylee that's an unknown male. Okay.
Right.
And they're all different. They're all different, right?
Absolutely. But don't they all exclude Kohlberger though, right?
Yeah. None of it matches him.
Okay.
And so it clearly this DNA, this word DNA that they want to use, the state is not putting any weight into DNA, because they have no, if they were, why aren't they figuring out who this other DNA belongs to?
Right. Right. Because you can't put it in CODIS because you don't want to knock the other one out.
Ridiculous statement, you know?
I'm sorry, I had to say that out loud. I love it.
Yeah,
Anyway.
but wouldn't that kind of fuck with the psyche though if you say it like that?
Say that again.
Wouldn't that fuck with the psyche of a juror to think like, well, yeah, why aren't they concerned?
Yes.
And then that goes with what we're saying as the defense, that there's multiple people, right? Right? There's multiple people.
Yep.
And we're going to show you that we think there's somebody else driving the white car, whoever got into it, but there'd be more than one person because of what you would show in easy individual, and that the multiple weapons, right?
Mm-hmm.
And so here you would show that just doesn't go with their narrative, though.
Gotcha. Right.
And then you would ask this question, though. They have all this DNA that belongs to all their friends that come in and out of that house.
Mm-hmm.
Did they check it?
There's a lot. That's a whole lot.
They took a bunch of samples. Did they check it against it? You know, because if it's just a friend that could have been in Maddie's bed and it just so happens to, like, that's the DNA, or maybe she had sex with somebody that, hey, she cheated on her boyfriend. Hey, it happens. Or maybe somebody used her bed when she was out of town because she went to Boise the weekend before.
Right.
Okay. So it's, which people have done in the past. At the end of the day, I think that would devalue what the state is putting so much stock into.
100%. Yes, ma'am.
If you approach it that way.
Absolutely.
Because that's what I'd be wondering. I'd be like, wait. And at the time, they did not know who that belonged to, right?
Right.
And so when you have this other stuff, why isn't there any concern that it could actually even be the same? Or there's no urgency when you're looking at this scene, right? You have to think to yourself, could this potentially be more people? And so why wouldn't she be going that route?
Right.
So the tunnel visions then, and that's where I think that you're going to get that reasonable doubt.
And that's what
he could be, you know, he said he's guilty. I'm talking about in the back before when they were preparing for a case.
Yeah, right.
How do you even get to have a chance in that room during a trial?
Agreed. 100%. What's up, Maury? I think a requirement before exploring IGD is to have each LE agency and prosecutor sign affidavit stating that they have no more leads, marks a clear deletion of evidence priority. Okay. Good to have you here. Thank you for that. So, no, I agree with you. That's hard to imagine how there would be any options with that at that point.
Well, because wouldn't it be easy to say to the jury, like, hey, that's touch DNA, right? And that item could have been potentially there and placed there within the 9 hours of when 911 wasn't called, blah, blah, right?
Of course.
Here, there's stuff that you have that we know it physically, like, this is somebody's blood from a person
Mm-hmm.
that's on the wall. Like,
Yeah.
their blood was exposed
Right.
in that house to then be present, right? Don't you think that holds more weight than something that's not blood?
100%.
A stabbing scene?
Yes. Here's my question, though. So let's say that, because now it's been put out there a little bit, they do have some form of heavier DNA on him, okay? Why didn't they come with that? If that's the case, say, for instance, it's not just that transfer, that little tip of a pin amount of transfer DNA. Why didn't they come with that if this is all true? And let me
I think I'm speaking on something that they didn't have in terms of never having the physical item and never doing the extraction.
Right.
I think my question to them would be is, how are you saying that if you didn't work on it from jump and have the physical piece?
So they got it after the fact. Got you. Okay. It could be the answer.
Like,
yeah.
Did you ask them for all the lab results, and was that what was provided to you? Like, how are you so confident to say that? You get what I'm saying? Like,
right. I don't believe they have blood on him.
What was brought down to them was just a vial, right?
Absolutely. Yeah, a swab, whatever you call it. Yeah.
Well, no, it was just a vial. I don't even know.
Or a vial.
They said it was a vial, and then they're all using different terms.
Of course.
Okay. And
you gotta love it.
It's everybody's looking at it hindsight, meaning at the end, you have to look at it from the beginning, and you don't know who the perpetrator is.
Right.
You don't know who the perpetrator is, or do you? You get like, if you're looking at like 11, 15 and 11, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, doing all this shit. That's why it was almost like if they were looking into like, hey, we need to get somebody for this crime, right?
Yeah. Yes.
We didn't get anybody for this crime.
100% right.
If Othram isn't involved in this, remember, there is no Brian Colbert's name. Okay? Without Othram, Brian Colbert's name, okay, if they decide we're not going to go IGG, right?
Mm-hmm.
Which should blow everybody's mind up, because if they want to really put IGG on the map, why wouldn't you have done it the right way and just have gotten the search warrants, put it in the system, show how great it is, even if it would have taken you 3, 4, 5, 6 months, right? To work it, regardless, whatever. But do it all the right way. Why wouldn't you? And then you can use it in the probable cause affidavit, and then you're
because
talking
they wouldn't have came to
how
the same.
amazing it is.
They wouldn't
right?
have came to the same conclusion, right?
Yeah, because why wouldn't you? Because of money, because of the University of Idaho, because of money. The University of Idaho and the police, they were fine with potentially, in which they thought in their heads that we were never going to lose this case because we're going to lock it up. So that's what railroading is.
Yes.
Railroad, you make evidence seem like it's so compounding on this other evidence, but really it was fabricated and it's not true. You're railroading somebody. That to me is what the problem is that you want us to all be in with Othram, because I do think IGG works. I think IGG deters people from wanting to do a crime. That would be like their first crime, because you can get caught now because we're going to use the other databases to link it to, and everything that they just did. Okay. Somebody that knows that they've never committed a crime and my DNA isn't in the system. So even if they were to catch my DNA, I'm not going to be in there. So fuck off.
Yeah. Right.
And Bingo. Even if I commit a third crime and a fourth crime and you catch my DNA, right? It's still, you've never caught me though. Right. Because you have nothing to compare it to. Right.
Right.
So I believe that IGG is effective because I think people will not want to commit a crime because they should know that, hey, we're going to catch you. One way or another, you're caught. Right. It's same thing with cell phones, right? You take your cell phones around and now it's like a walking GPS monitor, Yep. It is a great crime deterrent as long as it's done the right way. Yeah. And that's all I have an issue with. Agreed. Nobody will talk about the main problem here, which is Othram is out there saying that they solved the fucking case. And you're right. Why weren't you in the probable cause affidavit? How are you not? That's like needing everything to be 100% false then with the probable cause.
Bingo.
That's
Bingo.
what Crime Town taught me.
It's all bullshit at this point. Especially
Well, it's not all bullshit.
no, not the other.
Somebody was making the decisions to say, hey, guess what? We're gonna violate our own policies. We're gonna violate our rights, right?
100%.
You can't lie in our right to privacy, our right to you can't to get a search warrant. You lied to get a search warrant. You lied to get a search warrant to get my DNA.
Bingo. That's what I was saying.
I have no idea that you could have potentially planted, and now I have a match at a crime scene. Get fucked.
Thank you. That's what I was meaning. That's what I was
why
meaning.
It matters. That's why everything matters. Because then nobody should be able to say this shit. We shouldn't even be having this conversation.
Right. It should have never happened. It never should happen. That's what my issue. Like I said.
So with that, I submit.
Agreed. Boom. I got you.
I submit. Oh.
Now, I mean, Othram is they've solved great cold cases. They're
better than investigators. I just think that the lab that starts with it needs to finish it. In terms of you need to have the physical piece. You need to, that way you
not a vial or a swab or whatever else. Yeah.
You should have a camera on, just like you have the camera on for there should be a camera there to have it all documented. The lab people, you should have no problem running a camera in there.
There's no because then at that point there's no way to deny it. Period.
Yeah, why? Hello, why wouldn't you have aren't you trying to protect? And for another reason, wouldn't you try to protect somebody from potentially? What if somebody broke into the lab?
Bingo.
I mean, come on.
Well,
it's just like stop being dumb. Stop acting like
record everything.
We're out in 2025 with all this technology, and you say it's all great, but we're not going to wear cameras.
Right.
We have cameras to show that what you're extracting and where you got it from, and what the results show, and blah blah blah. Come on.
I mean, plus you never know. There could be a fire that'll destroy this, and a refrigerator left open that'll destroy that, and all these other things. Come on, you got to have everything recorded these days. I agree with that. Give me 1 second, Lana.
I'm gonna go here. I think I've taken up enough of your time.
Oh, you could spend all day with me. I love it. It's great. I love the conversation, 100%. Yeah, and I appreciate it. And I love
the chat. We usually get a lot of the same people, so
we always do. Yeah, and I'll have to join you on your side of things too, as soon as I can make it happen.
Yes, we will do it. We will do it.
Let me know whenever you want. I appreciate it.
Love her. All the mods. I love all you guys here. Janet UK, see that? Yeah. Transformer. Thank you so much. Yeah, thank you.
Definitely gotta come back.
Tomboy Charm, she's awesome. You guys rock. Hoffy Master's here. I love Hoffy Master.
Hoffy's awesome. Yes.
Yes. You guys all rock. Oh, Metalhead. Good name. But
bye, Bonnie. I'm not leaving yet. Just Lana's leaving. If you guys want to leave because she's leaving, I get it. But I'm just saying, I'm not done yet. But I appreciate your time, hon. I really do. I want to do it again soon. Like I said,
we're trying to get the narrow down on Dylan or on Ethan, and Xana's arrival is really, really important when you want to talk about sightings of people or their cars and stuff like that.
What time do you think they came home?
To lie about when they got home is absurd.
It was not 1:45.
It was no.
And I don't know why they can't stop with this. Okay,
dude, nobody knows where they're at.
Nobody.
And guess what? Nobody knows when somebody wants to talk about when someone's at. It means whatever they were doing could potentially not have been. It would have shed them in bad light,
Thank you.
And that's all. And there's nothing wrong with that. Hey, we drove to so-and-so's house that's over off the block over there where we score whatever. Like,
agreed.
Dude.
They're telling so much it doesn't matter. I'm so tired of seeing people say, well, this wasn't a drug house. There were no drugs here. They didn't do this. They didn't do it. It's a college fucking campus.
I don't think it's a drug house.
It's not a drug house, but people did drugs, period.
I think the question is, where was Ethan and Xana? Just answer the question. And you could use their phones to figure out where they are. Ethan had an apartment, you guys. Where the fuck is Ethan's apartment? How come his apartment wasn't searched? Is that insane?
Thank you.
That's
I've been screaming that. How do you not search his apartment and not... Why? It blows my mind. Blows my mind.
How do you know that maybe somebody isn't there who's potentially dead?
You should have ran to it, right?
You know what I mean? Like maybe they were there. Like
Maybe they were there beforehand and somebody got attacked and so on. Yeah.
There could be evidence there of, something that could have potentially happened. Maybe there's DNA in his apartment that would match some DNA at the house. Come on.
Exactly. There's so many things they didn't do because they got one guy and they were done with everything. That should have been done way before anyway, in my opinion.
You gotta sit here and tell me that Ann Taylor wasn't like, you guys didn't check Ethan's apartment.
These things are so dumb. That's the thing.
Like I can't wait to see Ann's questions of all these, when she's asking, hey, this is what we were looking for, or where's this in this request? She did over 444 requests.
Yes.
From the stuff that she was given. Too many. And the last thing that she wanted to know was, where's Molly? Okay, peace out. I'm out. Bye, Molly. Love you.
Thank you, hon. You too.
I always love hanging out with you. You rock. Bye, guys.
Absolutely. I will talk to you soon. Awesome. Thank you, Lana. We love you. We appreciate you. Great conversation. I appreciate it. Now you guys get to watch the funny part of this because I am still going to go off. That was a great conversation. Been wanting to do that for a long time. So thank you for joining us, Lana. I do have to say, excuse me 1 second. I'm going to go fill my coffee cup and I'll be right back. And now we'll get into the funny, stupid part because it's so tiring. I hope you guys enjoyed that. I appreciate it very much. Don't go nowhere because we'll be right back. So IGG is done after all the leads are exhausted. However, in 25, detectives say they believe they would have gotten him through this. Car, no cap, spaghetti. Thanks, Maury. Appreciate it, bro. Let me see here. Good point. All right, Hoppy, thank you for joining us. I appreciate you. Be careful out there. Again, thank you, Lana, for joining us. As always, we'll do that again soon. It was a great combo. I'll be right back, folks. I got to fill my cup, and we'll get into the other part of what I wanted to do today. Don't go now.
To the bone, echoes of screams on a borrowed phone. A city of shadows, you're never alone. In the city of shadows, you're never alone. And the sirens wail, another ghost for the tale. Words like daggers chill to the bone. Echoes of screams on a borrowed phone. Shadows, you're never alone. The sirens wail, another ghost for the tale. Tables stained, lives embossed, fingers point, but the lines are crossed. Justice sleeps at a heavy cost. Ashtrays full, sins don't wash. Tables stained, lives embossed, fingers point, but the lines are crossed. Justice sleeps at a heavy cost. Blood on the floor, drip, drip, sink. Coffee cold, mind can't think. Neon buzz, time don't blink. Where'd they go? Who's the link? True crime cafe, where the whispers play. Secrets hide, bodies sway. True crime cafe, in the night we stay. Truth decay, truth decay. Dago in the corner, eyes like stone. Words like daggers, chill to the bone. Echoes of screams on a borrowed phone. A city of shadows, you're never alone. And the sirens wail, another ghost for the tale. True crime cafe, where the whispers play. Secrets hide, bodies sway. True crime cafe, in the night we stay. Truth decay, truth decay. Ashtrays full, sins don't wash. Tables stained, lives embossed. Fingers point, but the lines are crossed. Justice sleeps at a heavy the city of shadows, you're never alone. And the sirens wail, another ghost for the tale. Words like daggers chill to the bone. Echoes of screams on a borrowed phone. A city of shadows, you're never.
City of Shadows. Welcome back, everybody. Great to see you all and have you all here still. Thank you so much for joining us today again. I want to thank Lana, my Ohio Paisan, up near Columbus. We're only a couple hours away from each other. That just tells you guys greatness comes from Ohio, no matter how you look at it, period. Thank you for joining me, dear. I appreciate you. We'll do it again soon. Been wanting to do that for a while, so I appreciate your thoughts, feelings, opinions on that one. Thank you so much, hon. Guys, please make sure if you have not subscribed to Truth and Transparency, what are you doing with your life? Come on now. Go do it right now. Hit that link, subscribe, hit the notification bell, and hit like on everything she does. She does so much hard work on this, guys. I mean, I'm telling you, she's put more work in on this case than any other creator I've seen. That's a fact. That's a fact. Oh, all right, Dean. Thank you, bud. I got your email. Again, amazing conversation as always. You can't go wrong when you talk to Miss Lana, folks. Facts are facts. All right, so now you guys are going to have to deal with Skeletor for a little while. I'm sorry. And Trashley Banfield has just gotten me to a point where I have to express my feelings. And I'm gonna react to something. So before I do it, would anybody like to join me before I do the reactor? Do you guys just want to hang in the chat? You let me know and I will hook it up. Janet, thank you for being here. I appreciate it. Again, mods, are there mods still in here? One of you guys drop Lana's link to make sure. I'm sure everybody has, but drop her link just to make sure everybody does it. Please and thank you. All right, guys, let me grab some. Let's do this. Thank you, guys. I appreciate each and every one of you guys for showing Lana the respect deserved. As you always do, this community is amazing. And like she said, we kind of share a lot of you guys within the community because you're all such amazing people. And I appreciate you guys so very much. So, guys, I'm going to tear this chick apart. I'm just sick of it. I'm so sick. I can't not. I actually thought maybe I shouldn't do this. Maybe I should just let it go. I can't. I appreciate you, Miss Janet. Thank you so much. I'm so tired of it, though, is what I'm saying. And Lana's right. You know, she's definitely done better at some aspects with the other show, but she's still an idiot. Sorry. It's ridiculous at this point. All the things that have been being said, you know, about, again, I'm probably going to break two of them down real quick. One of them is where she goes on and talks about his creepy YouTube history and internet searching. Stop it. Just stop it. David Bird, great to see you. It would be, wouldn't it? I get it. It comes back behind me, cat lady. It doesn't hit me in the face. That's why I'm white. And as I do you, Miss Joanna, I heart all of you, every one of you guys. Every one of you guys. There you go, Eddie. There you go, buddy. Eddie's amazing too. So I'm gonna go ahead and do this and give you guys that option real quick. Exactly, Eddie. Becky. Becky. Mr. Bry guy. I thought you were here already. Did you leave and come back, my friend? Jazz K. Great to see you, Jazz. Meatballs in the house. In the sauce. We got all these meatballs in the sauce. All right, let me pull this up, guys. We're at 3. Yeah, we got a little bit of time still. We'll work it out. Oh, CC, I call him Frodo, Aunt Nancy Disgrace, and Trashley Banfield. Thank you so much, Jazz. And I don't ever do that, but these people, I can't. And you know what's crazy is Enton. I used to like Enton a long time ago until this case. And I still don't mind, like, when he covers the Letcher County stuff. I think he does a good job with the Letcher County stuff. But this case, I can't handle him. I can't handle any of these people and the shit they say. Welcome, Hemisphere. How are you, sir? If you can hear me. Can you hear me okay? Maybe not.
Yeah, I can hear you fine. I'm sorry, I had to click some stuff.
Oh, you're good. You're good.
You had to click some stuff, turn it all off. I had all kinds of stuff open.
I gotcha. I get it. Welcome back. Good to see you today. Thank you for being here. Appreciate you joining us. And I must have lost something here. Where did it go?
I figure I'll be up here while you watching that Banfield.
Oh, I'm gonna tear it apart, bro. Just telling you.
I already know how.
I'm so tired of seeing this shit day after day after day. Enough is enough. Where did it go, guys?
I watched her. I watched what she had to say about Dylan. She was trying to make a case for Dylan. I'm just shaking my head. So we just.
Yeah, it's a joke. It's a joke. What's up, Bomb Toy? How are you today, dear?
I'm good. How are you?
Well, I'm about to be way better. I'm about to release some stress. Hey, Care Bear, good to see you. Great to have you guys here with us. Thank you, Brian, for the membership. Let me see who got that real quick. Glitch DNA Lab. Nice name. Welcome to the sauce, and thank you, Brian. I love you, buddy. Appreciate you so much. All right, now back to where this was. Let me get this pulled up. I keep trying to, and I keep screwing myself up. Hold on. There we go. So I'm pre-warning you guys. This is gonna be a little different, folks. Okay, you ain't gonna hear the same typical Dago that you always do, because I'm beyond sick of this, and I'm just gonna vent my feelings and I'm reacting now. Okay, I'm gonna do a reaction video. So here we go. But please don't think less of me. I'm fed up. So here we go. We're gonna start with this one. I'm gonna skip through different parts of it. That way we don't have to bear listening to her the whole time. There's Skeletor herself. All right. Give me 1 minute here. Oh, there's a good face for you. That's a good one. Might as well do this too real quick.
Trigger warning. Trigger warning. This video includes sensitive and violent content that may not be suitable for all viewers. This video is for 18 plus only.
Just in case somebody takes it the wrong way. All right. No problem, Care Bear. Everybody loves Lana. Lana's awesome. We love her over here. Facts are facts. You guys better always treat her right with respect and make sure you're subscribed and hit that notification bell. You don't want to miss nothing she puts out because I try not to. All right. All right, Skeletor. Let's see what your mouth is running on this one. I know some of you guys have probably seen all this stuff. I'm going to react to what I think she's an idiot.
Episode for you this time because we've just gotten our hands on a file from investigators in the Brian Kohberger murders that really give you a look inside Brian Kohberger's mind.
This gives you a look inside his mind is what she's saying. Okay.
Because it shows what he was Googling in the days and weeks after the murders. And my news.
And again, how many times have we said before, folks, if you're going to base somebody's persona on what they Google, what does that even mean? Let's see what you Google, Trashley. What do you Google? How to get rid of wrinkles on your neck? How to put makeup on? It doesn't seem to work anyway. I mean, what kind of stuff what type of person does that make her is what I want to know. I'm just saying. Just saying.
Nation team on my Banfield show. Shout out News Nation, 10 o'clock Eastern. Make sure you watch it. We were able to find these files. And then Lindsay Holler, my podcast producer, and I have been digging in deep to some of these files. And we want to show you tile for tile what Brian Kohberger was Googling. Linz, let's start with the American Psycho tile. And you can see Christian Bale's in one of the best roles he's ever.
How many times do you guys think I've watched the movie American Psycho? Just a question. I'll ask the two on panel and everybody in chat. Throw me a number. How many times do you think I've watched both of them, actually? But this one in specific, how many times? Just take a guess.
Probably 30 or more.
Okay. Hemisphere, what do you think? You might not be there. Okay, so I've watched this movie. Both of them I've watched. There's a second one too, but this one with Bale in it, I probably watched it at least 15, 20 times because I think it's a great movie. Do you think I'm a serial killer or a mass killer? Because I'm not, but okay.
Been in, honest to God, just some kind of an item that he was looking at with American Psycho. We heard he was pretty fascinated. The next one is Ed Kemper. Body language, you know Ed Kemper. He's considered the co-ed killer. He killed 10 victims, including his grandparents and his mother. This was all in California. The next one is Cleaning Time. Interesting. A Night to Remember. Some of Good Morning America's cover.
Cleaning Time. That's one of Cluminati's videos, and one of Harsh's videos is on here. So the guy made his way through YouTube. Okay.
What Twisted Minds is, you see old Bundy down there on the bottom, left, the very bottom. Hey, he's got his finger about in his mouth. He's looking at that professor and he's thinking about that one crime he did and how he ate liver. I want to eat your liver.
Is that what you think?
Yeah, that's what he's thinking.
Okay. Well, it could be.
We all know, but the thing about it is we all know Bundy is he was a twisted guy.
Beyond twisted. And I do not believe, even though, Trashley here thinks that's who Brian thought he was. Not at all. Welcome, Wellington. Not at all. Not even close. But anyway, and everything that's on here is in my Google search bar. Every single thing in here. Except for maybe this one down here. I've never looked that up, but I've looked up Gacy. I've looked up Richard Ramirez. I've looked up Bundy many a times. I've watched this movie 15 plus times, and I'd watch it again tonight if I could. So all of these people in here, Harsh is a great creator. I don't really get along with Cluminati, but she does what she does, and she does it well. Obviously, she has a lot of people that love her. So none of these things, in my opinion, I'm going to say right out of the gate, make a person anybody. Just saying, okay?
Coverage, obviously, of what happened at 1122 King Road. You can see the crime tape there. Killer laughing and There's a picture of the 4 victims. That's so heartbreaking. This next one, details of the Idaho murder mystery don't add up. This is Clay and Buck. He was Googling that as well. I think he liked to listen to his handiwork. Ed's messy beginnings. That's Ed Kemper again, the serial killer.
Do you see what I'm saying? I think he liked to listen to his handiwork. Once again, by listening to the details. No, he's not a criminology student. Let's forget that. That's a forgotten thing. She never thinks about that, brings that up, doesn't ever talk about that. The fact that the man is a criminology student. So why would he ever look up any of these things?
And SK on Brian's comment refers to silly kid.
Oh, thank you, Brian. Kipler, I love you too. I thought you were
Kipler, gonna. He used to take college kids and for a ride.
Kemper wasn't pretty nasty, yes. But again, these are all serial killer criminal cases that anybody that is studying criminology should have every aspect of looking up, in my opinion. We do true crime and we look it up. We're not even I guarantee you everybody in this room right now has looked at least one or two of these at least once or twice. So are you going to judge us, Skeletor?
Killer. This next one, Trade Craft. And of course, look who that is. Ted Bundy, one of his favorites. Next, Christian Bale's again.
Has she ever talked to Brian? Does anybody know if she's ever had a conversation with Brian? Do you think?
Pretty certain he hasn't spoken to anybody, so definitely.
Right. But she knows these things about him. That's what amazes me. She knows what his mind says because that's what she's paid to do. That's the script that has been given to her. And now she's taking it to her own page. And she really unleashes at that point.
An American Psycho.
Well, the funny thing is Bill Thompson said that he had to study all this stuff. All the college students that was doing the same thing he was doing was researching this.
That's absolutely correct. And if you don't,
but she doesn't replay that part of
Never. You're right. Never, ever has Ashley Trashfield ever spoken about what Brian did, what he was doing, and why these would actually be here, other than the fact that he's this horrible, creepy person.
Truth, she knows something. She knows she's an idiot.
That's true. She does know that, in my opinion. She has to know that. And if she doesn't, then that's why I'm telling her right now.
The Killer Speaks, an A&E original. And then again, mugshots of Ted Bundy. And if you go over to the right here, it's that thumbnail that we know he was looking at leading up to the picture he took of himself wearing the black hoodie.
Which these two things look nothing alike, mind you. You've seen this one, and then we see his.
Looking so evil.
I know. He looks so evil there, doesn't he? Horrible. I'm scared.
He looks like he's dressed for Halloween.
Or because it's cold outside, maybe, and he's going to go for a run. You know, he's going to go for a run. That couldn't possibly be it. No, it's got to be because he's evil.
And probably because the people at Cellbrite told her he's evil.
Yeah, the barnyards, yeah.
Yeah, because, that's where they got this shit from.
The barnyards, the people that are involved in the leak, yes.
And degenerate. I think he might have been trying to imitate this thumbnail because he had just watched it prior. All right, let's go back to
So he's imitating a thumbnail because he watched something prior. So is that what you do? You watch He-Man and the Masters Universe every day? Is that why you try to imitate Skeletor? This makes as much sense as anything I'm saying right now. It's ridiculousness, absolute stupidity. And I'm calling it stupidity, not ignorance, because ignorance is when you don't have when you're not educated on a subject, okay? Because you're ignorant to it. You don't know what it is. Now, I'm going to call this ignorance and stupidity because, one, she's not educated on anything here. And the stupidity is that when you're told the answer to these questions, you refuse to hear it. So it's ignorance and stupidity, in my opinion. I'm sorry.
YouTube file. Idaho murders. Case going cold. ABC News.
So this is harsh. Okay. So these are YouTubers too, folks, that he's looking at because they're covering the case that he was interested in because he's a criminology student. That's a good reason to look at a crime that happened within 7 miles of you and want to look it up being a criminology student. That's something that nobody seems to get.
A story about Bundy, again, American Psycho. Then a picture of the knife and sheath. And I know this is a picture that we use on News Nation.
Absolutely, Eric. Yes, I'll get you next time, He-Man. I got to get her to say it. We got to get her.
Nation. I don't know if he got it from us or if he got it just from anywhere. But next, yet again, Christian Bale's as American Psycho. Then nothing was out of the ordinary. And again, this is a story about 1122 King Road and the murders. Again, the knife and sheath. Again, Good Morning America and its Moscow police. Then a picture of Ted Bundy with It Was Fun. It's a file he clicked on. Then a bloody face of Christian Bale's in American Psycho. He clicked on that. And he watched that. There's Ed Kemper again, body language. That's our friend Scott Rouse. So he's watching. He's watching Scott's work. Okay, again, American Psycho, Christian Bale's covered in blood. And then The Perfect Killing Machine, Ted Bundy serial killer, Unsolved and More. Then Ted's Last Confession and Feelings in the End.
Feels beyond ill.
See, one of the things she doesn't tell anybody is the dates on these. These could have all been looked up in the same day, or multiple of the same thing looked up in the same day. You know what I mean? He could have looked up 4 or 5 of the Ted Bundy things all on the same day, trying to find a specific thing about that. She's not saying that. All she's saying is she's making it look like every other day this kid looked up something different. That's all I'm saying.
Then, oh man, this is so creepy. He watched Analyzing Evil, Alex DeLarge. And if you saw A Clockwork Orange, you know how violent and indiscriminate and evil some of the scenes were in that movie.
Speechless. I'm speechless.
Everybody in our generation watched Clockwork Orange. Am I wrong?
Who hasn't sit and watched a good old Friday the 13th?
Yes, you are absolutely wrong. I have not watched that movie.
Well, you're missing out because it's a good movie.
No, I'm good.
Or any kind of horror flick.
Guys, I have Michael
I'm
Myers
good.
next to my desk. Alfred. I have Michael Myers sitting next to my desk. I have Jason up here. I have Jason in front of me on the wall. I have masks on. I'm not a serial killer. I'm sorry. It's called Clockwork Orange. Okay, so not everybody's seen it, but a lot of people have. It's a really go watch it. It's interesting. It don't make you a serial killer. I'm just saying.
So clearly, Brian Kohberger knew what to watch. Homicide investigation update. That I'm not sure that's the Moscow Police Department. There you go. It is the crime that he's responsible.
All of these searches were done before he was arrested, so long before.
Let's see.
What?
How about that?
New Year's Eve of 2020.
John Wayne Gacy. Maybe he wasn't handsome enough for Brian Kohberger, but certainly had a body count. Ted Bundy's most famous victim, Ed the Co-Ed Killer. And here's a file he watched again, The Perfect Killing Machine, Ted Bundy serial killer. And then Christian Bale's again, Bloody from American Psycho, and then Neon Blade again, an image from American Psycho. Then an ABC News special.
Maybe he wasn't handsome enough for Brian Kohberger. Who makes a statement like that? What does that even mean?
Who wasn't?
She just said, watch.
Then an ABC News Psycho, and then Neon Blade, Ted Bundy serial killer. And then Christian Bale's again, Bloody from American Psycho, and then Neon Blade again, an image from American Psycho. Here's a file he watched again, The Perfect Killing Machine, Ted Bundy serial killer. And then Christian Bale's again, Bloody from American Psycho, and then Neon Blade again, an image
It's coming
from American Psycho. Then an ABC News special. Again, this looks like a second watch on Ted Bundy. Then Crime Stories with Nancy Grace. I'll bet she was covering his crime. And then I'm not sure who this is, but it's someone in a military uniform with what looks like a sword.
You're quick. You're quick.
Hard to tell who that is. In the comments, if you know, definitely say. And then top 10 facts about Jeffrey Dahmer. And then I deserve to be executed. Absolute crime. I wonder if he ever thought he'd be caught and would face the death penalty. And then there's something he watched on Ted Kaczynski called 8 Serial Killers with the Highest IQs. I wonder if he figured he'd be considered the 9th. The Golden State Killer. Found, by the way, with the same process that led to Brian Koberger, genetic genealogy.
Okay.
Then this creepy Ted Bundy file that he watched with the hood. Maybe he was trying to...
Whoever she said it about said maybe he wasn't handsome enough for Brian. Oh, like, what the hell kind of a statement is that in regards to stuff like this? She's an idiot.
Mimic it in the pictures he took on December 29th. And then we have BTK Confession Q&A. And that is Catherine Ramsland. That's really fascinating. That's his professor.
That could be the reason. That wouldn't be the reason, Trashly, that he looked at it because that was his professor that he, idolized. Come on.
Ted's messy end in Florida. Killer caught on video. And this is Jennifer Koffendorfer. He was watching a file she did on the white Elantra.
Probably laughing at her because of the stupidity that she projects as well. Those two are probably best buddies, to be honest with you. Her and Koffendorfer.
He was probably making fun of her name just like we do.
Random.
Probably what?
Probably making fun of her name just like we do.
100%.
Crime file he watched. Police line do not cross. Next up, Ted Bundy, the 70s teen killer. He also watched Mark of a Killer. That looks like Ed Kemper. BTK, Confessions of a Serial Killer again. Title saying The Start. And then Ted, It's Not Me. So there you go. That's the kind of...
Yeah, this one wasn't the best one to do it with. But this is her portrayal. Because of these things in his phone, this makes him who she believes that he is. So I'm going to move this one down. The other one is going to be more interesting because she's so stupid with this, okay? The title that she had, deeply disturbing. This is deeply disturbing. Twisted glimpses inside Koberger's life before and after the murders. So why is it that she believes that you have to put these words in here? You couldn't title this. We have pictures of, what basically photographs from Brian's phone. And all of those extra words have to go in there because you are one of the conductors of the propaganda train. She absolutely is 100%. That's been proven again and again and again and again. And again. She drives the damn thing. That stuff was stuff that he searched up, Fizzy, yes. Again, a criminology student looking up people like Gacy and Bundy and all that. I would have imagined there'd be more in there, okay? And like I said, there's no way to know that this stuff was... How many of those were done in the same day? She doesn't give any dates. She makes it sound like this is all he ever did, day after day after day after day. Multiple of those could have been looked up in the same day. Understand that, okay? It's disgusting. All she does is guilt, and makes the nastiest, most ignorant statements. I hope he gets shanked in prison. Things like that. It's disgusting. Disgusting.
Ashley Banfield, and this is Drop Dead Serious. And this is an episode that is going to be kind of by the seat of my pants. If you're listening on the podcast,
Oh boy. I'm
going to highly recommend that you go and you watch this on the YouTube version of Drop Dead Serious because I'm about to fly through dozens and dozens of photos that I just got my hands on. And to my knowledge, most of these have never been seen before of Brian Koberger. These are photos that were pulled from his phone by forensics experts, Heather and Jared Barnard. They were hired by...
And there it is, the Barnyards. Once again, thank you very much. There's an explanation in itself, okay? Anything they say, you need to be careful with, is all I'm saying. And yes, she's absolutely advocating violence and murder. And you're doing this on a news channel. Okay, I'm sorry. No, maybe you didn't do it on the news channel, but you work for both. You work for the news channel and then you do this on your own. If I was like, News Nation, I'd be appalled.
The investigators in Moscow to pull all of the data from Brian Koberger's electronics, his laptop, his phone, whatever they could find. And they told me about this a while back, but now I'm seeing it firsthand. They told me on my News Nation show, Banfield, that he took so many selfies and never sent them to anyone, never shared them. They were just...
So what? Not everybody is as vain as you are, Skeletor, and thinks that you have to take a picture of yourself and send it off to other people to see how gorgeous you think you are. Not everybody's that way. Just saying.
For him. Didn't post them, didn't do anything. They were just for him. And I got a weird feeling when they told me that, but it compares nothing to the sickness I feel when I see many of these selfies. And when you see them, you're going to...
I'm pretty sure that compares to the sickness that we feel when we see and hear your voice. So
understand why I said that. Some of the faces he makes in some of these pictures it's just the face of a monster. And some of the ways he admires himself is just so appalling.
The face of a monster. That's going to be interesting. And it's appalling at how he views himself because he has positive thoughts about himself. Overcoming everything he has in his life. He used to be a heavier set kid. He lost weight. That's a positive thing. And that's a bad thing now, according to this trash. Okay.
And also his physique, the way he just, I don't know. He's so vain. And he, for some reason, thinks his physique is fabulous, it seems.
Is again, did she have a conversation with him that we all missed out on? Anybody? I'm pretty sure she didn't. So how do you know what he thinks? This is what makes me sick right here. Oh, yeah. Yeah, she definitely draws on her eyes and her... Take the makeup off and come out here and talk to everybody, Skeletor, and see how it looks then. He's vain.
In these pictures. And really, knowing what we know about him, it is so shameful and sick to see him. Let me just start right away by the one picture that stopped me in my tracks today.
I must say this, even if this man have been guilty of the crime, who the fuck is she to judge somebody this way? You don't know him. He don't know you, and God forbid he ever did. And look at you. If you didn't come out here with and I don't mean this disrespectful to anybody that wears makeup, okay? But can you imagine what she looks like without makeup on? It kind of disgusts me to say it. I'm sorry. I'm just being honest, you guys. And a person like this that is so ugly inside, it makes the outside so much more uglier, in my opinion. Congrats, Mary.
No, but thanks for putting that vision in my head since we're visual people.
I'm sorry, but listen, if she's going to do it to somebody, why can't it be done to her? That's all I'm saying. I don't judge people by any means ever. Have I ever? Until you're this person that does this to people. This is absolute ignorance, disgusting. It's bullying in a sense, folks. Happy day anniversary, Mary, and thank you so much for being with us for a month. We appreciate you so much. It's sickening to me. It's gross.
It's literally the face of Brian Koberger as the monster we all know him to be behind those dead eyes. But now he...
Yeah, because this looks like a monster. It looks like somebody goofing around, having fun with themselves. God forbid. God forbid. Because she thinks that he's the one that committed this crime. This makes him a monster. That looks like a monster to me. Truly. Fucking idiot.
Actually shows him
Karma.
I have no idea why he took this picture. Nope.
Of course you don't, but you're still going to make judgment on it, even though you have no idea why.
Clue why, but there's a couple of different angles of it. Very bizarre.
Why is this bizarre? How many you guys want to see my pictures in my phone of the faces that I've made? My kid does it. Does this make my son bizarre? He does this all the time. So she's calling anybody that does this, in my opinion, that makes faces and takes pictures, funny faces, bizarre and creepy and weird. Grow up, Skeletor.
I guess we've all made funny faces, but knowing who he is, it's not funny. Nothing about him.
That's the problem. You don't know who he is. That's what has made me sick about all this. The people that judge him, okay, they're judging him based on the fact that he accepted charges that were put against him, and nobody knows the reason why at this point. Now, what I know will never happen is if it were to come to the table that Brian was absolutely innocent of this, okay, and put out there that it was innocent, do you think that this trash is going to say anything decent in regards to that? Anything like an apology? Absolutely not. Don't ever expect it. Don't ever expect it. Pick your jaw. Yes, sir.
Let's go ahead and flip the script a little bit. If you was to take that picture that I singled out about Bundy, right? That was a picture that was made back in 1989. He was having an interview with a professor. That was right before his execution. And he was talking about his murders.
Sure.
And he was trying to get Bundy to elaborate on a few of them. Some of them he did, some of them he wouldn't want to talk about.
Of course, yeah.
There was that one in particular. It was a little girl that he killed. It was the very last one before he got caught. And they put him in jail. He asked about that. And if you look at that picture, he had his finger in his mouth. He was listening what the doctor was saying, but at the same time, he was replaying the events of that murder.
Right.
In his mind.
And here's the thing. Bundy was a sick fucker. We all know that. Like mentally, emotionally, he was sick as shit. We know that, okay?
Right. But I want to point something out, though. If you did not know that about Bundy, because I was just watching a top 20 of serial killers and how they died. And I found out that's how I found out about, what's that guy? Manson died.
Oh, yeah.
He passed away back in 2016 or so.
Actually, I thought it was a few years ago. Yeah.
Well, I didn't know he died, but yeah. If you didn't know, the thing about Bundy is he's always been studied. And there's a reason for it. Because he's ranked number one. And it's for a reason. Because he's a con man.
And he was very smart.
Next door.
Yeah.
He's a responsible guy that goes to college and gets a law degree. And that's what they're trying to do is fit the narrative with Bundy, with Kohlberger, but it don't fit.
Not even remotely. Two different people, two different types of people. And granted, yes, you're right. Bundy was smart. If you didn't know what Bundy did, he was charismatic. He was suave. He was a con man. He was a decent looking guy. All of that stuff. Nobody would have ever looked at him as that person. Ever. Right. Okay? That's a fact. And gee, how do I know this? Maybe because I've looked up Bundy and read on Bundy, and well, I know so much about him. It's not even funny. But I'm not a killer.
And there's also I started getting to know the psychology behind the man in the mask. What makes that man do the things he was doing? This is over 30 females Bundy has killed
Right.
in his whole entire killing spree. There's some say there's more than that.
There probably is. There probably is. I agree with that.
You're comparing apples to oranges between the
Right.
two, because all the videos that all the still pictures I've ever seen of Kohlberger, he looks like a normal guy. Is he weird? Maybe so, but who ain't?
I don't even think he's weird. I think he's just awkward because and he was awkward with himself because until he became an adult, he never understood himself and the reason why he felt certain ways and did certain things and his reaction was a certain type of way until he was diagnosed ASD. Then once that happened, things could be more understood about him. So instead, you have assholes like this trash judging him because of the things that he portrayed because of his in my opinion, his disability. I don't think it's a disability. I hate calling it that because he was different in that aspect. I'll put it that way. Because my son, again, has been the same exact way. And I dare you or her or anybody else to try to say that he's that way because he's not. And there's many other people that aren't. Okay? But because she fears different like a lot of other people do, because they're not perfect like she thinks she is, that means he's a creepy, weird monster. Bullshit.
Some of them Bundy does talk about, but there's others that
Brian hasn't talked about any of this. Right.
He don't want to talk about.
And Brian hasn't spoke up about any of this at all since he said he did it, according to everybody. Has anybody ever heard him say anything about any of this? No. And I doubt that he ever would because he didn't commit the crime, in my opinion, but just saying.
It's kind of like a kid trying to show off a brand new backpack that he just got, that he's proud of. That's how they feel about their kills. They're proud of it. They want to.
Well, the pictures when she gets into the pictures, I'm gonna tell you what I think they are as compared to the stupidity that she presents, because she's an idiot. So, no, it's not a disability, but people put it out there that way, and I hate saying that. It's not. In fact, I think in some ways it makes people better. Most people that have autism, that are on the spectrum in any form, are severely intelligent, articulate. My son is a musical genius. Okay, he can play multiple instruments and has never taken a lesson on one of them, except for the saxophone, and that's because he was in band and he had to take lessons, but he knew how to play it before that. So there's many things that makes them better, in my opinion, and therefore the opposite of disabled in that sense. Okay, so, but again, because he's different, you make judgment calls and you're bullying just like everybody that he worked with did. Again.
It just amazes me that News Nation has put it into her.
No, I think they promoted Hemisphere because it brings them more views, and that's all they care about, and that's what's disgusting about this.
It's funny anymore, especially knowing he's always alone when he's showing these pictures. Many of the pictures.
Well, it's probably because people like you judge him. Therefore, he has a hard time making friends because he is awkward in that aspect. And knowing that people like you are going to make statements or judgments about him because of stuff, so he is alone a lot. Just saying. I know, Nancy. Just bear with me.
Are taken in his bathroom, as we've already known from some we've seen before, especially the infamous selfie that was taken right after the murders.
So he just killed 4 people and went into his shower and took a shower. Oh, wait a minute. We ain't even got a shower curtain.
Yeah, and there's no marks on his hand. This was the day after, right? The day after, because this idiot tries to proclaim, because he's got a scratch right there on his knuckle on one of his hands, that maybe it came from that. There's nothing on this kid's hands except all I see is the white knuckle because he's got dyspraxia, so that's probably hard to do sometimes. And it's dry because he washes his hands all the time because he's OCD. But you know, the idiot here once again won't even talk about that because that doesn't fit her stupid ass narrative.
No, far as you know, they know he's celebrating. He just killed 4 people.
But she's so stupid. She's going to continue with the same narrative after Detective Gilbertson said, "Oh no, he's got thousands of pictures like that. That's his thing. He does it all the time." Idiot.
Where he gave the thumbs up, and we saw the Band-Aid on his ring finger, imagining that may have been.
So look how stupid she is to zoom in on this, showing. Does anybody see any? Okay, you killed 4 people, according to them, with 1 knife. Does it look like there's any damage done here, folks? In your opinions? Nope.
Because he cut himself during the murders.
See this little ass Band-Aid right here where a ring would go. He cut himself, that little scratch, and that's killing 4 people. That's what happened to him. This woman's a complete total idiot. There's a Band-Aid there. It's hard to see.
Well, in one of these new pictures, he's actually shirtless in his bathroom and he's saluting himself. But what's interesting is that
So again, this must have been that conversation she had with him that nobody knows about. Then he told her that he was saluting himself. We don't know what that means. Nobody knows what that means. He could have been saluting. We don't know what.
As far as I know, he might be jamming and listening to some good music and just showing off.
Right. We don't know what day this was taken on. He could have been saluting to something involving police or Labor Day, or I'm not saying that that's what it was. I'm just saying, once again, she's making a judgment call based on her ignorance and stupidity. Okay. And again, the guy was a heavier set guy. He's probably proud of how he looks now and does this on occasion for himself. It makes him feel good. There's nothing wrong with this. And yeah, shirtless in the bathroom. Oh, Lord, God forbid. This could have been being sent. And they're not telling you one thing, folks. That they don't know for a fact that these things weren't sent to anybody. They could have been. And if they do know, they're not going to tell you anyway because it doesn't fit their narrative.
it's taken in December of 2022.
Okay, so she does say December 22. There it is. But again, nobody knows what that means. That could have been to a grandfather or a friend or something. Who knows what it means? But she's judging it based on what she thinks she knows. And once again, makes that decision.
That's either 4 to 6 weeks after, it actually could be anywhere from 2 to 6 weeks after the murders.
Well, at least she can count. We know that much.
And when he is saluting, you can see his ring finger again.
Oh, no.
Weeks later, the band.
There's that scratch, folks. Look again. Oh, no. That's it right there. She solved the fucking case. Brian did it because he's got a scratch on his knuckle. I don't understand why she doesn't work for the police. This makes no sense.
Hold on. She's saying this picture and the one previously in the bathroom are both from December of 22. She's full of shit.
I agree with you.
Look at the skin color. Look at the skin tone. That's not even the same year.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. She's disgusting and stupid. Very stupid.
It's gone, but the wound is still there.
The wound is not a wound, you dumbass.
The wound. That's a wound. That's smaller than a cat scratch, you guys.
Oh my
God. For all we know, he burned his finger or bumped it or something. I mean, Jesus Christ, look at I got scars all over my body.
I'm going to tell you, I lack graphite. So when my hands get dry, all I really have to do is make a fist and my knuckles will crack.
Thank you.
That's all that is. It's just from severe dry skin.
And we know that he obsessively washes his hands, folks.
Yeah.
And I'm telling you, when the pandemic was here, I'm OCD too. Okay. And I'm also probably on a spectrum. I've never been tested and diagnosed, but I'm very much chronic ADHD, chronic OCD, and my moderators will tell you in some ways how they know that I'm OCD because of things that I do. When the pandemic was going on, do you realize that I washed and sanitized my hands so much that they bled, folks? They were so dry and busted open that they bled. And my wife can tell you that. Okay. God forbid that that's what happens here. We know he obsessively washes his hands. It's been stated again and again and again. That can't be it though. It has to be that little red mark because he killed 4 people. Are you kidding me?
I have a pair of gloves. My hands are so dry that I have a pair of gloves that I have to wear at night that are like, they're almost like plastic on the inside, but I have to lather my hands up with this funky cream and then put those on.
I had to
try to sleep with those on, which doesn't always work. But
yep, I had to put Vaseline on my hands and put rubber gloves on and sleep for a while to get my hands to go back to being like normal. It was so bad. So bad. And again, right, Scott. It's so bad. It looks like it's gonna fall off. It's that bad, right? And that's probably too. He's a vegetarian, so he could have nicked it cutting vegetables. That's what the dude eats. You know what I mean? None of that stuff could be it.
I think the difference for me in the pictures is not only the skin tone color, but look at his nose.
Yeah.
Like go back and look at the other one.
He looks completely different.
Yeah. Like this looks like it was taken years before.
Like if you look at that.
Yeah.
And then, oh, wait a minute. Goes back to her ugly ass. That. Yeah, they do look different. God, you're such an idiot.
And you can see all the marks on his knuckles right back there from where they crack.
That's what that all that dryness right there and that whiteness is, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm only doing this today because I'm sick of hearing this shit and seeing these people do this. Like I said, even if he did this, if he were to have been truly guilty in my mind, this is still insanely ridiculous and sickening to me that somebody would do this to somebody, period. Okay? Because this is all you can do. This is all you can do is be a bully. Not knowing anything about this man. You know nothing about him. He's never told anybody anything. You're taking what you're getting out of YouTube land and mainstream media and making these bullying comments about this man. God, I hope to God that they prove this man innocent and she looks like the stupid fuck that she is. God, I cannot wait for that. I would pay money to see her reaction. Even though she would fake like it didn't bother her, we all know that it would because you'll look like the fucking fool that you are.
Finger again. Weeks later, the Band-Aid's gone, but the wound is still there. The wound on that finger.
The wound?
On that knuckle is still there. And I don't know if this happened during the murders. All I can tell you is that wound was bandaged the morning of the murders when he took that self-righteous and self-important
It was? She was there?
It was a self-righteous and self-important photograph.
What the hell?
She must have like no quality of like any like I don't know, for you to feel that way about somebody else, she must feel bad about herself. Maybe she realizes that she looks like Skeletor. Maybe that's what it is.
Maybe she's projecting her own thoughts.
That's it. Bingo. Thank you. Sorry, Trashley.
Well,
yes, she's a psychic too. She's a psychic too.
So she knew that he did all that, but you didn't turn him in? Shame on you, Trashley.
They should have brought her in. She could have solved the case like a long time ago. Self-righteous. I know, Eddie. You got to love that one. Self-righteous.
Heifer ass bitch.
She's a hypocrite. It's disgusting. Her husband looks like Timu Jeffrey. Yes, I love it. I love you, Fizzy.
That go to the corner.
Timu Jeffrey Epstein. Well, she looks like, you know, I think she looks like Timu Farrah Fawcett is what she thinks. But anyway, she still got that 1983 hairdo too.
Trophy in his bathroom, all showered up, so proud. That Band-Aid was visible on that same ring finger.
Who says shit like this? All showered up and so proud. You don't know this. God, this woman is demented. Demented.
I'm telling you,
I'm just going to venture.
She's just going to venture out and say what she really thinks.
Projecting. She's highly, in my opinion, you are truly highly uneducated about life in general.
Guess he didn't go off and do all those stabbings with a Band-Aid. Maybe he did. I don't know.
So if you have a Band-Aid on your finger, you couldn't stab somebody? Are you stupid? Wait, I'm sorry. Yes, you are stupid. That's who says this stuff? Yeah, but it looks different on good people, Moonlit. Just saying. It's okay. It's okay. I'm sure you're beautiful with it. You couldn't. There's nothing you could do to make this person beautiful because she's so ugly inside that it projects to the outside of her. Just saying.
No, that's why she went to mainstream. And that's why she went to MSN or whatever the hell she went to. Is because we kicked her out at Channel 4.
Oh, she drops the F-bomb left and right, Vivian, constantly. Not today, but I'm just sick of her with all this stupidity she projects.
But these pictures are so telling. There's one picture in particular that is an affectation of some kind, but it just looks like something out of a horror movie. He looks like he's got the face from a Halloween mask.
See, this shows how stupid and uneducated she is. The phone shook. His hand shook or bumped something or that.
Also, it looks like it's just like an app that made it do that.
Maybe. Well, I don't know because the whole background looks like this. So
yeah,
so that looks that's a horror movie projection. Or he was wrong. Yeah, good point, Fizzy. Maybe he was jogging and running at the time when he took the picture. You know what I mean? That could never be it.
A blurry photo. You want to come look at mine because you can't decipher any photos in mine because they're so blurry.
She won't ever think of any other reason other than this is a monster because she's that insecure and stupid.
It's an affectation, like I said, a blur. It's a lighting issue, but it's just so scary when you see it.
Are you guys scared? Should I take it down? I don't want anybody to have nightmares because of seeing this picture. I'm sorry. I know it's not Halloween, and none of us here are adults that can handle seeing things like this. Just saying. Considering we're in true crime and we've seen crime scenes and blood and come on. Shut up.
Again, I don't know if he was trying to look scary, if this was an accidental picture, but I mean, it's just Michael Myers, just so incredibly freaky.
Michael Myers wears a mask, idiot. He wears a mask.
There's so many other pictures that, again, knowing who he is now, speak volumes.
In that statement she keeps making, knowing who he is now. You don't know him still. You don't know him. I wish that statement would stop being made because nobody knows this guy yet. He's never said a word to anybody. They've never released this psychological background other than the fact that he's been diagnosed with ASD. Nobody knows who he is. So to make that statement.
And I show you these pictures not just for the prurience of seeing.
No, she shows us these pictures to run a narrative. Do what?
I'm late.
You're late for what?
Chauffeur duty.
Oh, okay. Go do chauffeur duty. But again, like I said, no, that's right. No one does, truly. That's the thing. Nobody does. Us included. But I'm not going to jump to conclusions and say that this is what it means. He could be the one that did this. But I don't see any of the things she's seen in these pictures. Pay attention to whose videos? What are you talking about? Joanne, what do you mean? Well, this is her video. I think I did.
Still amazes me she still got a job.
Agreed.
I say that because some jobs do look at what you do when you're not working, and they look at your social media and they look at what you doing on the side. You got companies that does that.
Right. Oh, Joanne, I see what you're saying. Yeah, I read that. So she's wrong about it being his wedding finger. No, the band-aid was on the ring finger. Hey, Snooper, good to see you.
I mean, if you just kill 4 people with a knife, these little nicks and abrasions that you're pointing out wouldn't even be the thing. We'll be talking about deeper cut wounds that's involved,
Agreed. And that
and
was
you'll have blood all over you, blood on your blood on your vehicle, just all over the place.
in look, the band-aid, I'll show you the band-aid once again. And that was we used to do that in scouts. That's a scout thing. Like the scout salute from Cub Scouts all the way up. That's what that was when I did it. Just telling you. The band-aid, if you look, there's that finger there. That's the ring finger. And let me show you the other picture real fast again. Hold on. And then we'll go back to where we were. Come on, where the hell did it go? See the band-aid right here? It almost looks like he's wearing a ring. It's right at his knuckle. There's his knuckle. There's his knuckle. There's the band-aid on that finger on the knuckle right there. And again, you can definitely tell that the kid overwashes his hands. The redness, the dryness, all of that. So, anyway. Let me get back to where I was. So, we were about there. Oh, there's another one. He's smiling. I wonder what this one means. He's smiling. And there's no marks anywhere on his body, on his face, on his arms, any of that. So, well, it was the same hand, though. I'm just saying.
Flexing, he's shirtless. He's admiring his ass in front of the mirror.
Is he? Is he admiring it, or is he looking to see how they fit him in the back? Possibly. This is the way her sick ass mind works. He's admiring his ass. Again, women, listen, guys. I've done that to see how pants look, how they make my ass look per se. Sometimes women do it all the time. Why can't why can't he look and see how the pants look in the back? Why does this make him a bad person? Okay, either way, whatever hand it was, it's still the same hand. You know what I mean?
So many of the pictures. Originally, I thought it was just one. I thought it was just one picture with a new pair.
I know, Tara. It reverses the image. I know. It's still on the same hand, though. That was the same hand.
Do we know if she's married?
She's married. Yeah. Somebody said she's the guy. I've never seen him, but somebody said he's like the Temu version of Jeffrey Epstein is what he looks like. I know. Well, all of us have probably done this at one point in time or another. And he was smiling, so that must mean he's horrible in that picture because he was smiling in the last one.
I mean, how else are you expected to look back there when you put brand new jeans on? You got the price tag on the thing.
You're trying to see how they fit, how they look. That's what I've done it 100 times.
And evidently, he didn't bother to go to the wardrobe room when he was at the store, so he bought it home, tried it out.
Right.
And see if he's going to bring it back or not.
Okay. Either way, Tara, it's still either way. It doesn't. It's not that important to me to really go over that much of it, but so be it. So be it. It's not that important.
Jeans where he had the tag on it, and he was admiring his butt, or at least looking if his ass looked fat in those jeans. And the truth was,
once again, she's guessing at what he's doing, okay? Because she thinks she knows. This is insane. It's nuts. It's nuts.
his love handles were hanging out, the hem, right? The waistband. There's a bunch more of those pictures too.
So
those
what?
Dark jeans. And I don't know. I have no clue if he was ever photographing any of the pictures of the clothes that he wore for the murders.
See, I think she needs to be looked into. The mental capacity that she seems to have, the darkness that she drops herself into when she thinks about these things. This is crazy. Okay. Thank you, Busy. I'll pull that up. Like, she's the one that scares me with the thought processes and the things that she has, not him. Be careful, Tomboy.
Likely the clothes that he discarded, buried or sank or did something. He did something to get rid of the clothes that he wore at 1122 King Road that night. But who knows if he bought some special or stole some special to have no evidence of purchase.
Oh, now he's a thief too. So he steals things too. Okay.
Who knows? I did notice in a lot of these pictures, you zoom in, you see all these little details, right? Like the don't fuck with cats people always zoom in on the pictures. I love that. I noticed the bottles of Pure Life water. Pure Life, huh, Brian? Really? Pure Life, important to you? Really? Pure Life important to Brian Koberger, right?
Oh my God. Do you hear this shit? So now you're going to analyze the brand of water that he drinks.
He had a whole case of this shit in his apartment when they
it's
executed
water.
The warrant and took all
you have to
those
drink
photos
water,
of his,
idiot.
Meager existence in Pullman,
Complete
Washington.
Idiot.
And again, these pictures are from his meager little existence in Pullman, Washington, before he left for Pennsylvania. But there will be some pictures. I will show you some pictures from his home in Pennsylvania that he shared with his parents. One really weird picture that shows him, and I'll get to it in a minute, but shows him with some plastic bags on the floor. And we know
he stole his sister's phone when he was having a heroin issue. Just saying. Okay. That makes him a thief now, like a permanent thief for the rest of his life, because he was addicted, had an addiction issue, and took a phone to sell to try to buy the drugs that he was addicted to. That makes him a thief, like a permanent thief for the rest of his life. That's interesting.
He was arrested in the middle of putting his garbage, using plastic or using rubber gloves to put his garbage into little plastic bags to seal them. I have a.
So does anybody know the reason why that was happening? Because of course she's not going to tell you. Right. Budget water. I don't care how cheap it is. It's water, for Christ's sakes. Okay. I'd like to see her go to college at that age and make the money he was probably making and buy what the hell is the smart water shit or whatever the fuck she probably drinks because she thinks she's important. I'd buy it.
A lot of pictures coming up, including some very weird ones of Brian holding up notebooks with his name and dates, and then these strange characters below. And I actually have seen these notebooks in the pictures that the detectives took when they executed the warrant, but they had digitized what the letters were. Well, now we can see them without the digitization, and maybe some of you eagle eyes are going to recognize what the codes are. I can't. That's coming up.
What I think her ignorance was projecting, okay, what she was trying to project was because the name brand was Pure Life. You know, she believes that he's a killer, so Pure Life would be the opposite of what he believes, is what she's trying to say. That's all that meant, in my opinion.
In just a moment, but first I would be remiss if I didn't give a really big thank you to you for supporting this channel. I could not do this without you. We are a community.
Oh, you can, because I don't support you, so don't thank me by any means whatsoever.
Dozens of pictures we've never seen that Brian Koberger took of himself. I'm starting with a lot of the pictures that he took before the murders. Many of the hiking pictures were taken in, June and July and August. We don't know about pictures in September. This one is a strange one in a restaurant. I'm not sure which restaurant this one is in. I assume it's a restaurant. I think he set his phone up, say on the salt shaker, took himself a selfie there.
I'm telling you that they have no idea that he didn't send these pictures to his mother and his father. Or if they do, they're not going to put that out there because it doesn't match the narrative. I'm sorry to say. Not all of these are just for his own self-keeping, I'm sure, but it could be self-preservation. He's probably dealt with, what was the word I'm trying to think of here? When you think badly of yourself a lot, that kind of thing. You know what I'm saying? So it helps. Just saying. It could be for the dating profile, Fizzy. 100%. Look at the type of picture it is. Just saying. And I'm sorry, but I don't care what anybody says. He's not that bad looking of a guy. And this is coming from a male perspective. I don't see it. Low self-esteem is what I was thinking of, yes. But he's not. He's not that bad looking of a guy. He's pretty average looking to me, And I've seen guys that are way, way worse looking than this guy that have been pronounced as being gods, per se, okay? This is absolutely insane. It truly is.
I want you to remember just one thing when you're listening to this heifer. She won a freaking Emmy. Tell me how.
Maybe the portrayal that she had in the He-Man movie. I don't know. What makes him ugly? What makes him ugly is what he was accused of doing. Yeah, I can agree if that was true. And if it turns out in the end, then I'll agree with that. But at this point, I still don't believe it because they've never shown proof. So you show me the proof that he did it, and then I'll agree with you on that, okay? That's actually a really good picture. I agree.
So far, all we've ever seen from anything they've ever released is a total screw-up.
100%. Nothing of any form of proof. Truly.
Just make out there's like a the bathrooms are behind him. So that's my assumption, that he's in some restaurant, maybe in Moscow, maybe in Pullman. This one I look at because I see a shower curtain. And when I see him taking pictures of himself in the bathroom and I see a shower curtain, it just makes me sad again, because we know that eventually he removed the shower curtain.
So it makes her sad that he removed the shower curtain to probably replace it because, it was time to do that. That makes her sad. That's how pathetic she is. These are all good pictures, by the way, in my opinion. These ones that he's taking. And he's in the bathroom taking pictures, idiot, because it's probably the only place he has a mirror in his apartment. Just saying. The pictures make him look more normal to me than he ever did. I agree with that one, too. I'm entitled to and you're entitled to your opinion. It doesn't make yours right either. What's fair is fair. Just telling you. There's many people that will disagree with you. I'm just being honest with you, okay? You can think whatever you want to think. I highly disagree with you, and that's okay. But I'm not degrading you because of it. So.
From his Pullman, Washington apartment, when they executed the warrant, there wasn't one. And that's why I assume he probably took a shower after.
Just explaining why the majority of people will see him as ugly because of the crime he's been convicted of. What majority? I don't think it's a majority anymore. I think it's half. I'll just say half the people that think he's guilty. That half of the people that think he's guilty, that's fine. And that's their right, okay? Just like it's our right to think the things that we think.
The murders, and as a criminology student knew that any trace blood that was on him that he was showering off may have gotten onto the shower curtain, so better to just get rid of it. So it's.
And El Stupido here is forgetting that they went in and they scraped his drain and they swabbed this and did that, and guess what? They found nothing at all. Nobody is so good that they could clean every absolute speck away. Okay, I just don't believe that. I don't.
It's always sad when you see the shower curtains that are still intact in the bathroom selfies that he takes. He takes a lot of pictures from different angles. So there's this, 2 in a row that are the same. It's just the same shirt, same location. Sometimes he tries smiling. Sometimes he tries to brood and look tough, but he does take a bunch of pictures of the same scene, and sometimes the same shirt, and now he's driving. I don't know if it's the same day or not, but here he is driving, and here he is hiking in that same shirt as well. Thumbs up. Boy, he sure likes that, doesn't he? Sure likes to, be proud of himself with the thumbs up. That just every time I see that fucking thumb, I want to shove it. Yeah, you know what I mean. This one is the upsetting one. I don't know what he was doing here. It's just so creepy. It's so Michael Myers. Knowing now what he did and seeing this, I think it's that thing you can't unsee. This is an interesting picture. He's very sweaty. He's all dressed in black. It's obviously nighttime. I'm wondering if he's out for one of his late night runs and he has stopped in front of the Cougars statue, because that's the mascot for Washington State University, the Cougar. He even has a sweatshirt that has the Cougars on it. You'll see that a little later on.
Oh no, the school that he goes to and works for, he supports by wearing their clothing, and he's taking a picture of the Cougar, the mascot of the school he goes to, out for a run. Are you serious? Like, with the shit she says makes no sense.
But, here he is, all proud of himself, sweaty and soaking wet. Okay, this is the weird stuff. I can't quite make it out, but he takes a lot of these pictures. He rips something out of a binder and he writes little codes, and he tries to write them backwards and forwards because he knows that the camera or the mirror is going to reverse them. But he has all these codes that almost look like airline codes, like airline tickets. We haven't been able to figure out what the codes are.
I don't know what this means. That's July 11th of 22. His name and whatever that is. Maybe he's doing it for a record that he needed to be able to have that for a record to keep. So it's easier to just take a picture of it, and that way you don't have to memorize the. I don't know. I don't understand that one, but.
But a lot of these pictures, he'll snap of himself holding up a piece of paper like this with a date, his name, and one of these codes. And he snapped a whole bunch of these. See, there's one of them, right? With Brian Koberger, 07/11/2022, right? July 11, 2022. And then there's that code. It looks like an airline ticket, right? The strange thing is that when the investigators photograph these weird notebook notations with the large letters with Brian Koberger, a date, and then they actually redact.
Maybe it was something he was sending to his dad about the plane tickets that he for the trip or whatever that he was sending to his boss. You know what I mean? It could have been that. That way he could just take a picture, send it to his dad, and say, "Here it is." I mean, I'm just saying, it could have been for anything. And again, normal looking.
They put a black box over the codes. Maybe they didn't know what the codes were either, but now we do because we can see them in the photos. But there's a lot of those. Now it kind of makes more sense.
Nobody cares.
It doesn't make sense. What's he doing? What is he photographing? His name, a certain date, and an airline ticket.
Why do you care? Why does she care so much about? See, that's what I'm saying. That's the only content you can come up with, is to break somebody down based on the picture they took with a code on it. It's kind of pathetic. Welcome, Justice. Good to see you. I asked my friend who was doing online college for her master's, and she has to do this often. So it's a college thing. There you go. There you go. April QT, welcome. Good to see you. It is 100%. I agree with you. Anybody that doesn't see this as bullying is you need to go check and like refresh yourself or something, because it truly is bullying. Whether he did it or not, you're still bullying somebody. I'm just saying.
Documenting his travels.
So that shows, like I said, I didn't know what it meant either, but if it's that easy to figure it out, You couldn't have done the same thing instead of using it to run your narrative. That's all she's doing.
Yet again, another bathroom selfie. Lindsay, is this the one? Are we zeroed in on this one? It's where he's checking his ass out in the new jeans, in the new dark jeans. Is this like a close-up or is this a different shot?
Different pair of jeans. Okay, so he's trying these pants on to see how they fit and look on him. That's all he's doing.
This is unfortunately a different shot.
This is another shot of...
Yes.
Yeah. His face is so, like, I don't know, pathetic. This is...
Pathetic. That's pathetic. Your life is pathetic, chick.
There's a series of these. I didn't realize that. When I saw the first one, I didn't realize there's a whole series of him checking out his butt in these new jeans that he bought. He's still got the price tag on him. God help anybody out there if he returned them in some...
I guarantee you that this woman has done this more times than she can count. But that's okay, though.
Someone else is wearing them. Or I mentioned this on my last night's podcast. I wonder if he's out purchasing clothes for the murders or stealing clothes for the murders so that there's no sign of a purchase. Because you know these clothes are never going to show up anywhere else. Where whatever he murdered these kids wearing, he got rid of that. He got rid of it. There's no way he would have been dumb enough to keep it and launder it because there was a lot of blood. There was hand-to-hand combat with Xana Kernodle. There's just no way that he wasn't covered and that he didn't get rid of his clothes. Here's an interesting one. He's at a ball game of some sort. This is again before the murders. So
Oh God, no! He went to a baseball game. That's it, right there, guys. That makes him a killer. He looks like any guy that's at a baseball game taking a picture with the diamond in the background showing I'm at, and he was a Yankees fan. We know that too. So
assumption is this is on the West Coast, maybe Washington, but he's pretty proud of himself. And then I wondered if this was him actually taking the picture so he could see the girl over his...
Exactly, Murky. Exactly. Welcome, by the way, hon. Good to see you.
Shoulder. I'm not sure if she's in the band or if she's a broadcaster or what's going on there with her, but I did suspect that was maybe what his motive was to snap.
So now she's accusing him of taking pictures of women that are in the background. Her mentality is fucked, you guys. It is completely fucked. Sorry.
Snap that picture and get the girl in it. Because the other pictures, she's not over his shoulder. Okay, this picture looks to be like he's standing in front of the state capitol. Lindsay, is that green flag the state flag for Washington State?
Yes, it is.
So this is Olympia. Capital of Washington State is Olympia. And I'll bet he's just on a little, I don't know, maybe a little field trip. But he's wearing one of that same t-shirts that you see him wearing a lot out on his hikes. A lot of his pictures. Is that Mount Hood? I'm guessing, maybe. That's sort of a famous land.
So all of these pictures, a lot of these pictures that he's taking in specific destinations, look where I'm at now. I mean, that's a beautiful picture, the background, the mountain and all that kind of stuff. I was here. I did this. That's not abnormal, folks. This is absolutely 100% normal.
Landmark in Washington State. He sure seems to like to photograph himself outside while he's hiking and in front of...
oh, look, there's a thumbs up picture again. Good God.
Key locations. He's not very good with a camera. He's always half in the shade and he tries to smile.
Welcome, Brent.
There's that goddamn thumbs up again. I just want to hit him.
You see what I mean? She wants to hit him now. Before she wanted him to be shanked in prison. Now she's so violent about this shit. It's crazy.
Every time I see the thumbs up, I just get sick to my stomach because I know what he did the morning after the murders. So more of these hiking pictures out and about. Seemed to be quite an outdoorsman. Remember he had the bear spray? When they photographed his apartment, they had an unopened can of bear spray. Maybe for the hikes, maybe for victims. Who knows? Who knows what he was planning to do? But in a lot of his pictures, he tries to look really macho and handsome. And then he does this smile and it's all is revealed. Let's just put it that way. All is revealed.
What is revealed? Somebody tell me what's revealed. That he's smiling. I mean, he takes good pictures.
So let's keep moving. These again, I'll remind you, are pre November 13th. They're pre-murder. Here he is. Let's go back to that one. Here he is checking himself out in a new shirt. It's got the tag still on it in front of what looks like some kind of a TJ Maxx sort of store with shoes behind him. I don't know if the shoes he's wearing are what he wants to see, as well as the shirt. Lindsay, go down
It's
to
actually a
So he's trying to see how the shirt looks on him because he's there by himself. He doesn't want to. This is not abnormal, guys. This is absolutely all normal.
Ross.
feet.
I just looked at the tag. I think that's a Ross in this.
A Ross Dress for Less?
I think that's like one of the tags on this shoe. I think it is. It's a Ross.
Can you pan
The
down
tag
to the
says
shoes
Ross.
so we can take a look and see if he's trying on shoes as well as the shirt? The ones in these photos, because oftentimes mask, Brian Koberger, and then he's got that strange code. And again, it looks like an airline, reservation code, but maybe it's something else. Maybe he's tracking his weight. Maybe he's tracking something else, but he sure did have a few of these on his phone, different versions of it, different dates, different codes. But then also the investigators found those pages and photographed them in his apartment. Again, more strange selfies. This one looks like he got a real tight fade. Maybe he didn't like the haircut because
he didn't like it, so he's looking at it. She makes no sense. None.
He really got wigged out about it, pardon the pun, and he took lots of pictures of the Brillo pattern that his hair showed in the back of his head. You can see his earbuds and wanted to see it up close, I guess. I'm not sure what he's doing there other than maybe tensing. I don't know what it's showing,
his fist, like white knuckling right there.
Yeah, it really is. He's white knuckling. Lindsay, is there any other telltale signs there other than the shower curtains there? Any other telltale signs in that picture?
Another one. This one actually looks worse.
That's another
really
picture?
Red. Yeah.
Wait, that's another
really
picture?
red.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Believe it or not, this is a second picture. And, he's clenching his knuckles even harder. It's very strange. More pictures of the fade.
I hope I can get through the rest of this. I'm just telling you, it's getting rough. Well, see, somebody else said that this is stuff that you have to do when you're in college for your courses and stuff like that. So it could be either way. Could be either one.
The hair. Vain. Absolute vanity on this guy.
How is this vain when you just want? I do the same thing. I cut my own hair and then I do the same thing and I look at it to see how it looks when I'm done. I do the same thing.
Another creepy one. So many creepy ones.
None of these are creepy. You're an idiot.
Wonder what he saw when he looked in the mirror. I wonder honestly what he saw. Before the murders, I wonder what he saw. And after the murders, I wonder what he saw.
He saw Brian Koberger. What do you see when you look in the mirror, Skeletor? What do you see? A bully? She's definitely got her mental is off to me. She's insane.
Okay, now I can tell you that this is, of course, as you know, the infamous picture from the morning of the murder. So this is November 13th. And there are pictures that are now dated as we move away from the 13th. After he took this awful picture, he took plenty more selfies as he moved along. What date is this one, Lindsay?
These are both from November 25th, 2022. And then when we move forward, it's December 2nd.
This is December 2nd. So he's still in his apartment in Pullman. No idea what's coming his way in a month and a bit. Takes a lot of the same pictures. Do you notice there's always a sequence?
Yeah. And it's interesting. This is after the murders. We're literally seeing the change after the murders.
The change in his persona.
Yeah.
Oh, the one you're about to go to. The shirtless ones. This
one is
What persona are you seeing a change in? That's what I don't understand. I don't see anything any different in any of them. I don't. None. Once again, these two are both. It's so there's no change. He looks like the same guy, and you're not there with him. You don't get to hear how he talks or acts or none of that. You're looking at him and you're making that decision with no knowledge of what you're talking about. This is pure insanity. I'm sorry.
Dated December 2nd also.
Is it December
so this
2nd?
Would be, mm-hmm.
Okay. So, hey, wait a second, Lindsay. Zero in on his ring finger, December 2nd. So this is only 2 weeks after the murders.
And
this is the same photograph we saw at the beginning of this. Stupid.
That looks deep. And I'm going to say this.
That looks deep. It's a surface. Like, it looks like it's on the surface. There's nothing to it. It's not even broken the skin. These people are stupid.
Because I have cut myself on accident on my fingers with a vegetable slicer.
Yes.
And it looked like that when it was just sliced and it was raw.
And this is his left hand. To my knowledge, I don't know if he's right-handed or left-handed, but he seems to be right-handed because he...
Yeah, this is his left hand because he's standing in the mirror like this. Okay, so yes, that's the left hand. And again, she may have just answered her question, slicing vegetables. Just saying. It's a surface wound. It's not even broke the skin. That's the stupidity of this.
Takes his pictures with his right hand. So maybe as he was in a fight, he nicked his own left ring finger. But again, he had the bandage on that finger the morning of the murders. If you zoom in, the ring finger, you can see that knuckle bandaged. So that's the 13th of November. And you said this is December 2nd, the saluting picture?
Yeah.
2.5 weeks later, it's still healing, but the bandage isn't on it in this, half naked selfie. I don't know what he's trying to see in himself there. He looks sort of like a war victim almost.
Yeah.
More selfies with the thumbs up.
What did she just say? A war victim. What the fuck? How does this look like a war victim?
Of November. And you said this is December 2nd, the saluting picture?
Yep.
2.5 weeks later, it's still healing, but the bandage isn't on it in this, half naked selfie. I don't know what he's trying to see in himself there. He looks sort of like a war victim almost.
Half naked with his shirt off, which men do every day. I do it all the time when I'm not on here. I hope she has to know, Cece. She has to know. She sounds beyond stupid. His hands would be all bruised up. Not right. Thank you. It wouldn't have been a surface wound that he scratched.
Yeah.
More selfies with the thumbs up.
3 days later.
3 days after that saluting picture. So that would be December 5th.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Another selfie. This one is
Washington State University black hoodie.
He's at his apartment. This is 12/9. This series. These
are from December 9th. The series of, I don't know what he was doing. I wonder if it's possible he got back into drugs,
So now he's on drugs because he's having fun and being silly. Wow, this chick is a mess.
I wonder if any of it is possible. If he got back into drugs during any of this, during the murders. I wonder.
This looks like Ted Bundy.
Does.
This looks like Ted Bundy. These two are both complete idiots. Complete and total idiots.
Does. And we know he was watching Ted Bundy videos before they arrested him.
Now, he keeps putting his bangs back, and knowing what we know now, I don't know. It seems weird. Why is he doing that? Does he want to look at himself, how he might have looked? And I kind of, when we get to the next pictures, you'll kind of see why I think this.
Let's see.
These are from
Is this the drive across the country with his dad?
Yes.
So here he is in a vehicle. Obviously, it's the white Elantra. That's what they were driving across the country. Dad was in the passenger seat for a couple of those police stops. Here he is at night. And you just imagine, like, dad's in the seat beside him more than likely, and he's snapping these selfies, unless he's at some, gas station stop. But this is a picture.
For what?
I keep thinking of what it looked like when he was driving in that white Elantra to murder those kids in the dark. This is what it looked like. He's behind the wheel. It's dark. Maybe there's a headlight behind him every so often. Who knows? But this is the scene. Like, this is what it looked like when he was on his way to a. I wonder if that's what it is. If he wanted to see what it looked like while he was driving away in the dark, and also when he puts the hoodie over his face, and it's the day before he's arrested.
Jesus Christ. She's insane and just purely stupid. I mean, this is pure stupidity. Pure stupidity. Thanks, Outcast. Good to see you, bro. Thank you for joining us. Yes, she should be banned. She should be banned. She should be jobless. She's a complete. Her and Jennifer Hackenkopper need to do something together, because they're both complete idiots. Complete idiots. The mental unawareness that they have is just insane to me. Thanks, brother. I appreciate the super chat. God bless.
He just tries to look so scary, like a serial killer.
No, he looks
it
horrible.
upsets me to see him with the dog. It made me angry. It's like he doesn't deserve dogs.
Oh, I know. This is horrible.
I wonder whose dog it is. If it's his
He's at home at this point.
Here.
He's in Pennsylvania for this, right?
Michelle.
His parents' house?
December 18th, all of these. And then the dog one is the 19th, but it starts with the 18th right here.
Oh, there he is.
Yeah, there he is with his black wash U sweatshirt on with the hoodie up. And he took a few of these pictures, and they're just disturbing. The look that he gives the camera.
They're disturbing. Yeah, so his sister, Amanda, she's just as disturbing because she has the same looks. Because they have the same eyes. So why aren't you saying anything about her there, Skeletor? Come on.
These are the most disturbing. I mean, these and the clown face that he made. He really does want to check out his physique. He really likes to see himself flex.
He really is probably enjoying the fact that he's no longer a chubby person, and he brought himself and accomplished all that weight loss down to this. I would do the same thing. I have done the same thing. This is insane. Good God, what a stupid ass.
These
are all 2 days before Christmas.
2 days before Christmas, the 23rd? Interesting he didn't take any pictures of Christmas and the holidays, and they didn't put them in these files. Again, this is a driving shot, isn't it? In the dark.
It looks completely normal.
This is Christmas Eve. He's driving on Christmas Eve, taking a shot of himself behind the wheel of his white Elantra in the dark, which, as we all know, is exactly what he did so often, skulking around 1122 King Road for months and months.
No, he wasn't. He was driving down Walenta Boulevard, going 40 miles an hour. Fucking idiot. Complete, total idiot.
Casing the place in the dark.
This is Christmas.
This is Christmas Day? Interesting choice. I'm going to take a selfie on Christmas Day. No Christmas theme.
This is Christmas. This is it too.
Christmas Day again.
No Christmas theme. How do you? This is where I talk about this education. Like, she has no idea what his family celebrates, how they celebrate, whether or not they decorate certain things. She doesn't. God, I can't stand this woman.
Doesn't look very happy.
He got coal. This is 2 days later, 27th.
27th. Well, walls are closing in. He doesn't even know it. This is him trying to look cute with the smile. Doesn't work.
28th.
I would be curious as to truly, honest to God, how many of these pictures may have been taken for a dating website. I'll be honest with you. He was a single guy. Why is it hard to believe that these could all have been taken possibly for a dating website? To be honest with you, nobody knows. She sure as hell don't know. Christ, I'm surprised she didn't have to have somebody help her put her pants on in the morning, to be honest with you. Truly, truly, truly.
28th, and this is the 29th. I know it. It's my birthday, so I know this picture. I'll never forget it. I can't unsee it.
Well,
there's a couple of them like this, right? It takes a few like this, not just one. Yeah, I thought so.
So what?
A couple of angles. This is just after he'd watched the Ted Bundy YouTube videos, right?
Yeah. Yes.
Yeah. Oh. Maybe he's trying to look like it because the thumbnail he's choosing to wear in his parents' home. The way it's the kitchen, no issues. These are forensic evidence. These photographs.
No, they're not. These had no bearing on what happened with this case. None. Idiot.
And this man is an enigma. We don't know why he did this.
He's an enigma.
We still don't know what his motivation was. We're trying to find anything we can. Look at this. Look at this clenched nose.
Did you hear what she just said? She's trying to find anything she can. You absolutely can, Anna. Please do. Please do. One of the mods will give you the link, I'm sure. She's trying to find anything she can to make this fit the narrative she wants us to fit.
Trying to flex. I don't know if it tells us much, but
once again, guess who does this all the time? And I dare somebody to say that my child's weird because he does it all the time. When I was that age, I did it all the time too. Hey Cammy, what's up, sis? Good to see you. And yes, absolutely, 100%, all the time.
We get at least a little bit of a.
Thanks, SRB.
A little bit of an insight.
That's what I mean. This trash, at one point in time, said that nobody should attack his family. Can you imagine what his family thinks of what you're doing right now? She gave birth to him. This is her child. She created him. And you're degrading him every time the kid takes a picture of himself. Hey, Twinkle, good to see you.
Into this man, especially the fact that he had so many pictures of himself.
So what?
Just for himself.
I almost could guarantee you if you got into her phone or anything like that, that she's probably got a camera roll full of her own pictures too. I could almost guarantee it. Just saying. Because she thinks so highly of herself. It's obvious.
He didn't send these. He didn't share. He didn't post.
And she can't say that because she has no idea if that's true or not. That's the fact. You developed a disc camera's film at Kmart? What? I never said anything like that.
He just kept them for himself. Look, I consider myself pretty vain. I'm on TV, for heaven's sake.
But
I don't have this many pictures. I don't have very many at all.
I'm not going to go with that.
Selfies like this alone in the bathroom? Certainly not like that. It's just such
and this
an
is
insight.
right after the murders. It's so gross.
Like what date?
He does look different.
What is this date? Is this
is December 2nd.
December 2nd?
This is gross. She said it's so gross.
You think he looks different?
I do.
He doesn't look different. He's got a light on. That's the difference. These two are complete and totally ridiculous.
So,
what do you think is different about him?
He has different clothes on than the other picture. That's the difference.
I don't know. It's almost like it's like he got more confidence. He looks.
No, he don't. No, he don't. That's them trying to run a narrative once again.
Like he's exuding more confidence in himself.
Because all the flexing is late. It's after the murders. Yeah, all the topless pictures. This is all, and
the other idiot thing too is her producer.
You know, saluting. Who are you saluting?
The ones.
This is again after the haircut. You can tell there's another haircut. So
the ones before looked lonely. This is like I got a new lease on life.
By the way, I'm still not 100% convinced that he's not Papa Roger.
Oh my God. Did you hear what she just said? You stupid fucking idiot. Yeah, Outcast, I agree. 9,000 people like that video. Good point. Did you hear what she just said? Listen to this again. This is where the stupidity comes in. The ignorance is when you're not educated about something and you don't know. The stupidity comes in when you have been informed and you refuse to believe it. Listen to what she says.
All the flexing is late. It's after the murders. Yeah. All the topless pictures. This is all. And the saluting. Who are you saluting?
The ones before looked lonely. This is like, I got a new lease on life.
By the way, I'm still not 100% convinced that he's not Papa Roger.
The lead detective told you more than once that he's not. And these are the people that refuse to hear anything that doesn't fit that narrative. That is absolute stupidity, purely.
Just the fact that they didn't make the connection doesn't mean he didn't erase the connection. And they did admit that he was good at wiping these devices. So it is entirely possible that he wiped everything Papa Roger, because it was starting to get a little too close to home, wasn't it? Yeah. The Papa Roger stuff. I mean, he was dropping stuff about the sheath and then trying to get people off the white Elantra. As soon as the Facebook group started talking about the white Elantra, he started to try to get them red herrings, get them off that tail. And I wonder if that isn't at some point when he finally said, I got to start figuring this out. Although, Lindsay, they do have posts that go up to December 30th, right? Like Papa Roger was still posting December 30th and then he was arrested the next day. So they would have confiscated the electronics really fast. He wouldn't have had time to wipe he wouldn't have had time.
Right, dumbass. And they know that Papa Rogers is an Asian woman from another state. So keep spewing the dumb and the stupid.
To erase his connections and his profile.
Unless he was always operating maybe on a VPN or something. I'm not sure.
It blew my mind.
They refuse to accept it, folks. That's the problem. There's so many people like these two that refuse to accept fact because it doesn't fit into what they want to believe. It's childish for one. It's very saddening to see people that do this, and three, it's just disgusting.
It blew my mind that prosecutors couldn't make that connection. That they could not make that connection to Papa Roger.
Because it's not him, stupid. That shows how stupid she is.
Blew my mind because it just made sense.
Angel
if
D.
Papa Roger listens to this podcast, can they please come forward?
Yeah. In the comments, please. We'd appreciate it.
It's already known who she is.
Well, listen, I think we've gone through just about everyone.
Yeah, I'm done with you. Bye. Anyway. It's insane. It's just insane that this is all she does now. This is all she does. Anytime she does a show, if you go back and see what it is, it's something degrading and running the narrative to destroy anything that he has left. I feel so bad for his parents. I hope his parents didn't watch that. I'm sorry, everybody. I thank you for bearing it. And I went easy because there's some people in here that I didn't want to scare away with certain words I was going to use, but it's nuts. And she's not the only one that does this. There's so many people that do this. The stupidity is real. Right. What's up? Nothing half-assed. She's a brilliant detective. She said that he changed clothes outside and dropped the sheath in the process. And then the sheath walked itself back upstairs. Yeah, she's a complete, total fucking idiot. You ain't lying, Angel. You ain't lying, hun. 100%. These people are nuts. Nuts. Tomorrow's Tuesday. I'm wondering if any documents might fly out tomorrow. Possibly, maybe. We'll see. I hope you guys enjoyed this today. This was not exactly Lana kind of tamed me because I was hot earlier. I'll just be honest with you. Like I said, I seen Harsh tried to watch these two and he couldn't even get through the whole thing. I don't blame him. I don't blame him. And I am going to tell you right now, unless I'm going to say the same thing he said, unless we absolutely have to, if there's no other way that we're going to get a specific piece of information, I will not play her on here again. I promise. Like I said, unless we absolutely have to. She doesn't deserve it. And that's us giving her views. Okay, and that'll be it for me. She don't deserve it, and I hope her channel fails horribly. I do, because all she has done is promote violence, ignorance, bullying, anything that she shouldn't be, she's doing. Well, that was kind of just kind of a thing to it. I wanted you guys to be able to do that and enjoy yourselves a little bit. I do have something else we can run. Mama Bear sent me something over this morning. Oh, okay. I see now where the Timu Jeffrey Epstein thing comes from. That's funny. Let me see if I can blow it up and show you guys. Yeah, you ain't lying. He definitely is a Timu Jeffrey Epstein. Oh. Funny. Funny. Anyway. I was just trying to make light of it because it made me so mad, you guys. I could have exploded watching her do that. I could have exploded. So I had to do something to lighten on it. Unbelievable. So I wonder if this thing is here. Has anybody ever watched anything by Mocking Media? Hang on a minute. Let me see if this is what I think it is. Mama Bear sent this over to me this morning. Hang on. Yeah, JRL, not JLR, but it's a parody that Mocking Media is a channel that does parodies on other YouTube channels and stuff like that. It's absolutely hilarious. Yes, Sarge has a poll. So I'm going to save that probably for maybe tonight if I come back later. I might actually do that. I might. Don't quote me on it. It depends on the boss lady, but I might either that or I'll save it for tomorrow because I got one. But the show today with Lana was amazing. That was worth every bit of what we did today. This last part here was a little weak, but could have been better. Like I said, I've been brewing about this shit. Brewing. And I'm just so sick of it. I truly am so sick of it. It's all absolute ridiculousness. And they're just left and right dropping things out. Koberger stalked 2 female students. Koberger did this. Koberger did that. The man's in prison. Why are you guys still going with this? Truly, why are you still going with this? It's insane. Thank you. Tired of seeing it. Tired of hearing it. Like I said, if and when they can prove Brian's innocence and all this comes out, I am going to run these people through the deepest mud that I can find, okay? Because they don't deserve anything less, in my opinion. And I don't get into that kind of stuff. I don't do that kind of stuff. But in this case, it's absolutely deserved. I'm sorry. Miss Denise, good to see you today. Thank you for being here. Well, I hope that all goes good, Denise. I pray for you every day. Miss Bonnie, I wasn't able to talk to her when Lana was here, and I hope she's doing okay. I saw what she said, and it's breaking my heart. It really is. I adored Bonnie, and please, guys, everybody in this community, if you will, please pray for Bonnie Bailey, Steve W. here, which is Miss Denise. If you're a praying person, all your thoughts and prayers, please add them to your daily. Please, I pray of you guys. That's all I'm saying. Mr. Kent, good to see you, sir. Then I'm vain. Huh? What do you mean, Kent? I'm vain? How? I think I'm taking that the right way. I won't play anything by Banfield anymore unless we absolutely have to get information. But I won't give her the views on that at that point. She doesn't deserve that, in my opinion. What do you mean, Kent? I'm confused, sir. Share my bruise with you. You know, I adore you. Love you to death, cat lady. Absolutely. And I won't play anything by Ashley Banfield again unless I have to. I don't. Oh, you're so vain. Gotcha. Carly Simon. I bet you think this song is about you. I love you, Angel. My favorite Aussie. Thank you, Jane. Dublin. That's awesome. Anybody else? Any other statements or anything anybody wants to drop before we get out of here? We got a few minutes. The link's still pinned if you want to step up, say anything beforehand. If not, I'll close her out. And I think I might do a late one tonight, guys, where I come back in here in a little bit, a couple hours. As long as the boss lady lets me do it, because I didn't get to do it last night. Transformers in the house. Thank you very much, Mr. for insightful live stream. Thank you to your moderators. Guess and insight be the reason someone smells. Thank you so much for that, Transformer. God bless. I do appreciate you very much. That song was about James Taylor. I heard that before. Yes, absolutely, Denise. We will be praying for you, dear. You're so vain. Ashley thinks this show is about her. She's so vain. Yes, Denise, I'm beyond happy that you're part of this community now. Give me one quick second, y'all. All right, y'all. Sorry about that. Thank you, Eminem. Thank you. And like I said, if anybody, hey Kelly, if anybody, if that bothered anybody, what I did, I'm sorry, but I'm not. I have to say what I feel. That's right. Mm-hmm. So let me ask this before I take off too. Um, would if I were to go live, say at 9, how many of you guys would be here? If you would be here, if you'd want to be here, hit it. Give me a 1 in the chat. If I can talk the boss lady into it. I'm glad to see you here, Kelly. If not, then don't put anything there. That's a good point, Ken. He probably was. 9 my time. It's 7:10 now, so it's 2 hours. Nothing new. Oh, and I've seen so many. That's another thing I could go off on is all the people that I've seen that have been cheering Charlie Kirk's death. That makes me want to throw up on myself. People are that sickening. You know what I mean? Anybody that would be interested in popping back in here for a late show with me after around 9 or so, put a 1 in the chat. If not, don't worry about it. Yeah, it's horrible how many people are cheering this on. It's sickening. Beyond disgusting. A human being lost their life. Yeah, 100%. That is facts. If I do come back on, we may discuss some of that stuff tonight. And I'll tell you what, from here on out, because I really do, because that was a weak reaction video. I think I want to do some reaction videos. So if you guys find a video that you think you would want to see me react to, send it to me. Let me see if it's something I would be comfortable with. And I'm going to start reacting, I think, do reactions to certain videos and different topics. So if that's something you guys would be interested in for the future, and you find videos that you think I'd like to see Dago react to this, send it to my email. Let me know, and I will see what we can do. I think it's something I've been thinking about doing because I have true and real reactions to things. I don't hold back usually. But yeah, find a video, like I said, that you would like to see me react to. Send it over, and we'll do that thing. Where is the love, my man? Listen to that and be the change, baby. There you go. There you go. Good stuff. Nothing half-assed. That we're gonna be doing that this week. Kent, now that we've kind of gotten some quiet time in Idaho, I'm gonna be going over all those. I might do it tomorrow. We'll see. Depends on what my schedule says. Oh yeah, send them to me. Get my email. Throw my email address up there real quick, somebody. And if you got a video you want me to react to, send it to me. Of course, try to keep it in the true crime realm, but and again, I didn't get to do Saturday this week, guys. I was so pissed off at my internet company or Spectrum or whoever's fault it was, but and I do, in fact, I do want to review that when I do come back. I have another video I want to review with you guys tonight. And I will make sure that one of the mods reminds me of it. You don't got to apologize, 300. Go take a nap somewhere. Yeah, 100%. Mayhem, you're correct. Yeah, he lost quite a bit. That's absolutely a very true and strong statement, Eddie. I agree with that. It's good to see you, Murky. I wish we'd see you more often. We miss you around here. Oh, I must bore this person here. I wonder if I'm boring. There's plenty of other channels that probably aren't. Again, thank you guys for being here today. I hope you guys appreciate how you guys treated Miss Lana. I thought that was a great conversation with Lana. I'm going to do that again soon. I'm going to be joining her on her channel here too. And I can't wait for that. I appreciate the support that you guys give for both of us as creators. So I hope you guys enjoyed that as well. It was a really good conversation. I enjoyed it. Before I get out of here real quick, if the mods have a few minutes after the fact, I'd like to talk to you guys if possible. And you know what that means if you're available. And if not, I get it. No worries. But if you are, it won't be long. I agree, Eddie. I appreciate it very much. Appreciate that, bud. And hopefully I'll see you soon. Everybody in here, you guys know the deal. Don't forget to love yourselves and love each other. That's so important. And please, please do not change a thing. You guys are, without a doubt, the beautiful people. And I will see you all very, very soon. Bye, y'all.
In the city of shadows, you're never alone. And the sirens wail, another ghost for the tale. Words like daggers chill to the bone. Echoes of screams on a borrowed phone. A city of shadows, you're never alone. And the sirens wail, another ghost for the tale. Tables stained, lives embossed, fingers point, but the lines are crossed. Justice seems at a heavy cost. Ashtrays full, sins don't wash. Tables stained, lives embossed, fingers point, but the lines are crossed. Justice sleeps at a heavy cost. Drip, drip, sink, coffee cold, mind can't think, neon buzz, time don't blink, where'd they go, who's the link? True crime cafe, where the whispers play, secrets hide, bodies sway. True crime cafe, in the night we stay, truth decay, truth decay. Eyes like stone, words like daggers, chill to the bone. Echoes of screams on a borrowed phone. A city of shadows, you're never alone. And the sirens wail, another ghost for the tale. True crime cafe, where the whispers play, secrets hide, bodies sway. True crime cafe, in the night we stay. Truth decay. Ashtrays full, sins don't wash. Tables stained, lives embossed, fingers point, but the lines are crossed. Justice sleeps at a heavy cost. to the bone. Echoes of screams on a borrowed phone. A city of shadows, you're never alone. In the city of shadows, you're never alone. And the sirens wail, another ghost for the tale. Words like daggers chill to the bone. Echoes of screams on a borrowed phone. A city of shadows, you're never alone. And the sirens wail, another ghost for the tale. Tables stayed, lies embossed, fingers point, the lines are crossed. Justice seems at a heavy cost. Ashtrays full, sins